And we are live. Welcome to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast where I'm joined with one starter panelist. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. All right. Okay. What's going on, YouTube, social media world? It's your boy Anonymous Basin on biggity back with another episode of the Outside Station podcast where I'm joined with one starter panelist. Quick announcements before we get into the show. If you are new to the channel and the live stream, make sure you give the stream a like, share it with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to get in on the live action, you can click the link that is pinned to the top of the chat, and I will bring you up onto the panel. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and introduce my buddy Coley. We're going to chop it up for a little bit, and then I got an icebreaker, and then we're going to get into it. All right, so without further ado, go ahead, brother.
You already know this is Coley D, founder of Coley D Studios. Glad back for another week or whatnot. Oh man, we had to we had to throw a whole big bucket of ice in this chat room after the show last week. I ain't gonna lie, it was heated up. but for those who watch, you know, if you know, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, we are back. Throughout this podcast, I will be adding some more sound effects to my lovely stream deck. You know what I'm saying. So you may hear some new ish from me today. So hey, let's hop right into it. Go.
All right. Okay. So we're going to chop it up for a little bit, kind of, do a little recap of the week. And then I got an icebreaker question and a video for us to react to.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, sir.
You ain't been filming with the videos yet. I ain't gonna lie.
You said what?
I said you ain't been filming with the videos yet. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I ain't trying to do that. But how's the week been treating you, bro?
Week has been smooth, all things considering. Like freaking the weather's been harsh. We're actually in a drought, if you can believe.
Really?
Yeah. Like that. Like
really?
There's that's parts of the triangle right now where they're underneath a conserved water type of deal right now. So it's like
really,
it's nuts. Yeah. we haven't had no rain in like a while, and that's rare for North Carolina. We normally
that's weird because we've been having rain nonstop for the last 2 weeks. Well, it just stopped maybe a couple of days ago.
Shit.
We were under a flood watch.
Hey, I don't know who's in control of the weather over there, but y'all need to tell them, hey, bring those clouds over here, son, because we need it.
yeah, they might be heading that way. Because last I heard there was going to be some storms going through Louisiana because my brother's over there.
So I
So
see.
yeah, so the storms might be heading that way, brother.
Hey, I can't wait because we need it. I swear. Normally I don't like rain, but yeah, we need that.
Oh no,
uh,
yeah, we definitely needed it too because the weather kept fluctuating. But yeah, we had rain nonstop. Okay, so it would rain most of the day, and then it would stop, and then sometimes it would rain overnight, and then it would stop, and then throughout the day it would start back up. So the sun wasn't really coming out like that.
sounds like a on off switch over there. Like what in the hell?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It's almost like when you put the AC on automatic.
Oh hell yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it was. So it's like once
Put
the
on
once the
auto
temperature drops to a certain number, it'll cut the
switch
AC off,
call.
and then when the house warms back up to a certain temperature, it'll cut the AC back on.
Heck yeah.
Yeah,
And then
that's exactly how it was like auto rain.
and then you wake up with a clogged ass nose or whatever. Like what the hell? Not fun. Not fun.
Hmm.
Not fun when you wake up and you sitting here like what the God? Why is my right nostril clogged the hell up? Like I was just fine yesterday. And then you think about why.
Yeah, exactly. The weather be flip flopping and switching up. But when would you say y'all had the last time y'all had rain was?
I want to say I said we briefly had it. I want to say a few days ago, and it happened overnight, but it dried up quick. But like
Hmm.
a full rain, we had like a month and a piece ago. So
So it's really been that long?
yeah, it has been that. Yeah, it really has been that long. So it's like I don't know. I don't know I don't know who's in control of the weather. You know, us folk. You know.
Hmm. No, that is kind of weird. That is kind of weird. But aside from the lack of rain, how's the week been for you?
Aside from that, I've been planning for yesterday afternoon, and it all worked out. For those who don't know, unless you've been under the rock, you know that yesterday, as of this air date, was the premiere of Michael, and you know they've been talking about this for months and months and months. Now, and
Shout out to Michael Jackson and rest in peace to him.
oh yeah, let me tell you something. Now I'm not going to reveal anything. For those who watch, I'm not one of those that reveals anything. I'm the one that will tell you, hey, go watch it yourself. I don't
Hmm.
care. I don't care if you go watch it. Just I don't care if you go watch it yourself in the theaters or if you have to bootleg it. But
Hmm.
I would I would say this. For me, it was 4.5 stars. It was
Really? Okay. Okay.
Oh, really?
Four and
four
a half out of four and a half out of what? Five
five
or 10?
five.
Oh, okay. So you rating
Oh
it that high. So what? So then what would be some things you say you like about it without really revealing the movie?
well, well, I will say this. For those who remember the TV movie that the Jacksons in an American Dream or whatever, most would try to compare it to that. But if you do that, you're not gonna like the movie. I'm going to tell you that right now. Do not do that because
Well, you go ahead and you might
Jacksons
want
in
to go ahead
American.
and check that Instagram DM that I just heard you get.
Now, that the let's see the Jackson's American Dream is more so and biography, more so Michael the
Oh,
movie,
okay, okay.
more so Michael the movie. It was like it was like it was like Michael versus his dad. Well,
Mm,
Michael versus Joseph. And you know we
okay.
all didn't like Joseph, so you know what I'm saying.
No, we really didn't.
We didn't like him at all. That's why Michael went through the stuff that he did in his life and everything like that. Yada yada. Yeah, true Michael fans know what Michael went through. So I don't. I don't.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
they already got a song list right now on Apple Music, non-spons, to where they're playing every single song that was featured in the movie. So for those in Apple Music, go listen to it, check it out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, four out of five. It would have gotten a 5 if Janet was in it. Just saying.
You know, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, cause people was speculating for a while that that they're not gonna have a Janet Jackson in the movie, and I was like, no, they're gonna have Janet Jackson in the movie. And then I watched it, I'm like, damn, these speculators, fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like, but
okay, you know what? So let's just say hypothetically, for the sake of conversation, what direction do you think that the movie would have taken had they incorporated Janet into the storyline? Because I haven't seen it yet, so I'm only going off of your perspective.
They
like from your opinion, what direction do you think that the movie would have taken?
The movie probably you know how like at the end of at the end of most movies nowadays they'll give some sort of a hint if there's going to be a part 2 or not.
Oh yeah.
That probably would have happened.
Okay.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Yo.
Look at who just pulled up. What's going on, Tizzle?
Oh, all right.
First time I'm not eating up in there, you feel me?
Oh, there we go.
I was gonna say he's outside the box today. What in the world?
Yeah, literally. Now, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish what you were saying, Coley, and then I'll let Tizzle go ahead and introduce himself to the world.
But yeah, like that shit probably that shit probably would have been that shit probably would have been like we about to have Janet next. Had Janet been in the movie, but you know but it didn't do that. So sorry, y'all.
What about the new Michael movie? I'm finna go see that bit tonight. Come on.
Yeah. Coley said he went to see it. I haven't seen it yet, but from what I heard about it, I heard people basically saying that the premise of the movie was Michael versus his dad.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. I'm just giving the premise. Trust me, I'm not ruining anything.
Right. Yeah, he ain't talking about like the scenes and stuff like that. Because what he was saying is that he rated the movie 4.5 out of 5 stars because he thinks that he would have given it a 5 if they put Janet in it. And so I was asking him, okay, what direction do you think the movie would have taken had they incorporated Janet into the storyline? And that's kind of what he was going over when I brought you up.
Because you know, real Michael Jackson fans know that him and Jenna were close as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like out of all the fans, he was close to his mom. He was close to Jermaine until he left the Jackson 5 or whatnot.
No, Jermaine started being a little hater though.
Mm-hmm.
No, Jermaine was being a hater. He was even hating on the fact that his nephew was gonna play him.
Yeah. That dude was always a hater.
Why you being a hater, Jermaine?
Yeah.
Fake ass.
Well, because his nephew that played him is Jermaine's son.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like your son is the one that got chosen to play your late brother. So instead of you being happy about that, you was being a hater.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the same time too, when it was revealed that Jafar Jackson was going to be playing his uncle, a lot of the Michael Jackson impersonators, they got mad too.
How can they get mad?
Well, I mean, I could understand where they're coming from, because a lot of these people, they have careers off of impersonating Michael Jackson. Like they've been able to create a living off of that and not get sued for it.
True.
You see what I'm saying? I could understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, I understand why they wanted to pick somebody that's in the family, because they want to keep it in the family.
Good God, I love you, Virgo. Because that's exactly what I was about to get ready to say.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I could see both sides of it. Like I think it would have been cool if they had to cast somebody that was,
you talking that Libra talk right now?
Nah.
Yeah, you is. Your name Rick, but you ain't slick, motherfucker. You say you can see it from both sides.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, that's that Libra talk. That ain't nothing bad. I'm just saying, like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I know how to step outside of certain things to be able to analyze things from multiple sides and give a perspective from multiple angles. Because like I could see why the impersonators got mad, because you got some really good Michael Jackson impersonators out there, the ones that sound like him, dance like him, and you got some out there that look exactly like him too. But at the same time, I could understand why they didn't want to cast somebody that's outside the family, because I think, in my opinion, there will probably be a lot more red tape, because when it comes to the negotiation of what they're going to get paid, I think it would be too much of a hassle on the business side. You see what I'm saying? I think it would be too much of a hassle on the business side if you cast somebody
that's a hassle, no razzle dazzle.
Right. But if you pick somebody that's in the family, well, I mean, it's family.
And that's exactly.
We gonna keep it in the family, on God.
And not only that, but it gives somebody else, it gives the next generation of Jackson offspring an opportunity to, kind of step out there and, kind of get the torch and keep the legacy going. Because the rest of them, their time is already up. Like they had their time.
Well, I wouldn't say it's up, but it's gonna be a long time for them to try to get where they get at.
Bro, none of them are really doing shows like that.
Shows?
They're not out here performing and touring, bro. The rest of the Jackson brothers, they ain't out here doing. Well, I mean, they might be, but they're not doing anything to where we know about it and we're gonna go see it. Like, ain't nobody gonna go see them. I mean, I'm not trying to sound like a hater. I'm just saying.
No, I know exactly.
If you found out that Randy, Tito, and Jermaine and the other one was gonna do a show, are you gonna pay to go get tickets and go see them?
No,
probably not.
Basically, and I'm not trying to pull the Temptations. We ain't coming to see you, Otis.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And, I'm not trying to take away from their talent, and I'm not trying to take away from the name and the legacy. That's not what I'm trying to do. No. What I'm basically saying is that the legacy was created from all of them together, plus Michael branching out and Janet branching out. So their legacy is already cemented. Like, we know you from when all of y'all were kids.
Mike.
So all of y'all work together to help solidify that name and that legacy. So when I say their time is up, I mean, bro, y'all been performing since y'all were kids, and y'all haven't been performing for the longest time.
You talking about?
It's only been Michael and Janet.
Yeah, you right.
Well,
I mean, Latoya tried to do a little bit of stuff too, but but it's been Michael and Janet that's been carrying the family.
Yep. True. And then when Jermaine did try to continue performing or whatever outside what was then called the Jacksons or whatever, it was just a bunch of diss songs to freaking Michael.
See, I didn't even know that. But it's stuff like that.
I'm gonna see if I can pull up the interview. I don't know if Inside Edition or on the old show hard copy had did a story on this or whatever, but it's somewhere it's somewhere on YouTube. But yeah, they actually had the lyrics posted while Jermaine was singing, and I sat here like, what the really? And they actually had this playing on the radio.
No, and see, and it be stuff like that, bro. It be stuff like that. Like you never got over the fact that the youngest one outshined you. He never got over it. Because I guess in his mind he thought it should have been him. He should have been the star. He should have been the leader. But
and you know what
because in the beginning, right, and because in the beginning, the act wasn't centered around Michael at first. It was the older brothers that were all doing it, and Michael wanted to sing too, and so he begged for an opportunity. That's how he got his shot. And his dad didn't want to give him a shot at first, but the mom was like, "No, just go ahead and let him try. Let him try." So then when they put him out there, they realized, oh, he really got a voice. And so they put him as the front man of the group, and he was the youngest one. And Jermaine never got over it. You're mad because your younger brother, the one that y'all kind of overlooked, ended up having some talent. He had a voice, and he was passionate about it. He really wanted to do a good job. It wasn't even about the money. It was about, I want to showcase my talent and make my family proud. And that's what he did. His whole career was about, I just want to make my family proud. Yeah, I got money. Yeah, people pass out when I show up and things like that. But his ultimate goal was just to make his parents proud. That's really what his career was centered around. And obviously, he was donating money and giving to charity and being able to give back and stuff like that. So it's like Michael Jackson's entire career was dedicated to just giving to people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He had a very extravagant life and a very extravagant lifestyle. But I guess the bulk of what he was dedicated to was just giving people their money's worth. Like he wanted to make sure that, okay, you come to see my show, you gonna leave with more than just a story.
See,
you're gonna leave with way more than just a story. Now, just imagine for a second if social media and the internet had been around at that time.
Ooh.
See what I'm saying? Just imagine if there was internet and social media back when the Jackson 5 was coming up.
Oh, shit.
You see what I'm saying?
A lot of hashtags.
Just imagine if there was internet and social media when Michael Jackson dropped his first album, Off the Wall.
Oh, my gosh.
Just imagine if there was internet and social media when Bad and Thriller came out.
Scream. Man,
well, that was the track he did with Janet.
Yeah, but still, like that shit was a hit. Like motherfuckers would have been on there. Oh my god, hey. That would have broke the internet.
And not only that, but Janet had a really good run and a good career too. Like she was the girl, but she was one of the girls, but she outshined them too.
Yeah, and on top of that, her career started as a kid on Good Times.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, and I could probably make the same case in Janet's case too, that her entire career was dedicated to, making her parents proud and really contributing to make the name strong. I don't really think Janet Jackson cared for the lifestyle and all that either. I mean, yeah, she's gonna live her life and enjoy her money and stuff like that, but you never really heard too much about Janet in the spotlight like that.
Mm-mm.
Unless it
There you
was something relationship related. But other than that, you didn't really hear no scandals or nothing about her. She just kind of was private. And Michael was like that too. But it's just like his superstardom was way bigger than him. So it's like, even though he wanted to be low key and just have a regular private life, it wasn't happening, bro.
Like the aurora that surrounded Michael. He
And and you know what? And you know what's crazy? And Tizzle might know this too. And it may have changed within recent years, but Michael Jackson is the second most famous person in the world behind Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he look at the screen like what?
See, Tizzle got that face, but I kid you not. I kid you not. Michael Jackson is the second most famous person in the world behind Jesus Christ.
Bruh.
I'm telling you.
That's
I'm telling you.
Think,
No, because the entire world knows who Michael Jackson is. Just like
Mhm.
the entire world knows who Jesus Christ is.
Just like the entire world knew who Elvis was, but guess who beat Elvis?
Michael Jackson did. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's more Michael Jackson impersonators in the world than there are Elvis Presley impersonators. Now, those are the two most impersonated people, in my opinion. I mean, I could be wrong, but in places where there's no internet, no cable, no nothing, even in these like remote indigenous villages with African people and stuff, they know who Michael Jackson is.
That nigga said African people.
And that's crazy.
Yeah,
but that's true.
People that live in areas with no internet, don't have no Wi-Fi, none of that, they know who Michael Jackson is. I mean, think about it. It sounds crazy, but you can look it up.
Those that go click.
Michael Jackson is the second most famous person in the world behind Jesus Christ. That's how big Michael Jackson was.
Boy.
That sounds like Snapchat.
Yeah, somebody snapped it.
Damn.
Now I be knowing them sound effects. I know them sound effects, and I'm not on. I'm not on Snapchat, but I've heard it before.
Stop the cap.
No, I'm really not on. Snapchat.
Oh no, he ain't. He ain't capping. Before the show, I had notifications go off, and he identified it as Instagram. I looked and I like,
Instagram.
Yeah, I heard that he got a DM. I know what the Instagram DM sounds like. No, but now that you hear Mr. Tizzle, you can go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, bro. I know me and Coley kind of been going off for a while.
I'm chilling. I'm doing this edit right now on my camera. I was gonna tell y'all something about it too, but I'm gonna tell you after I introduce myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Aluntay, aka Tizzle Mode, and I make beats on my YouTube channel. I do reaction videos. I do gameplay videos on emulator, and also I will be doing that Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks ending. I still just gotta edit it. I'm trying to make it funny. I'm trying to add maybe background music into it. Also, sooner or later, I don't know if I told y'all, but yeah, definitely sooner or later on my YouTube channel, I want to do commentary on movies and shit, maybe shows in the future. It's like how them YouTubers like Blank Boy and Casper the Ghost, I think that's his name.
Oh, okay.
They be making a commentary funny as hell, and I'm trying to like take notes on that, see how they do.
Oh, kind of like old boy where you sent me the video where he was giving his commentary over those baby boy deleted scenes.
Yeah, something similar like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got to do something like that because them videos be funny, bro.
Nah, they do. I know I could be a funny motherfucker sometimes. Like when I watch a movie and I know, like, hold on, we get jiggy in this bed. You heard me? On T, what a party.
No, that man, that's a throwback iPhone ringtone.
Yeah,
bro, that's
I swear. It's a hotline over here. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's a throwback iPhone ringtone.
Oh, that classic iPhone ringtone, goddamn it.
Yeah. That's one of the old ones. I forget the name of it, but I know it's one of it's under the classic category.
Mm.
Like one of the plastic phones. Like one of those Victorian phones. You get
all right, so Mr. Tizzle, how's the week been treating you, brother?
It's been good. Same shit, different day. Just been working on the third shift.
Oh, so you've been working overnight?
Yeah, third shift.
Yeah, he talking to somebody because I heard that door squeak.
Third. Shoot that third shift ain't nothing.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, this is my boy. If y'all want to talk to him.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Dolo, man, how y'all doing?
Oh, we doing great, bro. We just kind of chopping it up for a little bit before we get into the icebreaker, because I got a video that I'm gonna play that we gonna react to, and then we gonna discuss it. Well, we just do like when I do my show, we all introduce ourselves, and then we just kind of chop it up and do like a weekly recap, and we talk about how the week's been.
Heck yeah.
So I need to introduce myself.
I mean, hey, go ahead. You already here.
All right, man. This Rich Dolo. I go by Dolo. You know what I'm saying? I make music on YouTube at Rich with a 3. My week been decent. You know, I just been chilling from the day. And I don't know. I've been getting some money, bro. I've been cool up and out the way. I ain't trying to say that. Y'all too live. Y'all live, bro. But I've been good though.
Yes, sir. Hey, that's good, man. Hey, I'm glad you alive, man. I'm glad you made it through, bro. It's good to see you, man. Shout out to you.
Y'all take it easy.
All right, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Shit like that. That's rough. But when you get a chance, bro, cut those. Huh? When you get a chance, let me talk to you. All right, but
Get all his links and everything, cause he look like he's the life of the party. I ain't gonna see him flex.
That's funny because it's like we'll be live and then somebody will pull up on Tizzle and then he see we live and he's like, "Oh man, you live on YouTube right now?" I'm like, yeah, man, we over here chilling.
So that's what happened to me a few shows ago. So my bro Chino pulled up on me like, "Oh shit, finally!"
Yeah, and then we got him in the conversation too.
Yup. So,
because y'all know me already. Like if somebody stumbles across us having a conversation and you know they're intrigued or whatever and they want to give their opinion, I'm not gonna turn them away. Hey, come on in.
Oh, God.
Come on, sit down at the table with us.
Oh God. What are you talking about?
Go on in. Go pull up a chair. We'll bring you in. Nah, but you say you've been working the third shift and what? Tizzle?
So I was saying I've been working at third shift and then I've been trying to get better at this photography shit. Like I just took some decent ass photos with the camera. Also, y'all familiar with the rule of thirds?
I've heard. I know what he's talking. I know what he's talking about. It's a photography thing. I've heard of it, but I never really dove into it.
I haven't needed that much though, but I've been trying it. I'm not gonna lie. I see what they mean when they say like the shit make your photos stand out. Like it kind of, instead of taking like the center photo, like you shoot your shot at like in the line, if that makes sense. It kind of, they say it add more life like to the picture. If that makes sense.
Okay, I got you.
I'm trying to find. Hold on.
I'm reading a brief Clinton Notes version of it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, now I see what they're talking about. You know, like how in baseball they got, like how in baseball, like if you play like the baseball games on the P5 or whatever, or like if you watch baseball on TV and they have this grid up or whatever.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know what this is.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't know that there was a name for it.
Yeah. They was talking about, there was highlighting that a little bit. I was like, oh shit. Okay,
yeah, I know what that is. I understand that concept. I just didn't know the name of it.
I can see that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we can see it.
Oh damn.
Weird. Yeah. So
This is a photo you took?
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's clean.
Very
That's-
very
that's-
clean.
That's the rule of thirds I was talking about, like with the line and shit.
Yeah, it's where it has
Yeah.
where you turn on a 3x3 grid.
Mm-hmm.
And then what you're doing is you're aligning the subject along those lines.
Yep. I kind of like get it like in the middle of the line, that kind of like where I connect with the other on the right or left.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
I've been aware of that. I just didn't know that there was a name for it.
Yeah. I don't know how it just came to me, but I was in college for a little bit, and they was telling us some shit like that.
Oh, okay.
I think the teacher was like, was we familiar with the rule of thirds? And and like you said, I didn't really know the name for it. But once he told us, like I was like, damn, this shit, it don't sound that bad. Like it's really not. It's pretty decent as hell.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, if nobody has anything else they want to talk about for their week, I'll go ahead and get into the video that I want to play that we can react to, and I got an icebreaker questions that's centered around the video.
But
Actually, that's what's up. Let's get into it.
All right.
If it does get sexual eventually, I'm only 50 pounds. I would like to have them under 6 foot just because I don't want my head to be at their groin area.
Shauna is 22 years old, but her body has stayed the same as when she was 8. She wants to experience love like anyone else and have a boyfriend, so she turned to a matchmaker, hoping a professional could help her find the right person. Shauna has had boyfriends in the past, but most of those memories weren't great. Relationships used to confuse her. What she really wants is someone who doesn't judge others based on looks or make assumptions about people right away. Given her size, she also doesn't want a partner who's too tall. If she has to constantly look up to talk to him, it wouldn't be good for her neck. There's just so much more she has to consider in a relationship than most people do. Things most normal people wouldn't think twice about. The matchmaker suggested she try blind dating, meeting face-to-face to truly get to know someone, instead of relying on the first impression from photos. This suggestion seemed like a great fit for Shauna because it would give the other person the chance to understand her fully, not just judge her by her height or appearance. So, will this blind date help her find someone special, or will it be just another repeat of the past?
All right. So,
No
what
Austin
are
Powers like
y'all
that?
what are y'all's thoughts on the video?
what was I heard half of it? I didn't know it was on mute.
Wait, say that
Oh,
again.
you didn't hear the whole.
I said I heard half of it, but I didn't know the video was on mute.
Nah, the video won't on mute at all.
It
Like,
was on mute for me. That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
But now, basically, the video was talking about, you know, her being a matchmaker and how she would, and how in some relationships she was confused and facing a whole bunch of scrutiny or whatnot. So now, so like and one of the major things for her was not being able to, not being able to look up or whatever to like a tall person because it hurts her neck and shit like that. And I think I heard her saying something about it, like she didn't want to date a tall person because she didn't want to be aligned with the person's groin area and shit.
I mean, you know what? I'll just go ahead and play it again. I'll just play it again.
If it does get sexual eventually, I'm only 50 pounds. I would like to have them under 6 foot just because I don't want my head to be at their groin area.
Shauna is 22 years old, but her body has stayed the same as when she was 8. She wants to experience love like anyone else and have a boyfriend, so she turned to a matchmaker, hoping a professional could help her find the right person. Shauna has had boyfriends in the past, but most of those memories weren't great. Relationships used to confuse her. What she really wants is someone who doesn't judge others based on looks or make assumptions about people right away. Given her size, she also doesn't want a partner who's too tall. If she has to constantly look up to talk to him, it wouldn't be good for her neck. There's just so much more she has to consider in a relationship than most people do. Things most normal people wouldn't think twice about. The matchmaker suggested she try blind dating, meeting face-to-face to truly get to know someone, instead of relying on the first impression from photos. This suggestion seemed like a great fit for Shauna because it would give the other person the chance to understand her fully, not just judge her by her height or appearance. So, will this blind date help her find someone special, or will it be just another repeat of the past?
Did you hear all of it this time? Oh, he just dropped out.
Yeah, he must be having some internet problems.
Yeah. So I'm gonna join back in a sec. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and answer the question. First off, who's she? 50, she's only 50 pounds. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what are your thoughts on the video? And that's not AI, by the way. Maybe the narration, maybe the narration was AI.
The narration was AI, but she won't AI. Everything else about the video won't AI. Like, first of all, how brave are you telling your story like this? Second, I gotta say, I understand she wants to find love and everything like that, and rightfully so. You should, you know what I'm saying? But however, at the same token, she has to think about okay, how many people are really going to be really compatible with a person, not only her size, but everything else. Like I said, I'm pretty sure she's a very nice girl. Trust me. But people will have to accept the baggage. You know what I'm saying? Like, because
okay, so then that brings in the icebreaker question. So, a 3'10" woman is looking for love. Is she doomed to be single, or can she find love and not get judged?
That's a very nice one. So, is she doomed?
Is she doomed to be single, or can she find love and not be judged? What you think?
Well,
because you got to remember, she's 22, she's 3'10", she's 50 pounds, and her body looks like an 8-year-old.
Yeah. See, that's just it. Whoo, that's a tough. I ain't gonna lie, that's a toughie. Now, my heart is saying no, she's not doomed. But with questions like this, I have to think with my noggin. With that said, most people would not go for a 3'10" woman who looks like an 8-year-old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now there will be very few that would decipher the difference and be like, hold on, something about her sounds grown or whatever, woody. You know what I'm saying? 3'10" woman has a mess. But
no, I mean, but think about it. Like, even with the video, when you see her, she looks like a little kid.
You would think someone just gave her a script and people would scoff and they'd be like, oh man, is this fake right now? No, this is her actually telling her story about how she really is and all of that. No, I would not. Like, if it was me, absolutely not, because 3'10", people would think about, okay, taking her out or whatever, which would be at the bottom of the totem pole. But then then they have to go through like personal shit, like, you know, like sex. How would that work out? Because you know, she said at the beginning of the video she don't like to be aligned with, you know.
She don't want a dude that's too tall because she don't want her head to be at his waist and groin area.
although there would be a benefit to the dude because easy access.
Yeah.
You know,
but but she's gonna run into a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Because of her height.
Yep.
Now, if she had been maybe like 4 foot something, close to 5 feet, then it's different.
Yeah, she was 5 foot. If she was 5 foot, then she wouldn't be doomed.
Like let's say if she was a foot taller, like 4 foot 10, then
that's still kind of like she's still a midget, but at the same time it's like still a little bit.
But see, I think what makes it iffy, because I mean, in my personal opinion, I think it's that's super iffy. I probably wouldn't do it.
Right.
I probably would not do that, man.
And then the first thing a dude would think on there would think about, oh, may I see your certificate of authenticity? You feel what I'm saying? Like, yep. I want to see some ID, because I want to make sure that you telling me you're like, say for example 25, but I want to see if you're 25, because I'm not because I'm not about to get ready to do things with you and shit like that, and then all of a sudden you telling me, oh, you 15, and then I get locked up. Hell no.
Okay, Triz is right that she'll have more access than the average man. That is true, because I've heard of her before, but it was a while back. Now, I think she's gonna run into problems when it comes to if she makes her relationship public.
Well,
because
of scrutiny. People will see here.
Yeah, people are gonna
judge and all that.
They're gonna judge it. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's interesting about it is that when I came across the video on Instagram, I looked at the comments, and every single one of the comments was scrutinizing the guy.
Yeah, that part.
So that's why I wanted to get y'all's perspective and see what you guys think, because she's an adult, right? 22 years old, 3'10", weighs 50 pounds. But if you see her, you would think she's like a kid, like a child, like a literal child in elementary school.
Right. Then, you
see what I'm saying?
Then on top, then on top of that, let's dig even deeper, right? Okay, say you one of those rare ones that you fall in love with her and this, that, and the third, and you think about let's get married and all this shit, and then y'all decide to try to have a baby.
So do
you really think that's gonna work out?
Nah, so do you think? So do you would think? You think she would have like a complicated pregnancy?
Oh, immediately. 3'10". Like you will have to think about like how the other parts down there, like how big are the other parts down there on the inside of her body and shit for her to have a baby. Like, is it virtually possible? You know what I'm saying? Not trying to sound like a jerk or a creep or anything like that, but like I try to go by actual science here, I even heard of midgets having kids or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But like but we talking about damn near a dwarf here. Like has anyone even heard stories about dwarfs having a baby? Like, you really haven't.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
No, because look, this is why I wanted to ask the question: is she doomed to be single, or can she find love and not get judged? Now, look, I pulled this up on Instagram, and if you look at these comments, bro, the comments are wild. The comments are wild.
Hold on, let me blow it up a little bit. Okay. Oh my.
Yeah, I'm zooming it in on my side.
Not gonna lie, if I see you her calling the police.
See?
Damn. She said not too big, but they gave her
Kawhi Leonard. Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. So if I scroll down and see, like, look at it.
Every police department should be calling her to recruit her as an undercover cop. Oh no, they took it back to motherfucking To Catch a Predator.
That's what I'm saying.
Short Kings, it's your time to shine. Come on, man.
See, even in the comment section, they're criticizing the guy. So
yeah,
she's putting herself out there, to try to find, somebody. But they're screwed. They're what they're gonna do is they're gonna scrutinize every guy that tries to talk to her, and it's because of her height and how she looks. See,
hey, you know what the effed up part about this is? Some of those same people are low key thinking about asking her out on the date too. I mean, cause think about
that's exactly why, and that's exactly why Triz said what he said earlier. That's exactly why Triz said she gonna have a flooded inbox.
Yeah,
she gonna have a flooded inbox. But the problem is gonna come. But the problem is gonna come from when she's out in public.
Yep.
Like, look at that. Imagine going on a date and kissing in public. Someone is calling 911 immediately. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
And I can tell you the first type of people that's going to call them Karens, followed by other ninjas that haven't got with her.
Yeah. Like, look at some of these other comments. I'm sorry, but any interested prospects need to be inspected
with a magnifying glass.
But that's what I'm saying.
Even though she's of age, you can still get with her. You still belong in the Epstein files. Oh wow!
See what I'm saying? They're already critiquing the guy. That's the crazy part. So that's why I'm posing the question to say, is she doomed to be single, or can she actually find love and not get judged? Because here's the thing: if they see you in public, they're not gonna say nothing about her. They're just gonna scrutinize the guy the whole time.
Because why are you getting with someone like that?
That's what and you saw the comments.
Mm-hmm.
So it's her putting herself out there. Now, I could understand if the guy is going out there saying, "Hey, I want me a girl that's super short, that she got to be 50 pounds and she got to look like a kid." I could understand if a man was putting that out there saying that that's what he's looking for. That's weird. Come on, bro.
Right. Like, what the fuck?
But then you have this young woman who, she can't control what she got going on. Right?
Right.
But she's a legal adult. She's over the age of 21. But then her body structure is working against her.
Yeah, and that's the baggage that I spoke of earlier. Like Jerry Springer knew what he was doing when he did that game show Baggage. See, you would have to absolutely accept the baggage that she's short, like she's 3'10" and 50 pounds. Or now you have to accept not only that baggage, but the baggage of scrutiny, the baggage of the baggage of having children if it goes that far. You know what I'm saying? Like that. For me, there'll be too much baggage.
Yeah. For me, it would be the same. It would be I don't know, bro. That'd probably be too much to deal with because no matter what way the guy tries to explain it, people are already gonna have their mind made up. Okay, this guy's a pedo.
Mm-hmm. Because the first thing they're gonna say is, oh, if he dates somebody like that, what if he hits up on a child like that, an actual child?
That's the challenge. That's the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, it's not her fault, and it's not the guy's fault either. It's just the perception.
Mm-hmm.
So people are gonna like you saw the comments. If somebody sees them out in public and see them kissing, somebody's gonna call the police
immediately. That's sad.
Oh, we got Mark in the chat. He says, I can't attend tonight. I've just logged into the live and I'm gonna listen in the background. Okay. Shout out to you, man. Shout
out to you, Mark. Just know that resident Britain, Mark, is in the house only in chat.
He said he calling in today. He calling in. He using one of his vacation days.
Yeah.
My man's using the vacation day. I ain't even mad at him. I ain't mad at that. If you want to chill and enjoy your Saturday, hey, I don't have no problems with it.
Yeah, because he's doing that in the background.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, but see, this is why I wanted to bring this up and discuss it because that video is floating around.
Ooh wee.
Yeah.
So I didn't know. So I didn't know that if I would have seen that on IG and was looking at that, I would have been like,
well, because Daily Loud posted it. Yeah, Daily Loud posted it and World Star posted it.
Oh shit! Of course, World Star.
And I showed you the comments on World Star, bro. It's over 70,000 comments. Now I didn't go through and read every single one of them, but the general consensus of what people were saying about what the video was is they're automatically going to judge the dude, no matter what.
Yeah.
Even though she's like, even though they're saying she's an adult, she's a legal adult. She's 22.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that she looks like a literal little kid is. It's that she's doomed. That's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking. Is she doomed to be single, or can she find love and not get judged? And then even on the narration, it says she's had relationships in the past, but it just didn't work out. And it might be for that. It might be for that reason.
And I still sticking with the answer that I have up here, which is yes, she's doomed.
Yeah. Because think about it. Because think about it. Let's say things get serious. You almost gonna have to date her on the low.
So it ain't almost. You are gonna have to date her on the low.
Yeah, you have to date her on the low. Even though she's an adult, that's one of them situations where you're dating somebody. You might overlook the fact that she's, small. Because a lot of guys they'll overlook that. But then when you see her, it's like, oh man, that look like a little kid. Like, man, I ain't about to do that.
Right.
But then again, you got some guys that will overlook it, but they know in the back of their mind, I'm about to get judged for this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving this girl a chance and I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, but they're already know. And I'm pretty sure that's probably why her relationships didn't work out. Because, she's not really seeing it from the guy side.
Yeah, she's and you know what? That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, she's not able to understand it from the man's side of why they wouldn't want to do it.
Right.
And for the men that do take her up and say, well, you know what? I'll give her a chance. Well, you go out in public, it's over with. You go out in public, it's over with.
So what do white people call it? They be like here come the wee woos. Wee woo wee.
Yeah, and see, Trent said that ain't stopping nothing. I mean, he right. And it's not. Because you know what? I'll take it as certain. No, because Triz is right. Triz is absolutely right. It ain't gonna stop nothing. Because I'll tell you one thing. Because if she decided that she wanted to start OnlyFans,
oh Lord,
she'll make a bunch of money just like that.
and it will come from the same motherfuckers that was like, "Oh, I'm gonna call 911." Watch.
They probably gonna want to go over there and spend a couple dollars to try to see something.
Boy.
But again, even though she's a legal adult, it's bad optics.
It is.
It's bad optics.
Really is.
So you're not committing a crime by dating her, but come on.
It's just the scrutiny of it all.
It's a bad look.
She's 3'10". Now I ain't gonna see her flex.
Right.
Despite the fact that she's 3'10", she's cute as fuck.
Right.
But at the same time, you have to think about the fact that she is 3'10", looking like a baddie. Like no.
But even if you were to see her and you didn't know she was 22, you're not gonna that's not what you're gonna think.
Exactly. You gonna hey little girl, you're like, where's your mom?
Right. Okay, bro. Okay. Look, if you seen her out and she was out trick or treating with a Halloween costume on, you're not gonna look at her and say, "Oh man, she look grown." She don't. You're gonna assume it's a kid. Right. You're gonna assume it's a kid, and then if you find out that she's an adult, it's still weird, bro. It's awkward.
Jesus.
Cause I'm 5'7". I'm 5'7". So just imagine me dating a chick that's 3'10", and like I pick her up and I'm carrying her on, like letting her sit on my shoulders or whatever. Cause she's 50 pounds. It's just gonna look weird. And then if she gets with a white dude, and he's picking her up, carrying her around, and letting her sit on their shoulders, they're gonna assume it's his daughter. People are gonna assume, oh, look, exactly. They're gonna assume it's his kid. So I don't know, bro. Me personally, I wouldn't be able to do it, man. Even though she's an adult, it's just, bro. It's just, it just looks sketchy. It looks sketchy.
Yeah, as hell, bro.
It looks sketchy. And let's say you give her a chance. At some point, you're gonna have to introduce her to your people.
And then they're gonna look at me like
they're gonna pull you aside and be like, "Bro, what are you doing?"
I'm telling you,
they gonna pull you aside. They not gonna say nothing to her because it ain't her fault. She's little.
Nah, they gonna
look at you and be like, "Bro,
what in the? No, wait.
The fuck are you doing?
Yes, they gonna look at you like, bruh. And it don't matter. Yeah, but she's an adult. They're gonna be like, bro, she don't look like it.
I can sit there and tell them the truth.
They don't care what you say.
They will still say,
like, man, yeah, exactly. She got a driver's license. They were like, well, let me see her ID, and they'll show you the ID. She was born in 2003 or 2004 or whatever, because she's 22.
It still goes back to
the fuck are you doing?
They still gonna. It don't matter if she got an ID or not. They gonna look and they're gonna think that is a child. Y'all holding hands, hugged up, and all this. Like you take. Just imagine you go out with her and you take her to the club.
Oh Lord.
You at the bar with her. You buying her drinks, and the bartender gonna be looking like they gonna wave somebody over like, hey, Raul, come here. Like, hey, look at that dude over there. They gonna be like, you see that dude down there? That look like a kid.
That's exactly what they're gonna say.
And look, and then she'll show her ID, to prove that she's old enough to drink and to be there. But it's still gonna look sketchy.
It's still gonna look weird because of the fact that, again, she's 3'10" and looking like a baddie. You know what I'm saying?
You chilling at the bar. You're standing at the bar. You gotta put her up on a stool. She can't even sit on the stool. She gotta stand up.
Yeah,
just for you to talk to her at the bar.
That's not gonna be good.
And then you got your arm around her. You whispering in her ear or whatever. I don't know, bro.
That's absolutely
but
and it's sad, not to cut you off, and it's sad because she that's the only thing that's really fucking her up really is her height. Because
it's not even her height, it's the fact that her body is underdeveloped.
Right.
That's really what it is.
And she really wants a guy to be with her, which again, everybody deserves love, but at the same time, a man's gonna have to look at all of that.
A man comes into a situation like that. I don't know, bro. It's one of those things where it's like, how do you explain it without looking like a weirdo or sounding like a creep?
Right.
Because there's plenty of other women out here that look like adults, to where if somebody sees you with her, they're not going to question it. They're like, oh, okay. People just look and they mind their business. But I mean, like you said, I understand, she wants to find love. She wants to be in a fruitful relationship, but I don't know. I wouldn't be able to do it, bro. I'd have to politely decline.
Yeah, that would be absolutely no deal.
I wouldn't be able to do it, because no matter where you go, people are gonna be giving you the side eye, number one, and then you're gonna have some people that will be openly making jokes and roast and talking down on the guy.
Oh yeah, and that roast is going to be endless. It's going to be it's
not going to stop.
It's not going to stop. It's going to be longer than a Shaq roast.
Exactly.
So
no, because the man that decides to get with her, and because you're gonna have some guys that's cool with it, right? And I understand. She's an adult, this and that, but it's the optics.
Yeah,
it just looks like it ain't right. it looked like it ain't right.
And you know what they say, if it don't look like it ain't right,
yeah, it just looks like it ain't right. It just looks like it ain't right. Like, bro, when you hear her talk and you watch her, she look like she still got baby teeth, bro.
Oh my god.
That's what makes it
worse. If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed, because I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
What's going on? We got Super Triz in the building. Shout out to you. Yeah, Triz was going crazy in the chat, so I know he gonna want to speak to this.
Yeah, I had a feeling it wasn't gonna be too long.
I know Triz is gonna want to speak to this, bro. So you go ahead, brother. You got the floor, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna just shut up.
You got the floor, bro.
All right. First of all, shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say, I think this is interesting because, as I stated before, we have to consider the threshold of performance is distinctly different for both men and women. So
facts.
The average man has significantly less opportunities or at least presented with significantly less opportunities than even the most mediocre woman. And I'm not trying to say that she's mediocre by any
right. No, we get what you're saying.
But if we were to look at, let's just say that we would consider her to be a niche.
Okay.
As opposed to being undeserving or something like that. Right. So she's, there's a particular subset of individuals who would be open to openly dating her. Right.
That's
but
true.
They're out there. The distinction between the demographic of men that will be open to dating a niche woman versus the demographic of women that will be open to a niche man is how these opportunities manifest. A woman is presented with opportunities versus a man has to create those opportunities. So a man in her position who's appeals to a niche audience, right? He has to actively create opportunities to interface with the opposite sex. He can't sit around and have a passive approach and hope women will come and approach him. He has to actively approach women.
Yeah, so that's a fact.
So this is why I say that if let's just say that I'm a niche man, right? I only appeal to a small demographic of women, right?
Okay.
How do I identify that demographic of women? I would have to basically cold approach. I would have to use online dating, different types of tools that I would have to utilize out there, leverage technology, maybe even leverage AI, right? In order to contact a significantly large enough sample size of women. That way, the niche women within that sample group can actually be contacted, right? Because I don't know what it is. I'm just shooting in the dark.
You just casting a net,
right?
Okay.
And so I have to have a wide enough net and then filter through everything that's caught in that net to identify the women that I have an opportunity with.
And then she gotta like you.
Yep.
Yeah. Then she gotta like you enough to give you a chance.
I gotta like her too. Right? Just because she's open to me doesn't mean that I'm actually interested in her. So there's so many factors that make it difficult for a man. The average man, let alone a man who has very, very, very limited options. Now, let's take a look at this woman. She just has to sit there. Something like this, an opportunity like this where she's put in front of a large audience. Now people know she exists. Because let's be honest, how many women who are, let's just use the number 4'5" tall or 4'6" tall. How many women 4'6" tall and shorter do you encounter, let's say, in a given year?
Not too many.
Next to none.
Exactly.
That's next to none.
So
it's rare that I even see a midget in real life.
So in the normal circumstances, you don't see. I could probably count on both my hands.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe less than 10. I've actually seen just casually out and about. Right?
That's exceedingly rare.
And so this is my point. So now she has an opportunity to where she is put in front of a large audience. People know she exists, right? This video is being shared, it's being talked about, and now the people who are interested in dating somebody like her comes out of the woodworks because now it could be guys who might have seen, what's that movie? Is it Wizard of Oz where the midgets were, or Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory? They might have seen Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory. Yeah. Right? And like, man,
those good movies, by the way.
Man, that's my dream girl, and so
I got my shot now.
See somebody that, and now she's on social media. They got an opportunity to get in there. But now, here's the thing. Now she.
Oh, we already started off. He got them downloads in the background.
You know what? If I showed you guys my actual, because you guys, if you guys really understood what's going on with my internet, because right now, first of all, I got a pretty large property. So this is about like almost 3,000 square foot, right?
Oh, sheesh.
Multiple units, right? 4 units. It's stretched lengthwise, And
okay, I got you.
Then my unit itself is 2 stories, 3 bedrooms is 2 stories. And so the way it's shaped, I'm in the very back of my property.
Gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha.
I have a computer in the very front of my property. Then I got an actual like shed in the back. And so I have a mesh network in order to spread out my internet to cover the entire properry.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Right. So I have a mesh network system. And plus, when I look at, if I showed you now this is my I want you to look at my
Well, if it straightens out.
Okay, can you see what that says?
8.24 terabyte. Good grief.
That's crazy.
That's my data usage for this month. So I got a lot of stuff going on in the background. That's why my internet is always kind of
that makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm doing a lot of internet stuff in the background. So, and then I got a lot of devices attached. I got it's a lot of stuff going on. But anyways,
Oh no, we understand. We understand you got a lot going on. We just giving you a hard time cracking some jokes.
Yeah. I'm thinking I might have to go to fiber optic. But I just been with Xfinity. I don't know. I might have to go to fiber optic and try to figure something out. But
okay.
At any rate, the point is that this woman, right? I know it because we're looking at it from a man's perspective. Like let's say it's a man in her position. A man that's 3'10" is finished. He's finished before he even got started. Like you literally have no hope unless I guess it's what's that guy, Baby Alien? Like he's like a novelty kind of like meme type guy where everybody's like it's like
you'd have to have money and clout.
Yeah,
you have to have money and status. You because that's the same thing that happened with Vern Troyer, the dude that played Mini-Me on Austin Powers.
Yeah,
that's how it was with Vern Troyer. I think he was like 2 foot something.
But even then, it's like you have to look at it from a perspective, right?
It was like that with Emmanuel Lewis, Gary Coleman, Tony Cox is short like that. I mean, those guys, you gotta have some fame and some money.
But when it all boils down to it, right? Behind closed doors, how are you perceived by the women? Because women always want a man they want a man they can look up to, literally and
figuratively,
and figuratively speaking, right?
Right.
And so for a guy, as an extremely short stature guy, you'll never be that guy. Now, fortunately, some of those guys have the fame and stuff like that kind of gives them the figuratively speaking aspect of looking up to him. But still,
well, yeah, because they have to overcompensate in one area to even give balance to the other side.
So you already have an extremely small subset of the population that fit that category of small stature.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Then you're talking about somebody who's exceedingly successful within that even small subcategory. So let's just say the guys like the Austin Power guy, the guy that was on not the Lord of the Rings. What was the other the TV show? Dragons, the Targaryens, the little short guy.
I wouldn't know.
Or not. Well, anyways, the guy who was like he was a midget. It was like the medieval time set show, and he was a midget, but he was extremely like intelligent. But anyway, he's another example of a guy that despite his short stature, he was exceptional in the acting continuum.
Okay.
We'll just consider those guys outliers, right?
Right. So that's a fact.
We can safely say, because generally when we're talking about statistics, outliers are statistically insignificant. They represent such a small portion of the population. So we can honestly say that if you're a guy that's 3'10", you are cooked. End of story. Versus a woman who's 3'10".
A lot of men in the 5 foot range are cooked.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I mean, I'm 5'7". I don't really have that problem with the height thing, but I know that I don't appeal to the wide majority of women because of my height.
Well, and then also because of the standard,
but I'm not ashamed of it either.
But you got to realize that there's a certain standard imposed upon black men where
Shout out to Triz.
Yeah.
He must have hit 9 terabytes.
I was saying that as a black male, right? You're automatically perceived to have a certain physical prowess. So when you don't meet that standard, then you're looked about as a certain way. But 5'7", even 5'5", 5'6", those are short. But imagine being under 5'5". Like we're talking.
It's over with.
4 is shorter. Let's say anywhere between 5'1" to 5'4", right? Now, in certain demographics, let's say Asians, right?
Because I want to say Lil Uzi Vert is 5'4".
But remember, he's an outlier because he's like
right. Yeah, right. Lil Uzi Vert's 5'4". Kevin Hart is 5'2".
Shorty Low, the one that died in the car accident, he had 10 kids. But you got to remember that even before rap,
Prince was short too. Prince was like 5'2". But again, like you said, they're outliers.
But Prince was like has a super eccentric personality.
Yeah,
so that's gonna make people gravitate towards him anyway. So it's like a lot of things that you got to think about, right? But let's just say, like for instance, but like an Asian, right?
Because you got some guys that have so much about them that's going for them to where you don't even their height is the very last thing you think about if you even consider that at all.
Well, and then like guys, we're not looking at other guys like that. Women generally are, and so it's just like
that's true.
But let's say like if you're Asian, right? It's not uncommon for men in Asian cultures to be 5'4", 5'3". That's not uncommon, right?
Right.
Versus us as black men, we're looked at for physical prowess, right? So an Asian man, 5'4", he might have a fighting chance. Right, especially if he stays within his own community as far as dating is concerned.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, But blacks, as a black male, if you're 5'4", 5'3", forget about it. You're done. That like if you're 5'4", you might have to go back for the other team. Listen, if that's what you like, that's what you like. But I'm just saying, your chances with women are extremely slim. So that's the reason why I'm saying, like, that's why I was going off in the chat, because I'm like, we got to remember, this is a woman we're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. I guaranteed if you saw her DMs, honestly, I'll put it like this. She didn't even need to be an internet sensation.
Right.
She was going on a regular dating app, Plenty of Fish, Match.com, Hinge.com,
eHarmony, Bumble, Tinder.
Any dating app, just on Facebook, right? As she expands her Facebook network of friends, right? Eventually, she'll start popping up in people's friend suggestions. Guys are going to see that she exists. This woman, this is the reason why it gets so aggravating when I see any women complaining about their prospects in the dating market. When what we look at over the years, women have had increasing options. Like if you go back,
we even seen that in elementary, middle, and high school.
Yep, absolutely.
There was always 1 or 2 girls that all the boys wanted.
Yep.
It's always been like that.
But check this out. Even the girls that shy in the corner, guaranteed she got a little boyfriend somewhere.
Somebody. Something.
Right? Listen, there's no listen. Look, and I'm gonna stand on this. I don't want to hear any woman complain about the dating prospects they have because they have literally unlimited choice.
Thank you.
What more could they ask? What more could women ask for? Like really, it boils down. Especially when you consider that all they have to do is vet. We have to create options. They have to vet options. There's a big difference.
Yeah,
we have to create options, and then we have to vet.
They don't have to work for their options, but we do.
It's just and so
we gotta work. We gotta work for our options. They don't.
I will say this, right? This is where you kind of have a dichotomy or a paradox, I should say, because on one hand, people will look at the guy that's dating a woman like this, like, okay, well, wait a minute, you're dating a woman that looks like a child, right? But then what is the option? Would you rather him date an actual child? That's number one. Number two, we have to consider the woman in this picture, right? Does she not have a right to be happy?
And see, and that's why I posed the question: is she doing to be single, or can she find love and not get judged?
Yeah.
Well, she's not going to be judged. People around. But see, also, even though she looks like a child, at some point there will be context clues, right? Like certain settings, you wouldn't expect to have a child unattended. So when you see her there,
yeah, that's true.
She looks like a child. She looks young, but obviously she's here. She's not like if you saw her in a casino, you can be like, okay, wait, okay, she's obviously grown.
It's gonna look weird at first, but then, yeah, the fact that she's still there and security hasn't said anything, it might create an alarm or a situation in the beginning until they can verify. But then again, in order for you to get into the casino, you have to verify your age before you get in there.
And then and once she starts talking, like I said, number one, you're not going to encounter somebody like that, and then most normal guys are not going to even try to have a conversation with her anyway, because you're not necessarily interested in somebody who looks like a child. But let's just say some casual conversation occurred. Maybe she's at the bar and she's like, can you help me get up on this stool so I can order something to drink, right? Once she says that and then she starts talking, okay, wait a minute, this is an adult. Because the conversation is going to be distinctly different. Because, I ride the bus to work. Right?
Yeah, that's a fact. You ain't lying about that.
I ride the bus to work, right? And so when I ride the bus coming back home from work, there's kids that actually ride the city bus to go to school, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of kids that I've seen on the bus that are extremely big for their age. There's this one girl I saw the other day. She's probably like at least 6'2". And I think she's like in high school, right? But even though aesthetically they may look older, when I'm sitting on the bus and I just like look at their mannerisms and their conversation, it's obvious that they're kids.
You could tell. Yeah, you could tell.
Right, the way they're giggling, the way they're sitting, the way they're dressed, like it just you automatically know that. But and it's crazy because when I'm on the bus, like on my way home, when it's like a bunch of kids on the bus, right? It's like the kids instantly become background noise, right? But then the minute an adult woman comes on the bus, like my body just alerts.
Yeah.
Oh, there go a woman, and I'm already looking. You know what I'm saying? Because it's something about an adult that makes them easily distinguishable from a child.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And I guess this kind of ties into the issue with I don't want to get too far off tangent, but obviously the story of the popular singer that is suspected of murdering a 14-year-old.
Oh, David.
Yeah.
D4V. I don't know how to say it. I think it's David.
D4V.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so with him now.
Well, apparently he pled not guilty. He already gave a plea. Well,
we'll see about that. I mean, you never know.
Right.
It looks crazy, but then again, it's like, I don't know if we're going to get all into that, but I will say this. I just want to say that some of the pictures that they've put online of the girl that he suspected of killing, like if you just glance at the pictures, you wouldn't think that she was 14.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But at some point, you have a conversation with somebody like that, you realize that you're talking to a kid.
That's a fact.
I don't care how mature she is for her age. She's going to reveal that she's not an adult. It's going to come out.
And sometimes you got that. Sometimes they have that childlike mentality too, where it's like you can't mask it and hide it. You can't mask it and hide it.
Well, even an exceedingly mature who has a lot of responsibility, maybe she's like the oldest at home, or mom may be like she may have a chronically ill parent who she's had to step up and take on responsibilities that an adult normally would. There's still going to be contextual clues that she's a child. And so for you to pursue a relationship with somebody that's a child, even an adult that acts like a child is just crazy to me. Like I wouldn't want to be with a grown woman that acts like a child.
Right.
Let alone an actual child. That's crazy.
Right.
So but I guess the point I'm trying to make is that I guess people get so caught up on physical things, but I think the primary thing that really alerts us is the mental, right? There's a psychological component, right, that I think is far more important than what somebody looks like physically, in my opinion.
No, and you're right about that. It's just okay. So human beings in general, I think, regardless of our society, there's certain characteristics and things that we look for to determine how we make decisions or what we deem as okay, that's a valid decision that this person made. Because this is where stereotyping and judging a book by its cover comes in, right? So there's a good side to doing that, and then there's also a downside to doing that, right? So we can judge something just based off an appearance, and our judgment could be completely off because we don't have enough information. But then at the same time, based on patterns that we're used to seeing, we often make snap judgments as a way to preserve ourselves and protect ourselves at the same time. Does that make sense, or am I tripping?
Yeah. Oh no, that makes perfect sense actually.
You see what I'm saying? So based on what society deems acceptable, we would look and make that judgment. But in a lot of cases, the judgment would be off because they don't have the information that this person is indeed an adult and actually they're not a kid. You see what I'm saying?
Well, but I think.
Yeah, absolutely no deal. Yeah, because I absolutely no deal because like nah, like we said earlier, like people like you were saying AB, if someone was to see me come out the crib with a 3'10", 50-pound chick.
Yeah, y'all holding hands with the fingers with the fingers interlocked.
They're gonna look at
it ain't holding hands like this, like you walking somebody across the street. You got the interlocked fingers.
Yeah, interlocked, yeah.
Yeah, that's different.
People gonna look at me like, Coley D, I know you can do better than this. But for right now,
the fuck are you doing?
You know?
That's gonna be the general consensus. Because they're gonna be making that split second judgment based on the optics, but then even when people come into the correct information and the proper context of what they're looking at, people are still gonna go off of what their initial thought was. They're still gonna judge it like they're not gonna take a step back and say, oh, okay, I judged it wrong. They're still gonna say, oh no, it's something wrong with him. Yeah. Oh, it don't matter. She's an adult. She looked like a kid, so you shouldn't do it. Mm-hmm. They're still gonna say that, regardless. That's what I'm saying. So for most people that would try to openly date her, they know it would come with too much problems because people aren't gonna try to understand where either person's coming from. And it's like what Trish said earlier. They're not considering her in that.
Well, I think that initially people would be, taken aback and saying, well, okay, well, what's going on here? But then they would, because they would say there's no way in the world somebody would be so bold as to walk around with an underage child holding their hand.
Yeah.
So you're gonna say, okay, that can't be a child because it's no way in hell somebody would walk around with a kid.
Right? Because most people that think like that, they don't do that in the open anyway.
Yeah.
They're lurking and moving. Okay, yeah, you have a point there. They're lurking and moving in the shadows.
Right. And so now this guy is walking out with, he's out and about with a girl that that has like a very, 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 very youthful appearance. I guess the question people would say they would ask is like, well, I mean, he must be some type of pervert that likes, younger looking women, maybe likes younger kids, maybe he has a history of dealing with. But again, I say, would you rather him do that, or just like I guess it goes into the concept of, would you rather him do that than actually deal with an underage child, be like a pedophile, or like if we're talking about technology, if you have like a AI created, imagery, right?
Mm-hmm.
and is not utilizing an actual, child. Because my thing is this, right? People like that will find, because if I got an app on my phone, I could just look up and I could find all the sex offenders in my area, right?
Right.
People are going to do this. So if we have a way to where they don't violate children, wouldn't that be preferred? I guess that's the question I'm at, because there really is no good solution to this. But I'd rather them deal with what you call a little person, a dwarf of some sort, or maybe some AI generated, or some type, Android type sex toy. Because they got I don't know if you remember. Well, you probably wasn't around, but years ago, YouTube, this subject came up, right, in a roundabout way, and there was a big story. I forgot who did the actual interview, and it was a guy. He was like a truck driver, and he had a sex doll, like a full size sex doll, but it was the size of a child. Very
what
weird
the fuck?
Very, very weird and creepy. He actually had he took, like, he had photo shoots with this doll. He took the doll shopping and dressed it up, rode around it with it in his truck, like put it in the front seat. Like, he wasn't ashamed at all. He took this doll to meet his parents. Is it? Yeah. Hey, look, the crazy part about it is, if you saw this guy, he looks like a Chester. He just has the look. He just looks like a Chester.
Gosh.
Whatever, right? But
FBI, open up!
Yeah. My point is like, everybody was going, listen. They destroyed. I haven't seen them on the internet since. Listen, it was brutal. Like, I've never seen anything that's brutal in my life.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Oh no.
Here's
Y'all
the
gotta be
thing.
crying on this damn thing.
What is the alternative? What is the alternative? Would you rather, like, remember, he's a truck driver, so he's going from state to state, Would you rather him not have a sex doll? What if he didn't have a sex doll? Then what would he do as a truck driver? You got to ask yourself that.
I mean, yeah, but still.
No, I get what he's saying. I get what you're saying.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, because if you're willing to do that to a sex doll, that means you're willing to do that to a natural.
Right. It's like, at some point you're gonna want to try the real thing. At some point, you're gonna want to do the real thing.
Oh,
it's almost like that's the gateway drug.
Like
it starts with this, and it gets to the point where, okay, you've already had your fill with this, so it's like, okay, I want to try something else now.
No, or I look at it the other way, right? I look at it as almost like a methadone, right? You're already a heroin addict, so you take methadone to replace your cravings and your desire for heroin.
Okay,
right? And I think the sex dolls, and I don't want to make an actual living, breathing, sentient woman synonymous with the sex doll. But when we're talking about a little person, a dwarf, or somebody who has, extremely short stature, I'd rather him deal with somebody like that than to violate a child.
Yeah, that's an actual adult. Yeah, I know. I understand your point on that.
Yeah. So, and then and then we got to ask yourself, okay, like, we start talking about AI generated images, right? Somebody starts generating AI images that look eerily reminiscent to a child, then we have to ask ourselves, okay, well, at least there's not actual children being violated. Even though it's, we look at that, we're like, okay, this is crazy, this is weird, and we, if you knew somebody like that, you wouldn't want to hang around them, you wouldn't want to have your children around this person. But at least you're like, okay, at least this person is being kept occupied with that instead of looking over this direction.
No, I get what you're saying. You're looking at it like it's the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
I get it. It's more like the lesser of two evils.
Well, I mean, because most of the country doesn't have the stomach to really address problems with actual solutions, right?
Yeah,
there's solutions for that, right? But how many people, how many Americans can really accept? Okay, well, we got a fix for this, all right? Like we got we got a pedophile on the loose. Oh, we know how to take care of something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you got people who are totally against death penalties. People say, mass incarceration. All kind of stuff people are so against. And it's like, but we have to impose penalties and consequences for certain behaviors.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Now I'm with you on that. I agree with you. I agree.
So yeah, so I guess the overall question, can she find love? Absolutely. Will she find love? Well, that again, even normal women have difficulties finding love because they won't accept the person that loves them back. Because you have to actually, okay, let's put yourself in that position.
They want it from the person that they find attractive.
Well, even like this, think about this, right? Let's imagine, Anonymous. Imagine that you're 4'3", right?
Okay.
You're 4'3", right?
All right.
But everything else about you is the same. You're still an intelligent, well, let me just say the women find you attractive. I'm not going to say you're attractive, but women find you attractive.
Okay.
Just like that. Remember that viral picture of that guy? If they took a picture of him from the neck up, they showed the rest of his body. He was like an actual midget.
Yeah.
Like some Dominican guy. But anyways, let's just say, like, if you put a headshot on a dating app, the women would try to, they would be willing to talk to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's say you do encounter a woman, right? Right? And you're with this woman, right? Initially, you're going to be caught up. Wow, a woman actually finds me attractive, and she wants to be seen with me. She looks at me like a real catch. And I'm out and about with them. I'm enjoying life. I'm in bliss for like a year, right? Mm-hmm. But then one day you're sitting back and you start thinking to yourself, you're like, wait a minute for a second. What type of woman would want to be with a dwarf guy? Something got to be wrong with her. You start thinking like, wait a minute, like, is she like a weird pervert, like some type of weird type of fetish type thing? Like these are the thoughts that will go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with somebody, but now I feel as though if it's something wrong with her for wanting to be with me because I'm not normal.
Right.
But then what options do you have as a person with that stature? The only women that are actually going to be attracted to you, like maybe you'll find that, 1 in a billion that she just happy with a person that just looks past physical things and looks at your soul. I mean, come on now. Most women, they're going to be looking at you physically as first and then mentally second, right? And so because of that, to even be able to get, because think about it, normal guys have an issue. A guy that's 5'6", he's going to have trouble getting a woman to look past the fact that he's only 5'6".
Some of them guys struggle. You ain't lying. You ain't lying.
So if you're 4'3", right?
It's over with.
Past that, she's not looking past that. She's looking at it because could think about it, right now. We see a growing trend of female teachers who are being caught having inappropriate interactions with their younger male students.
Yep.
Going on left and right. I'm saying stuff even young because I was saying like high schoolers, like maybe like about 10 years ago, I was saying high school.
Now it's going to the point where now they're in middle school.
Now I'm saying 10 years old, 10 and 12 years old now.
Yep. I've been seeing the influx of that too.
So in that instance, you got to say, okay, well, if a girl is dating me and I'm 4'3", and she's probably interested, because think about it, these women that get caught. Now, I want to ask you this: when you're in high school, when you're in junior high, right? If a teacher had some inappropriate interactions with you, would you tell anybody?
Absolutely not. Hey, look, I ain't gonna lie. I would have been going.
This is what
I'm not
I'm
gonna
saying.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. I would have been going because
if you have this
realistically speaking, every single one of us was in middle school and high school at some point, and we had one teacher that we wanted to have a chance with, and we at least one. At least all of us had at least one teacher that if we got given a chance, we was gonna take it.
Listen, I looked at
on both sides.
Every one of my female teachers, it was open season. Even the ugly ones, I didn't care. I was looking at all of them. But see, my thing is this: if it's that many, think about this. If it's this many women that are being caught, imagine how many are not being caught.
Yeah, that's a fact. The guys too.
That's a fact. Listen,
that's a fact.
Imagine how many single mothers actually have kids by children. You would never know, because think about it. You can't tell from a child how old their parents are.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That their parent was underage. You just see a child. So you got women out here walking around with babies in strollers, and they done had a kid by somebody that's 11, 12, 13 years old.
No, and there's been cases like that on some of these court shows. I've seen some of them stories that pop up like that.
Yeah, so it's like,
and usually how it plays out is the woman is significantly older and the guy is not.
Yeah.
Most of the time when I see them stories come up in them court shows where they're trying to figure out, paternity or child support or something like that, is usually the boy is the one that's way younger. It's almost never the opposite. It's almost never where the guy is significantly older and the girl is younger. You see it from time to time, but they always they rip the guy up. But then when you flip it the other way around, no one really says anything.
Nobody.
They don't go in on the women the same way they would go in on a guy, and that's kind of the double standard. But it is what it is.
Yep.
But see, when it comes to this dilemma with this chick trying to be with somebody, people are going to scrutinize the guy no matter what.
Yeah.
So then my question would be to the people that are scrutinizing anybody she's going to get with. It's like, okay, well then who do you suggest she get with? Because because if every guy she gets with, you're going to assume he's a pedo, then what's the alternative? Like who should she get with then?
This is where the hypocrisy comes into play, right?
Because if you're going to criticize every guy that gives her a chance, then what guy who do you think should give her a chance? Who do you think she should get with and it's okay?
This is where the hypocrisy comes into play, right? Because the overarching theme that we see today in social media as it pertains to dating and mating with men and women, women exceedingly want a man who, again, as I said, they can look up to
literally and figuratively. I got you.
Why is it that now this woman is required to date a man on her level? Right? See, it's probably the only way they would be happy and satisfied is if she dated somebody that was a short stature too. Right?
Yeah.
And so,
yeah.
but regular women don't want to date guys on their level.
No, they don't.
Right. But because she's expected to date somebody level regular, and this is where the crazy part comes into play, right?
They'll try to put her in a box.
This is where the crazy thing comes into play, because let's think about it. Because we're men, right? As men, we want to look at things logically speaking, right?
Yeah. So
from a logical standpoint, let's just say that her short stature, this physical anomaly is based on some sort of genetic component, right? And so, in order for her to eliminate the possibility, or not even eliminate, to mitigate the possibility of passing on this quote unquote defective gene to her offspring, she should want to procreate with somebody of normal stature, not somebody who looks like her.
Right.
So
and that's typically what women screen for.
So logically speaking,
they want to have superior offspring.
Yeah,
they don't want to have mediocre or below. They don't want to have substandard offspring. So yeah, you're right. That does make sense.
And let's just say let's look at it from this perspective, right?
Because I could make the case, and I can make the case in the argument and say that in a lot of instances their mating strategy has some logic to it as well. Now, when you start getting into he gotta be 6'10" and he gotta be a multi-millionaire, like that's kind of pushing it. Like, I understand you don't want to have mediocre offspring, but then you shooting all the way up here. It's like, come on now, come on. And then you want them to be monogamous too. Like, come on, now you're doing too much.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm a firm believer. If you have the outcome to substantiate your preference, then so be it. But
yeah.
When you don't have the outcomes that reflect, your desire for a certain kind and caliber of man, then it's a fool's
you might need to dial it back a little bit.
It's a fool's errand. Well, they're not dialing it back. They're continuing to pursue certain types of men, having babies, and then expecting their poor decision making to be subsidized by society at large. Yet they don't respect society at large. That's where the problem is. I think the biggest issue that men have is the fact that they understand how society works. They understand that society is a big subsidy. Yeah, people who have lack of productivity in certain areas, people who make poor decisions in certain areas, the same way insurance works. This is the same way, healthcare premiums work, right? You rely on a portion of the population who are overperforming, overachieving, who are low risk to carry the rest of the other people that
you're benefiting from their overflow and runoff.
And this is the way society works.
Yeah.
And so now with internet, the information is available. Now we see, wait a minute. You got women that are unproductive, that are an actual burden on society at large. They consume way more than they produce. And now we as productive men who don't have children have to subsidize them. And that's why men get so upset. Because these women don't even pretend to respect men in general. Like, you have women who make blanket statements, men are bad, terrible, all kind of stuff. And so the solution is number one, I think men, this is for normal men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Normal men have to identify that a majority of the blame goes towards, number one, men in power, right?
Mm-hmm.
So extremely wealthy men in power. And these are a lot of men that we exalt. We don't hold these men accountable. These basketball players, extremely wealthy. What's his name? Paul Pierce just had a baby by some women. And now she's asking for some insane amount of child support every month. And I'm like, Paul Pierce got a whole freaking podcast where he's trying to give dating advice to other men, yet he ended up having a baby by his thought that's want child support from him. It's like, how are you giving advice? It's so stupid because we look at guys like that that's supposed to be giving advice, men who have an extraordinary amount of wealth and resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
If obviously you want to have children, we look at somebody who has the resources, that's the discretionary income, to actually devote that income towards policy change. Change the policy. So that way, for not only you, but generations that come after you don't have to worry about being, put through the ringer. But they don't think like that.
Yeah, but if you really think about it now, because you do have a point. But if you really think about it, if we're going off of the logic of going with the lesser of two evils, which one is better? I just pay her child support, and then that's it, or go through the whole rigmarole of wifing her up and having to do the prenup and all this take all these extra steps for the possibility of her taking more of what I worked for later and the kids. You see what I'm saying? So the way guys are looking at it now, regular guys and successful guys, they're looking at it like we're all in the same boat.
No, we're not. No, we're not in the same boat. No, as a
In a
guy
sense,
with
we are.
No, as a guy that has the discretionary income.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're tasked. You're obligated. You're obligated. It's almost like somebody who says, "Oh, I'm not a role model." If you're a celebrity in the limelight, you're a role model whether you want to be a role model or not. So, as somebody who's extremely wealthy, a quote unquote high value man, as a high value man, you're obligated to make drastic social change. You see the trajectory of society at large.
Mm-hmm.
You see what's on the horizon, and you're doing nothing. Talking on a podcast, that's for regular guys like us. Somebody like Paul Pierce. Name your other celebrity of Cam Newton, all these other guys that's on the. Then we can go even further. Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos. These guys have all this money. And here's my thing. If you want to give a woman a certain amount of money, that should be your choice.
Mm-hmm.
But you shouldn't be mandated by a court to do so.
I agree.
That should never happen.
I agree.
And so my thing is that why is it that men are not invoking policy change? These men that have the discretionary income, that should be their task. When that guy in the comment section that asks what are the solution? The solution is that guys like us, like for me, you look at my Instagram, I'm not following none of these knuckleheads. I'm not following Cameron. I'm not following Cam Newton. I'm not following Nick Cannon. I'm not following Paul Pierce.
I'm not following any of those guys either.
I don't follow it. Listen, first of all, I'm not. If you don't follow me back, I'm not following you. That's it.
Right.
Right.
I hear you.
But beyond that, I refuse to exalt men who consistently squander their power that they have. Because if I had the resources that Jeff Bezos did, my primary objective would be policy change. I'm saying, okay, listen, we got a lot of issues right now. We got to do something about it. Number one, like first and foremost, right? My first thing I'm going to say is, okay, well, if women have the ability to absolve themselves quite easily,
of accountability, right,
of responsibility for their children, why is it not the same for men? A woman could just say, you know what? I had this baby at home in my bathtub. I'm going to take this baby. I'm going to drop it off at a fire station, police station, or a hospital. That long as that child is adequately shielded from the elements, like if I put them in a blanket and I leave them, if I leave them on the steps, I can walk off and I'm free and clear. They won't pursue me. I'm not obligated. Can a man do that?
No.
Not literally, obviously, you don't have possession of a child, but figuratively, metaphorically, can I go through? Can I just, hey, I should be able to.
Not without getting scrutinized.
No, you can. No, you can't do it. Like, there's a couple of states where a man could basically sign over his rights, but when he signs over his rights, the woman has to sign over the rights too. She has to agree that he relinquishes his rights. That's not the same.
Yeah, but see what you're talking about with the guys squandering their resources. See, I look at it like this, bro. And I've had people, push back on me for saying certain things. I think stuff like that is necessary. I think that good is necessary for existence, and I also think that evil is necessary for existence. Right? Because even though you and I don't have all the answers, we can ask a lot of questions, but a lot of our answers come from just observing the good in society and the evil in society. We can get a lot of our questions answered by just observing. That's why I think it's necessary. So I can't condemn or really speak negatively about what another man does with resources that he earned. If he wants to make stupid decisions, then he has to deal with the outcomes of those decisions. Yeah, we can crack our jokes and we can have a field day and say, well, they should be doing this and, they should be doing that. But the reality of it is stupidity exists for a reason. just like wisdom exists for a reason. So we're supposed to look at both sides of it and go off of what makes sense. Now, to what you said earlier about why aren't these guys using their platforms and stuff like that to, create change? The reason why things aren't changing is because it's not affecting the lawmakers the same way it's affecting us. That's why. If enough of these judges and enough of these policymakers get taken through the ringer by these women, and it starts showing up on their doorstep, that's when they'll do something about it.
Well, this is where we disagree because.
And I'll give you a perfect example just real quick. Remember when Joe Biden was going on that campaign saying that we need to believe all women and everybody was clapping and cheering for it? But then the moment he got accused of something, it went out the window.
Yeah.
That's the type of stuff I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So in order for them to understand that things need to change, a lot of times people got to go through it to understand. Now, people like us, we don't necessarily have to go through it to understand the ramifications of certain things. But then you got people where they're not going to understand until it happens to them. Like you and I both understand that smoking crack is bad and that doing drugs are bad. But then you got people that know that and they say, you know what, let me hit this anyway. And then they get addicted and now they're trying to fight a demon. Now they're trying to overcome addiction and get themselves back on track. But it's like you knew based on past examples of other people doing it that it was bad, but yet you still chose it anyway. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say that wisdom is necessary for society as well as stupidity is necessary for society, because it gives us multiple forms of data points to make our decisions on. That's why I say that.
Well, so we have like Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden is a politician, right? And so for them, their objective is to galvanize a significant voting block. And so they're willing to lie and do underhanded stuff
right
in order to get that voting block, even stuff that's hypocritical.
Right.
So from the standpoint of Joe Biden, even though I don't respect it, I don't agree with it, I get it. I at least get it. You know, why he would say believe all women, because majority of his voters are going to be women.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
But for somebody like, for instance,
he's contributing to the problem. But then when that same problem that he's contributing to shows up at his doorstep, now he realizes like, oh, well, maybe this believe all women thing really ain't that smart.
But then you have somebody like Paul Pierce,
okay,
on podcasts, you know, giving life advice, right? You know, perfectly articulating the pitfalls of the current dating environment. Yet you fall for the same foolishness, right? That's where the hypocrisy comes into place. If somebody giving advice, take for instance Donovan Sharp.
Okay,
I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you know Donovan Sharp.
Yeah, I know.
You know? Oh, you know who he is?
Yeah.
They call him Conovan Sharp, right?
Yeah, because he was saying not to date single moms and all this other type of stuff, but then he got with one.
And then lied about it, hid it for some. See, he knew he was out of pocket. That's why he was lying about it, telling her to say that it was telling her to say that it was her niece. Then he had this freaking crazy looking marriage after he told men not to. Like he even had people on his platform. He was saying,
"Oh yeah, I didn't even know. I didn't even know about all that." But I have seen him. I've seen him on podcasts with her. And he let people know, like, hey, this is my girlfriend. She's 40, whatever, and yada, yada, yada.
But he lied about her age. He said that she was younger than what she was. He said she didn't have a kid when she was a single mother. Then he was saying not to get married. Then he was saying like I remember there was a podcast where, I don't know, it was him and somebody else, and they were talking about how even if you're not legally married, you could do things that could give the impression from a legal standpoint that you're married. You can conduct yourself like you're married if you take wedding pictures and things like that. You know, even though you're not legally married, the state that you're in can perceive it as being married. And he did the exact same thing. He got married online recorded for everybody to see, and it's like it just total. Now he's got so bad to where he's doing call-in shows, right?
Mm-hmm.
With AI, pretending like it's a real person. So imagine you get an AI and you do a query and you have an entire conversation with an AI and you rehearse this conversation back and forth with an AI.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I see what you're saying.
And then you have a call and say, hey, caller, you're on with anonymous based podcast. How can I help you? And then the person starts talking, but it's actually AI.
Right.
And you're going back and forth with it. And then people are like, wait a minute, that sounds like AI. So then people run it through an AI filter and they find that it's 100% AI. They even find out the company that he used for the AI. They found the company. They found that the actual, because they have like different voice profiles. They found the company and the voice profile that he used for AI for his call-in show.
Damn. Yeah, if you're going to that level, if you're going to that type of level, yeah, that is out of pocket. I didn't know all that.
Not only is it out of pocket for the caller, right? But then you're contriving a scenario, and it's like there's no need to contrive scenarios. We have real life scenarios that we can reference. We don't have to make up some extreme. Because the guy called it like, I've been dating this girl, and I don't know if she's cheating on me. I suspect she is. Like, why are you making up stuff like that? Right. Like that doesn't. And so what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that it's about the hypocrisy. This is what I mean by we have to hold people accountable, especially people who like, because if we accept that there's a demographic of men we refer to as high value, right? Then high value men are asleep at the wheel. If we look at not only the state of the union, but the trajectory of the union, we can therefore conclude that high value men are asleep at the wheel. Then we can further then the question then becomes is, well, are they really high value?
Yeah, they are.
If they're not making the decisions consistent with being high value, can we really consider them high value?
Yes. Yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay, I'm listening.
You absolutely can, because and this is why I said earlier that wisdom is necessary and stupidity is necessary, because even if you look back in the day, historically speaking, and even with biblical examples, you had men that had you had men in the Bible that had abundance of resources, and they fell the same way. That doesn't make them more or less valuable. What it just proves is that, again, stupidity is necessary, just like wisdom is necessary. So it doesn't take their value away just because they make a stupid choice. Yeah, we can laugh at it and say, well, because you have this higher level of a lifestyle and you have way more than me, then I'm expecting you to operate a different way. No, because the regular guys do the same thing. The only difference is you have more, you have a lot more at your beck and call than I do. But it doesn't take away the fact that it's either a wise decision or a stupid decision. It's the same game, it's just different players.
Well, I mean, but we're talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right?
Right, but how do you hold them accountable? What do you tell them?
What I'm saying, what I'm saying as far as accountability is concerned, right?
Because regular guys, we all know it, and they still do it anyway.
Well, I'm saying as far as regular guys are concerned, like me or you, like part of our accountability is just not supporting them, right? When their actions are not consistent with being high value.
No, I get that.
Right, because when I reference Maslow's hierarchy needs, what I'm saying is that somebody who's economically disadvantaged for whatever reason, they're obviously not looking that far in the future because they have more immediate concerns, right? But somebody who's economically stable, right? You should no longer be just living in the moment. Obviously, there's enjoyment of living in the moment, but you should be able. You have the economic bandwidth to look far, far into the future, even generations ahead.
Yeah,
and that's what you should be doing. That's what actually, because like somebody who's wealthy should be concerned with the legacy, right? What legacy are you leaving behind if the world is in a worse position than when you came into it? Like that doesn't matter to you. Like you've already bought all the Ferraris, you bought all the Rolex Audemars and Patek watches.
Mm-hmm.
You know. At what point do you say, okay, listen, I done did it all. Now I want to concern myself with my legacy. I think about legacy now, and I'm a regular guy.
Yeah, but I can make the argument and say that they do. It's just the method that they're going about it. They're figuring out a way to navigate the current system. So to us it may look like it's dumb, but to them, they may think they're making a wise decision given the circumstance.
Wait a minute. He articulated what constitutes a bad decision, then proceeds to actually make that bad decision in the public limelight.
Okay, so then what would be the alternative?
Not make that bad decision, or invoke policy change where that decision is no longer a bad decision.
Yeah, but how do you influence that when the powers that be don't see it takes their incentive away if they change it?
What incentive are you talking about?
Juicing us dry. That's the incentive. Because you gotta remember something. The powers that be have set out to destroy society by distorting everything, getting people to turn away from traditional values and standards, not really valuing family anymore. That's why they're using the women, bro. They're not using us. They're not using us to do that. Because the men are the ones that are still holding on to those traditional values and morals. Even though we make dumb decisions, it doesn't take away from the fact that we're still holding on to some sense of tradition. A lot of the women, they've gotten brainwashed to walk away from it completely. And it's to their benefit, not ours. That's why people are complaining. Men struggle and women are struggling. Because the traditional values in the system that we were operating before, the rules have been changed. And it's not to the man's benefit.
Whoa.
It's to their benefit, and they're using the women to destroy it.
What rules have been changed?
They haven't updated the marriage laws or anything, bro. They're still having it the way it used to be, while at the same time changing the rules and saying, well, we'll give rights and privileges to you so you can do whatever you want. But they're not telling them that comes with a higher level of responsibility, and they're not telling them the downside that comes with it. They're selling them on the idea that you can do everything a man can do, and once you get your degrees and your money and your life together, then you can get the man you want. It's a lie. They're being sold on the idea that they can completely walk away from the role that was designated to them by God and try to take our path.
But
it doesn't work.
When you say they, I generally hear women telling other women that. I generally don't hear men saying that.
Yeah, they're encouraging each other.
Yeah, that's generally what I hear.
But it came from feminism, though. Think about this. There's no movement that's telling men to walk away from their traditional gender roles. But there was a movement that told women to walk away from their traditional gender roles.
I mean, you have quote unquote MGTOW, but that generally only appeals to a small subset of the population. MGTOW.
But that's not telling men to walk away from their traditional gender roles, though. That's not telling men to not work and provide. It's not telling men not to lead.
It's telling men to, No, because you have an aspect of MGTOW that tells men not to provide. Like basically to only consider yourself, make yourself the mental point of origin, and to walk away from society's expectations of you as a man. And I'm not here.
There's no movement telling men that.
MGTOW.
No, it's not. There's no movement telling men to not do what men are supposed to do. There's no movement telling men that.
I was on YouTube 10 years, 15 years ago. I was okay. There, and I remember hearing these early conversations. Not only did they say MGTOW, they actually had a website where they listed like MGTOW tenets. Like it was pretty extensive, and they had it was actually pretty damn organized. I didn't particularly agree with it because I'm like that. From my perspective, I felt like it was just giving up because my thing was even just walking away. You're basically the problem is still going to be there. That doesn't actually address the problem. That was my sentiment. But
no, and I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
But my thing is that that was the overarching concept. Men going their own way. That's what the acronym stands for.
No, I get it.
Going their own way. And so these conversations were centered around men saying, listen.
Yeah, but even if you go your own way, you're still leading yourself. So again, it's not telling men not to lead. They're saying if you don't find a woman that wants to follow you, well, then you're gonna have to pave your path by yourself.
But see,
and that's originally how it was in the beginning. Adam wasn't tripping about being alone. It was God's idea that Adam not be alone. Adam wasn't complaining. He was just doing what he was doing. And God looked around and said, well, all the other creatures have a counterpart, and this man that I created, he doesn't. So it was God's idea that he not be alone, not Adam. The part where Adam messed up is by not following what God said and following what the woman said. And that's a recurring theme throughout the Bible, leading all the way up to present day. That's a recurring theme. When the man makes the choice that he doesn't want to lead anymore, that's when all his problems come. Every single time. So there's no movement telling men to not be leaders. There's a movement telling men that, hey, if you can't find somebody that's willing to get on your program, then don't try to force it. Because that's the same way God operates. God don't try to force it on us either. He'll just step back and let you do your thing.
But listen,
and that's what we're doing. If the women don't want to listen, you just got to step back, let them be, and just keep on keeping on. Don't stop. You got to keep going.
But concluding to cease interactions with women and saying, essentially, from your perspective, you're saying I'm just going to lead my own life. That's more being a rugged individualist. That's not like just to say, it's almost like saying, I'm a boss.
Okay.
I'm an entrepreneur, and you're like, well, so how many employees do you have? Well, what's the sole proprietorship by? I have a online t-shirt business. And it's like, well, I mean, you're not really a leader. You're a sole proprietor, and technically speaking, you're an entrepreneur. But we don't think of a boss as somebody who has a company with 0 employees. We generally think of as a boss, you have employees underneath you. And listen, it's not anything wrong.
But even if you don't, are you not still a leader?
A leader,
you can be a leader and not have followers.
Man, come on, man.
You can. Because you're paving your path for yourself. No one's paving the path for you.
Yeah. Okay. I'll accept you're paving your own path, but as far as being a leader, no. You're not a leader. You're not a leader.
How are you not?
Listen, you're not leading anybody.
But how are you not still? Well, so does that make you a follower then?
Hold on, let me.
So does that make you a follower then?
Let me just do this.
Okay.
Concisely, we just gonna resolve this right now. Concisely define leader.
Because you have to already be practicing leadership qualities before somebody decides to follow you in the first place. You have to already have those traits.
Hey, listen, we gonna read it right here.
Okay.
A leader is someone who influences people toward a shared goal.
Okay.
This is the most concise, widely supported definition across leadership theory.
Okay.
Let me see here for a second. Key elements, micro summary. Influence.
Okay.
What are you influencing if nobody's following you? Others. Leadership is relational. You can't be a leadership without relating that leadership to somebody, right?
Okay.
Shared goal, direction and purpose, process, ongoing, not a one-time act. So this is the reason why I'm saying that even though now, just because now you're not necessarily a follower, even though you're not a leader, you're running your own program. You got your own program going, and that's fine. But that's more like a rugged individual. Matter of fact, let me look up what rugged individualist is. Let me just look at rugged, concisely. Because that sounds more like a rugged individualism.
Yeah, but everything that you just described, you can have that with yourself.
According to this, it's relational.
Yeah, you can have a relationship with yourself.
It said others. It didn't say yourself. It specifically said others.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. See, listen. Rugged individualism means self-reliance and independence from outside, especially government assistance.
Okay.
I told you it's rugged individualism. Listen, rugged individualism and leadership are two very different things.
Yeah, right? Okay, so then what do you call it if you're able to do things, if you're able to pave your own path,
rugged individualism.
So then how are you not a leader?
No, it's rugged individualism.
But you're leading yourself.
You can't. It's not leadership. Is when you have other people around you. Look at leadership. Is influence. It's not authority or position. It's influence. You have to influence others.
You can also influence yourself.
Man, come on, man.
You can also influence yourself.
No, I don't believe that, man. And I'm looking at the definition. It is not consistent with that. A leader is an individual who influences others to achieve a common or shared goal.
So then would that be the same thing as a role model? Or no? Because role models have influence too.
Potentially,
but they don't have. But watch this though. But they don't necessarily have a relationship with the people that choose to follow them. But they can still be a leader, right?
It could be a vague relationship. It could be a unidirectional relationship where the people feel as though if they have a connection with the person that's the role model, whereas the role model doesn't know the people who he's influencing.
Because if I choose to reject somebody's influence, I'm making a choice to not be a follower. But men are created, born, and designed to be leaders off rip.
But let me give you an example. Kim Jong-un, right?
Okay.
Kim Jong-un is the supreme leader of North Korea.
Okay.
Everybody in North Korea knows who Kim Jong-un is. But Kim Jong-un doesn't know everybody in North Korea, but he's still a leader.
Yeah.
He's still their leader. He's the leader of people he doesn't know.
Right. And he was born into that. That's not like he didn't have to win an election. Well, I mean, technically he did, but I mean, the way they have their structure set up is rigged anyway.
But we have men
like you don't have anybody to compete with.
But can we agree that there's men who don't lead at all, who have no desire to lead?
Yeah, we can agree to that. And those men don't get respected. That's why men that are bums. That's why homeless men don't get the same respect as a homeless woman.
No, by your definition, a bum is a leader because he's leading himself.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. He's leading himself down the path of destruction, but he's leading himself.
Well, so then what I said isn't wrong then.
No, and I disagree. I think to be a leader,
well, you just made.
I'm gonna give you an example.
Made an argument for my point I made earlier, though.
I'm gonna give you an example, though. I'm gonna give you an example, though, right? And I said this many years ago, and people just tried to annihilate me for saying this. And I said simply, most of your alpha males in society are married men with children that you consider to be simps. And I said they're alpha males because their leaderships, they lead their household. They have, most alpha males are family oriented people. People who are individuals, like you got somebody like say for instance, like Andrew Tate or something like that. I know he maybe has like a little harem of women or something like that, but people who try to emulate Andrew Tate and just have women that they having sex with, right? That doesn't make, they're not an alpha male, because the women, they see the women casually, they interface with them a little bit, and then they go their separate ways. That's not being an alpha male. Now, if you had a group of women living under your household, right? Like say for instance, a pimp. You go to Vegas, you'll see these niggas in Vegas, right? They have a house in Vegas, 7-8 bedroom house full of women. That's how these pimps are in Vegas, right? They got these big ass houses with the women all in the house. Even though you may not necessarily agree with their lifestyle, by definition, these are alpha males, because they run their households, they're a group of people, and they have people underneath them. Yeah, a lot of these guys are quote unquote sigma males, whatever that means, right? As opposed to being alpha. No, but a lot of these guys are beta males too, because they, like, if you're following behind somebody like Andrew Tate, I mean, you might be kind of a beta male. He's the alpha, obviously, and you're following behind him. You don't have anybody following behind you. You understand what I'm saying? And so I think that, as far as leadership is concerned, like being an alpha male, you can't be an alpha male and be by yourself. You have to have a group around, just like a woman who claims to be an alpha female. You can't be an alpha female unless you're under the leadership of alpha male or attached to an alpha male. Like even then you can't call yourself that, because alpha is the first. Well, you have an alpha female of a pack. There's alpha female of the pack. Alpha female. You're not the alpha.
Yeah, but you're not. But in order for you to do that, you're going against your biological nature to do that.
No. But what I'm saying is that the alpha female alpha female's role doesn't mirror alpha male's role. Even though the name sounds similar, they have two very different functions, right? You understand what I'm saying? No. So like when I say alpha female, that doesn't mean she's synonymous with an alpha male running shit. No. An alpha female is simply the female who has a specific relationship with the alpha male. That's what makes her the alpha female, is what I'm saying. So you have women who call themselves boss chicks. I'm an alpha female. Well, wait a minute. Where's your alpha male that you're associated with? If you're not associated with an alpha male, you're not alpha female. Just that simple.
Yeah, but how are you an alpha female just simply by being associated with a man that's alpha? That doesn't make sense.
No. Not simply by being associated. There's a specific association that you have with the alpha male, right?
And what would that association be?
Because that alpha male looks at you, he relies on you, he delegates specific functions to you. As the alpha female, you have the respect and admiration of the other females and the children in your specific group.
But that term alpha female is a contradiction.
Well, I mean, but this is a biological concept. We're not talking about just
I get it, but it's still a contradiction. Because women weren't created to lead men. So it's like, how can you say that?
But that's what I'm saying. Because you're an alpha female is not synonymous with being an alpha male. Even though the names sound similar, they're two very different roles. We're looking at the role, not the nomenclature associated with the role itself. So even though you're an alpha female, you're not the same as an alpha male. Alpha male is not the same as alpha female. You have two different, very different roles, two different functions. But because your association relative to the alpha male, that's why you have the title alpha female. not specifically the task that you do.
But okay, so then what is that title based on?
It's based on their association with the alpha male.
And I asked you, what association is that?
Because there's specific roles and delegations that are assigned to the alpha female that is not assigned to the other females.
So that means you're taking orders from somebody.
Yeah.
So then you're not an alpha.
You're alpha female.
That's what I'm saying. But it's a contradiction.
This concept existed long before I was even born. Before you were born. Before I was born. That a woman in that position, whether in human society or in like a pride of lions, a troop of gorillas, they have a specific terminology that they associated with that particular female. They call her alpha female. That's just what it is.
But you're still under the tutelage, protection, and leadership of a man.
That's right. That's what it is.
So then you're not an alpha of anything. No, you're just running something. You're just running something that somebody else put you in charge of. Well, because the same way they gave it to you is the same way they could take it away.
Listen, but you call your CEO boss, but the CEO was hired by the board of directors. The board of directors really call the shots behind the scenes. They give him certain bandwidth to make decisions on a day-to-day basis, but the CEO is run by the board of directors.
Okay. So is the CEO the alpha then?
Well, in relation to us,
because if they're passing down information based on decisions that a group above them made, then is the CEO really running it?
Well, here's the thing. Like, say, for the board of directors will say, we want to increase profits by 30%.
Okay.
This year.
Mm-hmm.
So now you, as the CEO, you devise a way to make that happen. They don't specifically give you, do X, Y, and Z. No, they just give you an objective, and now you formulate the plan of action to make those objectives a reality. So you are making decisions as a CEO. But then here's the thing about it. The people who are under your leadership as a CEO don't interface with the board of directors. If I go to
you're just the middleman.
If I go to my place of employment, right, and I ask people, well, who's on the board of directors for our company? They'll be like, board of directors, what's that? Most people don't even think about board of directors.
Yeah, they don't think that far up.
They don't even know a board of directors exists. I'm like, no, there's a board of directors. And
a lot of people conflate a CEO with a founder. They think that because a person's a CEO that they operate on the same level as the founder of a company, and that's not true.
Well, because you have some people who assign themselves the title of a CEO in the company they founded.
Yeah, that happens too.
Right?
No, you're right about that.
And then it's not until they get older and they're ready to kind of step back, then they'll call themselves the chairman, and then they'll assign the CEO to somebody else. And then once they get the chairman role, then they start assigning up, because then they want to delegate tasks. Like, for instance, like somebody like Ken McElroy, right? Ken McElroy is a big time, one of the largest real estate developers in the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
He works like maybe I think he works about maybe 90 minutes a week.
Okay.
Multi-billionaire. How does he do that? He delegates. He has an entire board. He has people that work. He has a team that he's assembled over the years.
Yeah, that's smart.
Over the years, step back. But
that's
then
smart.
He has to fill people in, right? But that's not to say that people who are in these positions are not leaders themselves. Just because as a leader you take direction from somebody. But think about this, right?
But you can't be an alpha in a structure that you didn't set up.
Well,
that was kind of my point. There's no such thing as an alpha female.
Let's say you got a troop of gorillas, right? You got an alpha male. He's an older alpha male. He gets into a fight with a younger male that comes into the territory.
Mm-hmm.
He gravely injures that alpha male. The alpha male has to run off because he has grave injuries at this point.
Okay.
Now this new male steps into a structure that he didn't create. He's still
you fight and take it over. That's the difference.
Okay, so you can step into a structure that you didn't create.
Yeah, if you take it, yeah.
Okay, so if
you're not stepping into it, you're competing for it. That's different. because that's what happens with lions. When the lions fight and the leader that was there loses, he has to walk away until the winner goes to spoils. And what do? They kill all the kids and they set it up the way they want it.
Well, okay, so let's just say that
It's the same thing that happens with companies and management. They get rid of the old people and they implement whatever system they want.
Well, let's just say
so figuratively speaking, they are creating a new structure.
Well, okay, but let's just say this. Let's just say that you have a chairman, right? I'm the chairman. I step back from a business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, listen, I want to be a passport, bro. I'm trying to go to Colombia, turn up. I'm trying to go to the Philippines. I'm trying to go to Thailand. I'm trying to turn up. So I step back and I'm like, look, I want Coley D. Coley D, listen, I want you to be the CEO. These are my expectations. These are the objectives. These are the goals. This is the structure that we have in place.
Mm-hmm.
Coley B steps in and he's like, damn, this shit is working like a well-oiled machine. I really don't got to do nothing. So Coley D steps in and he's like, you know what? I'm just keep everything the way it is. We're just gonna keep business as usual. We're just gonna keep rolling. It's going in and listen.
Okay.
He hasn't changed anything, but he's still in that role as that leader. He's still
because that role was given to him. That's the difference. You went to him and said, "Hey, I want you to fulfill this role and make sure." He didn't come in and take it from you. That's the difference.
But does it matter if he took it or not?
He didn't fight you for it.
Does that matter?
It was given to him.
Does it matter if he fought me or not?
Yes, it does.
Man, come on, man. That don't matter.
No, because you're still in a leadership position within the structure. You're just delegating a certain task to somebody else.
Well, you're delegating a set of tasks in a certain level of autonomy.
Yeah, but you're not gonna give the CEO more autonomy than you'll give yourself. See? You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that.
No, because
you're not gonna do that.
No, because as a chairman, you're not making day-to-day decisions.
I get that, but you're not gonna let the people under you have more power than you. That's my point.
Power, but I mean, okay,
because you're the one giving the position out.
Okay,
not them.
Okay, so you're a CEO of a company. Matter of fact, you're the CEO. You transition to being the chairman, right? You're the guy behind the scenes running the company. But guess what? You don't got more power than the president.
That's what I'm saying.
So now, are you not a leader because you're under the influence of your mayor, of your governor, of your president? You got several echelons of leadership above you, even in your own community.
You're a leader and a follower at the same time.
But it doesn't negate because
you're following somebody else's instructions and then in turn passing those and relaying those same instructions to the people that are under you.
So the CEO that takes over and doesn't change anything because he was given that position is still a leader.
To a certain degree, yes.
He's a leader. He's a follower, yes, but he's still a leader.
To a certain degree, yes.
Okay. So yeah, there we go.
It's to a certain degree.
It's levels to everything. You know that.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, is that the person who ultimately gives out positions and all that, they're not going to give a person more power than themselves. So it doesn't matter if you're a CEO or not. The same way you got the position is the same way you can get it taken from you.
Well,
they can take it from you or you can resign. Either way, you're not going to have more power than the person that gave you the position, and that's my point. That's why when you were saying the alpha female argument, it doesn't work or make sense because you're getting given a position, you're getting delegated something from somebody else that's above you.
No, now let's be clear. There's instances where chairmen relinquish a significant portion of their power to where they're virtually powerless. They only reap the benefits of a certain percentage of proceeds. Like, for instance, you have that's what a lot of investors do. They're not involved in the operations. They just want to check in and see how the money's doing. Yeah, but you have people who transition into a similar role from being in a position where they were integral in the day-to-day operations. Like, so you can have somebody who's a sole proprietorship, and then they eventually grow their company. They have staff, and then now they function as a CEO and owner. And then they step back to now they're the chairman. They got a board of directors, and now they step back as more or less, a majority stakeholder, but they don't make any decision. They write that into the bylaws. So now they don't have to have any responsibility for any decisions.
Right.
And it also eliminates their liability for poor decisions, but they're able to reap the benefits financially.
Yeah, but that's the power that comes with you setting something up.
Yeah, but you no longer have any power at that point. You're powerless.
Yeah, but you have the power to give it up, though, in a structure that you set up. No one gave you that power. You set it up yourself.
Now I'm saying that you give up the power. The power is gone.
But you have the power to do that.
No, but I'm saying no. Listen, okay, but yeah, you had the power. Now we're beyond you having power. We're past the power stage. You've already given up the power. Somebody else has the power now, right? You gave it to them. But that's just like if you sell a company, you don't have no claim to it anymore.
Yeah, so now
you set it up, but you set it up, but you willingly gave all of it away. That's different.
But at this moment, you're powerless.
Yeah, if you choose to be.
You can't make no decisions. No, now you chose. Past tense.
Okay.
Let's make the distinction. Now you're powerless. The person that you hired, years ago, he's in charge, he's running things.
Okay.
He's the boss.
Okay.
He's the leader.
Okay. But somebody gave it to him.
It don't matter how you got it. You got it.
But again, the same way you get it, and a lot of times it's the same way you can lose it. Like just because somebody puts you as CEO or something, that doesn't secure your position. Your position is not secured, sir, because somebody else gave it to you. Even if this person steps down, somebody still has to get given that position. Even if you sell the company and say, you know what, I've done all I want to do with it. I don't want no parts of it. I'll just sell it. Okay, so the person that buys it, now they take over the structure because they invested into it. They bought the structure. So now that they bought the structure, now the power gets transferred over, and now they run the structure and they can delegate. You're passing the crown to somebody else. It's just they bought the crown from you. You forged and created the crown and put all the jewels in it, and you decided I didn't want to wear this crown anymore, and so somebody came in and offered to buy the crown from you. So if you sell the crown, that's a fair exchange. So now that they have the crown, now they can run it how they want to because they now have the crown. It doesn't change what I said. It doesn't change what I said. So whoever has the crown is the one that's making the rules until they don't have the crown anymore. See what I'm saying? So if I have the crown, I could appoint somebody to a position, but I could also take it away from them. But if I'm the one with the crown, the person that I give the position to, they can't take the crown from me. That's the difference. I'm the one with the crown. I'm the one with the sword. You can't take the crown from me unless I use the power that I have with the crown to either relinquish it, sell it, or do whatever I want to do with it. That's the difference. So when you're talking about an alpha female being associated with an alpha male, you can't take that spot from that man, but he could take the spot from you because he gave it to you. See what I'm saying?
This is true.
So the same way that I could appoint a woman to a position, I could also bring another woman in and have them split the duties and give them the same amount of power if I want to.
Yeah.
But she can't come to me and tell me how much power I have. That's the difference.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's why I say that you're a leader up to a certain point. But are you an alpha? No, you're not, because you're not the head.
Nah,
I am. I am.
Here we go.
I am.
Listen.
I am.
But listen.
No, but no. How can you be an alpha and a follower at the same time? You can't be the letter A and be the letter Y at the same time. That's why A is the first letter. That's why alpha is the first letter of the Greek alphabet and omega is the last.
But there's levels to it, right? Even as an alpha male, like you could be an alpha male. Let's just say,
there's no letter that comes before that. That's my point.
Okay, so the only alpha male on the planet is fucking Kim Jong-un.
I mean, if you want to say it like that, yeah.
By that logic, the only alpha male on the planet is Kim Jong-un. Who else is the other guy? The other guy is it Turkmenistan? Got a supreme leader. It's like a couple countries. That
based on the framework that we're using, yeah. Because who is above Kim Jong-un?
But see,
who's above him?
Well, nobody.
Because when you're a supreme leader for life.
Yeah.
You have that power until you die. Ain't no taking it away.
Yeah.
No one can come in and just throw you out and be like, we don't agree with what you're doing. We gonna throw you out and put somebody else in. It don't work like that. So you have one person, you have one decision maker that says, okay, that. They have it set up the way they want it. And when you die, they already got the next person in line.
Mm-hmm.
And it's blood related. It's the same thing with the monarchy in the UK. You can't buy your way into it. You're born into it. You get that crown. One person has the crown until they die, and then it gets passed down. And then that person has the crown until they die. There's no one above them. There was no one above Queen Elizabeth. Not one person. And even when she was a child, her father had the crown. But she was just next in line because he didn't have a male heir.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, again, even in it, like if you want to take like a company, you're gonna have that one decision maker that sets everything up. Or like, let's say if it's a two person company and they both go into it together, they found it like Apple. You got two co-founders. Well, you had a group, but then a few of the guys, they sold their shares of the company early.
Yeah.
Because they didn't really think it was going to go anywhere, so they were like, you know what, we'll sell our stuff off, and then they washed their hands of it.
Mm-hmm.
So now that they sold it off, well, now they willingly relinquished the power that all of them agreed to. So it's different. But at the same time, even if you have the two co-founders, they're going over their plans, but they both have to come to a unified decision, even if you have two people. They have to agree on one decision or one course of action. So that would be a rare example of you having two people that have the same amount of power. So you could consider both of those guys alphas because they're the guys at the very, very top, and they're the ones that set the tone for everything that's beneath them. There was no one above Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So even with the current CEO, Tim Cook, I think he's stepping down. But even with Tim Cook as the CEO of Apple, he still has somebody that he had to answer to. He got appointed to that position. He probably had to apply and submit a resume like everybody else. But Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak didn't have to do that. See what I'm saying? So all these positions, you got to apply for them, or somebody has to pick you and put you there. But if I'm the founder of a company, or if I'm the king of the castle, nobody gave me that. I was either born into it. You see what I'm saying? I'm born into that. No one can take it from me either. The only way it can get taken is if there's a coup that gets led against me and I get killed. But then again, you have to resort to some sort of extreme measure to take me out. You can't run an election to get the king out.
Or you can oust and ostracize somebody, because if you just
that's true. Right.
That is true. We just collectively say man, we ain't listen to this Joker, and we say, and we just put get your ass up out of here. And then it's like, what are you gonna do at that point if you don't have the backing of the people? You know what I'm saying? But I
mean, you can't do anything at that point.
I want to say this though.
But even if they get you out, they're still gonna come together and put somebody in that position, right? Yeah. So in a scenario like that, the people would be the proverbial alpha. Because they have the power to say, well, we don't want to listen to you. We can throw you out.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why.
And we can put the next person in.
I'm gonna tell you why
that makes them a collective alpha in a sense.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why that's not true. Because that collective alpha is led by somebody. So when there's a coup, there's already a leader. That's head of that coup. Yeah.
Yeah, so, you're right. You're right about that. You're right about that. So I guess what it really is that they're leading it, but the people are the ones that's doing the groundwork.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. But it still ties into you're gonna have somebody that decides whether you get a position or keep it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So even if it's not like what we're talking about, like the person that's quote unquote on the throne or the head dude in charge, you got like with your example, you got somebody that could lead a military coup and overthrow you.
Yeah.
Because the military can turn on you.
Mm-hmm.
So then it would shift the dynamic in that instance.
Yeah.
But see, like with our country, Donald Trump is not the alpha. He's the figurehead for being the president. He would be technically the leader of the quote unquote free world, but he's not the overall alpha though. Because we gave him that position. The people are the ones that give you that position. But then if you want to go into a deeper layer, America's not really run by the people. It's run by outside forces. And the outside forces are the ones that's pulling the strings and putting people in position. So Donald Trump's not the alpha. His power is limited. You know, he can write a bunch of executive orders and stuff like that, but even the president's power is limited through checks and balances with the government. That's why the government has 3 branches. So he's not a supreme leader. He doesn't have the same type of power that a Kim Jong-un has.
It's true.
You see what I'm saying? He doesn't have that. I mean, he has equivalent types of power in that regard, but at the same time, he's not on a level of a Kim Jong-un because he's not going to hold that position until he dies.
Well, hold on.
That's the difference.
Let me say this though.
Go ahead.
That's like saying, I am a district manager for Anthropic. I'm the lead software engineer for I'm the lead software integration engineer for NVIDIA.
Okay.
Right? But the guy there's a guy, he's the chairman of a lemonade stand.
Okay.
Supreme leader.
Okay.
I got more power than him.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
I lead more people than he ain't got.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Come on, man.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
On, man.
No, you do not. No, you do not. Because
on,
because you could be a lead today and gone tomorrow.
He can be gone tomorrow too.
But nobody's gonna come in and overtake my lemonade stand though. I'm running this thing. I'm the supreme leader. The only way I'm not gonna be in charge of this lemonade stand is if I die. With you being a lead software engineer at NVIDIA, that's not the case. The same way they could be celebrating you and getting your office set up and you got that nice parking space and you got the office that's overlooking the skyline and whatever, the Seattle skyline, you could have that position for 2 weeks and they say, you know what? Somebody up above has been like, you know what? Yeah, I think we might have made a mistake putting him here. They're going to sit back and watch your performance. And if the performance is lacking, they're going to make the decision to replace you. You don't replace me with my lemonade stand. The only way The only way you take power from me with me having my lemonade stand is if you choose to go buy lemonade from somebody else. You're not running my company though. You're just picking and choosing who you give your business to. That's different. It's not the same, brother. Not the same. I have more power than you.
Man, listen.
As being the supreme leader of my lemonade stand.
Respectfully, I disagree.
Well, how am I wrong?
Because
if I'm the supreme leader, I'm going off of what you said. If I'm the supreme leader, that means no one can replace me until I die. But it doesn't work the same way for you being a lead software engineer at NVIDIA. You don't have that position until you die.
Software integration.
Okay, software integration. Yeah.
So as
my bad, I heard you wrong.
Software integration engineer. Now, the lead, I have control over technology that's leveraged by a good, let's say, 30% of the population globally. Okay. Globally.
That's cool.
Right? Mm-hmm. And if we were even expounded further by people who access AI, we can expand that number to 60% of the population.
Right.
50% of the population globally.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the mere influence gives me more power, because how you access that allows you depending on how you utilize, how you deploy AI, things like that. It can have a severe impact. Not only that, the people in my immediate vicinity that I influence, that I give instruction to, my subordinates who answer to me, and the subordinates of my subordinates who indirectly answer to me, I have more power because I have more people under my liege, versus somebody who was a sole proprietorship of a lemonade stand, doesn't control anybody. He interfaces with people in a subservient customer service position and dynamic between this customer base. He has no real power in compared to somebody like that.
Yeah, but you're right. You're right with that, with the way you framed it right there. But the difference is that you could lose your position and I can't. That's the difference.
I will concede.
You could lose your position, because somebody gave it to you.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
So that's why I said earlier that if you're in a certain management position within a company, you have power and leadership to a degree. That doesn't mean that you're not a leader at all. I'm just saying it comes with limitations. That's what I'm saying. It comes with a higher degree of limitations. That's why I said up to a certain degree.
Okay.
Like even with a woman in a relationship, she has power in it to a certain degree, right? Because the man can say, you know what? I don't really want to focus on the stuff in the household, because a lot of women, their domain is the household.
Okay.
But that doesn't make them an alpha, because the husband. Hold on. Hear me out. It makes you a leader to a degree.
Man,
because you can't override the person that gave you the position. That's my point.
Okay.
The husband is the one that delegates that. You don't delegate. Think about it like this. The woman doesn't come into a relationship and start delegating stuff to the man. It's flipped. Those relationships don't typically last because they don't have respect for the man. Listen. Is it possible? Yeah. But is it feasible? No. It's not. Because they know deep down that they're not designed to be running a man. And then the man on the flip side, he knows deep down inside that he's not built to have a woman running him. So that's why those types of relationships clash. It's not an insecurity thing. It's a biology thing. Listen. Men don't like women leading them, and women don't like having to lead a man. They just don't, bro. They just don't. The most dominant boss chick with 50 million degrees. She's a CEO of a company. She don't want to come home and be having to tell her man to take out the trash. They're not doing that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it doesn't exist at all, because you do have some women and men that are okay with that dynamic. But on a grand scale, it doesn't work like that. I'm not saying it don't exist. I'm not saying that, because you do got some relationships like that where they're cool with it. If that's what works for them, cool. But you really think Oprah is letting Stedman tell her what to do when she's a billionaire? He's not. Come on, bro.
Coley D, you gonna have to back me up on this because looking, when I look at the listen, here go the definition.
No, Mark's been going crazy in the chat. Mark's been enjoying it. Mark's been enjoying the back and forth.
An alpha female in animals is the highest ranking female in a social group, holding priority access to resources and exerting strong influence over group behavior. The definition is grounded in ethology, not pop culture psychology. Listen, I didn't make this up, man. I didn't. Okay. This has existed long before me and you were born. Don't get mad at me. I'm just reading the definition.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. But you're saying, listen. Look, I explicitly stated that an alpha female is not an equivalent to an alpha male.
Yeah, you said you said it's due to her association with the alpha male.
It's a counterpart to an alpha male. It's a counterpart.
But you're only that simply by being associated with it, not because you have real power.
Hold on for a second. Let's look at this, right? If you go under the hood of your car, and you get a battery, right? You look at the battery. You got two terminals, right?
Yeah.
One terminal is the hot terminal. One terminal is the not hot terminal. They're both terminals.
Yeah.
Just because one is shocked the hell out of you doesn't mean the other one isn't a terminal either. They're both terminals.
But you know what's funny? No. See, I see what you're trying to do with that. That example is not gonna work.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Wait, hold on. Because that's just like comparing the North Pole to the South Pole.
No,
that's just like comparing the East to the West. That's just like comparing the North to the South. They're both attached to the same structure. The positive and the negative terminal, they're attached to a solid structure. They don't operate independently of each other. You got to have both terminals connected in order to get power from that battery. So it doesn't work the same way. But the alpha can operate without that female there. But that female can't necessarily operate efficiently without that man there. That's why the single mother household struggle so much. They struggle more than the single father households because the single father, he can be that alpha and not have a woman there.
But what was the first thing that I said? I said specifically that an alpha female is an alpha female due to her association with an alpha male. Therefore, women who are claiming to be alpha female boss chicks without an alpha male anywhere in their vicinity is not an alpha female.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it doesn't exist without a man.
But they still exist though. You're trying to say that there's no alpha female.
Not really independently of a man because think about it. Even if you are okay, because you said association, and I asked you earlier what that association was, right?
Yeah.
What it really boils down to is if that alpha man gives you the position or not. That's the association. Because if he doesn't give you that position and he don't give you that title and he doesn't give you any sort of dominion over anything, guess what?
Yeah.
You don't have it unless he gives it to you.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't work the other way around.
I agree.
That's why if a king marries a peasant, she gets elevated to a queen. But if a queen marries a common man, he's just the queen's husband. He don't get elevated to a king.
He's the queen consort.
Right.
Yeah.
He's not the king though.
Yeah, exactly.
See what I'm saying?
Like Queen Elizabeth had a consort for a little bit, didn't she?
Exactly.
Yeah, she had a consort.
Well, she was married.
Yeah, she had he was a consort. He wasn't the king.
Right.
Because she can't make a queen can't make a king, but a king can make a queen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, that wasn't my argument. I agree with that. I agree that like I said, it's a dynamic. It's a relation. That's why you don't have, when these women are talking about, they're alpha females and they're single. It's like, what are you talking about? You're not an alpha female.
When they're doing that, okay, I'll say it like this. women that go around claiming that they're alpha females is the equivalent of a dude that has nothing going on but thinks he's a king. And that's the equivalent of the dude that's overcompensating for something that he's lacking.
Or even a dude that says he's an alpha male and doesn't have anybody under his leadership. You don't have a group. You're not an alpha male.
And not only that, but when guys are going around calling themselves that, like if that's really what you are, you don't necessarily have to like publicize it. It's either you are or you're not. The relationships are what frame that.
Well, but see,
that's why the Bible says that you're not supposed to exalt yourself. Let other people sing your praises and lift you up.
Yeah.
That's why Christ didn't go around, yeah, I'm the Messiah. Y'all need to bow down to me, niggas. He wasn't doing that.
He was washing feet.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like the guys that's really out here, they don't have to really say it. They just do what they do. Regardless of how you feel about it. They just do what they do. But like I was saying earlier, like when the women are going around saying that, a lot of times they're compensating. They're trying to overcompensate for something that they're lacking. And men do this too. Men do this too. Men have traits about them that they want you to focus on to where you don't focus on this. That's why there's something called a Napoleon complex. Because you have short guys that are insecure about their height, and they want you to think that they're tougher than they really are.
Well, I mean, first of all, I think the Napoleon complex thing is so frequently overused because let's just say you have a particular set of personality characteristics that you would normally associate with a Napoleon complex. But then when we transpose or superimpose these personality characteristics on a man of normal or even large stature, it's no longer a Napoleon complex.
You know why, right?
But what I'm saying is that, like, now, mind you, there are men with Napoleon complex, but it's so exceedingly rare. It's very rare, right? In my opinion.
You're right, because I've only been around 2 guys that have it. I've only been around 2. I'm 37. I've only been around 2 guys that really like legit have that. So you're right, it is rare.
But so what I think happens is that you have a lot of guys who just maybe they just, not necessarily have a Napoleon complex, but just maybe it's exceedingly confident for whatever reason, right? They have other aspects or attributes about themselves that make them exceedingly confident, and somebody feels as though if they shouldn't be that confident because they're too short, and so they automatically assume that, oh, you got a Napoleon complex because you're willing to fight somebody that's 6'3", you think you could beat them up, but like in actuality, that person's just like, maybe I box, or maybe for me, or maybe for whatever the person feels as though if my principles that I grew up with is that win, lose, or draw, you walk away with your dignity because you didn't run from a confrontation. And
but no, you're right. But the difference though, with guys that have a Napoleon complex, they tend to be a lot more narcissistic and arrogant, and they lean more into that to overcompensate for the fact that they're short. Whereas you got shorter guys that are confident, that have a high level of self-esteem, and they're just chilling and doing their thing. They're not insecure about their height. So some of those guys, they have better chances with women because they're not so obsessed with the fact that they're short, right? Now with a Kevin Hart, I would say he has a bit of he has a bit of a Napoleon complex because the majority of his jokes are about him being short, but he hides his insecurity behind humor, right? Because if he wasn't Kevin Hart, he'd probably be out here struggling because he's 5'2".
Damn, he's that short?
Yeah, Kevin Hart is 5'2". He's the same height as Brent.
Like 5'4" or something like that.
No, Kevin Hart is 5'2", brother.
look, man, as a black man,
that's why he plays the character of let me make fun of my height.
Damn, I did not know that. I gotta look at some of this movie. You know, because that's my
The
thing.
majority of his jokes are about his height, bro, or about some people he knew when he was coming up.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's why the majority of his movie roles is about the short. He's the short dude.
Well, I mean, but to be honest, you know,
but see, Prince on the other hand, Prince was 5'2". Prince never really made it. He never
wore
really made
high
it.
heels.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter though. He was still short. Is my point.
Yeah, no, but with those heels, he was about 5. No, he wore like big platform heels, so he's about 5'8" walking around with those heels.
Nah, he wasn't that big.
No. Have you seen Prince's shoes that he used to wear?
I've seen some of them, but I don't think it gave him an extra 6 inches.
No, because not only was it.
I could be wrong though. Though.
No, because my sister is a huge Prince fan, right?
Okay.
So not only is it the heel, I used to have to look at her, watch his videos all the time because she take over the TV. I hate it.
Okay.
I watched Purple Rain a fucking billion times because I would come downstairs to the big TV and she's watching Purple Rain. So I have to fucking deal with this shit growing up. I can't stand Prince, but he literally. So he had the shoes. Not only was the heel tall, but like the part that the front of the foot sat on.
Yeah,
like,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's platforms. Yeah.
So the platform would be about 6 inches.
Okay, I got you.
And then the heel is like super tall. If you see Prince's shoes, and then from my understanding, I think there was a guy that did an interview. He said that Prince wore inserts in his shoes too.
Okay, that makes sense.
So he had the platform and the inserts, and so and I guess when you put the inserts in, it makes you very unbalanced, you know, or something like that. But Prince was like, you know, based on his he had super dexterity. Like he was supposed to be good at basketball. He was like super talented. Being so short, he was super talented.
He was a multi-instrumentalist too.
Yeah, so he could walk in these platform shoes with inserts and never fall. He was like perfectly balanced.
Right. But see, the thing with Prince though is that the way he carried himself and the way he thought and the way he spoke, you look at him and you're like, you don't even think about the fact that he's short. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't even come to your mind because you're so enamored by his brilliance. Like you're so drawn into who he is as a person. Like that aura brings you in.
Yeah.
So he don't make no big deal about his height. If if his height gets brought up, it's because somebody else brings it up. Yeah, somebody.
You gotta put it closer. I can't see it. Put it closer. Yeah, you see how big that heel is on this shoe?
Yeah. Oh. But yeah, Coley, since you got it, pull up his height. He was 5'2". And Kevin Hart is 5'2". He was either 5'2" or like 5'4" or 5'3". But he was no taller than 5'5", bro. I'm telling you. Prince was like 5'2". And I know Michael Jackson was 5'10". Because Michael Jackson was real skinny. You said what?
5'2" on the button.
Told you. Told you. He was 5'2".
Yeah.
So Prince and Kevin Hart are the same height. But the difference is Kevin Hart is insecure about his height and Prince wasn't. Now, him wearing the shoes, to make himself look taller, I think that it played into a gimmick of his larger than life persona, like his larger than life personality and his.
But you gotta also this, right? Because how tall was Little Richard?
He was short.
I know he was 5 something. Because I've looked that up before too. I don't know the exact number, but he was like 5 foot something.
But here's the thing about like Little Richard and Prince. Mm-hmm. Both of those guys were more effeminate, right?
That's true.
So
that's true.
You don't have to have an imposing stature if you present yourself as more like a feminine, like pretty boy type.
Yeah, okay. Right? I see what you're saying.
Kevin Hart doesn't present himself as feminine.
No, I see what you're saying. So no, that's a valid point. That's a valid point.
Yeah, so you can't be no
Little
tough
Richard
nigga.
was 5'10".
Because no, yeah, he said Little Richard was 5'10". That's not so little.
Why do you call him Little Richard?
I don't know. I looked it up before, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I thought he was okay. Sammy Davis Jr. Now I know Sammy Davis Jr. was small. How tall was Sammy Davis Jr.?
Hold on. Sammy Davis. He was 5'5".
Okay, yeah, he was little.
And he was skinny too. Yeah, at least Kevin Hart got a little size on him. Little Richard, Sammy Davis Jr. was skinny, but Sammy.
Well,
Davis Jr.
Kevin Hart works out.
Yes, he got.
He's short, but he's like.
Yeah, he got a little size.
He's big.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart ain't no scrawny dude. He can fight, and he's good at basketball.
What about that guy? Not I Show Speed. What's the other guy? Kai Cenat.
Yeah, Kai Cenat short too.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So it's
he's probably like 5'5" maybe.
And see, he's more like he's not feminine.
No,
so
you're right. Because now that you say that, and I'm thinking about it, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Well, because like the feminine energy is not expected to be big.
Yeah.
It's more. It's expected to be dainty and delicate. So you got a valid point on that.
Yeah.
But welcome back to the conversation, Coley. I know you were out for a little bit. Me and Triz are going back and forth for a little while. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, I had to handle some family biz or whatnot. But
okay, I got you. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and move on. So if you just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole time, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to get in on the live action, you can join the panel by clicking the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. So, first question: why do silent movers achieve more than loud dreamers? I'll say it one more time. Why do silent movers achieve more than loud dreamers?
Before I answer the question, the fact that we are on the very first question and y'all held that for me is honor. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, me and Triz going back and forth, they kind of carried it. So,
Yeah, I don't know. With that said, because silent
and Mark was chiming in the chat too. So Mark was a part of it.
Yeah, and I hear you loud and clear over there. Let Coley speak. So I'm doing your request. Silent movers, or kings as I call them, don't let everybody know what the fuck you got going on. Hello. like those that blab their mouth and tell them every little thing that they got going on with them and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that have their plans crushed quick versus those that keep quiet. Those are the ones, if you notice, having their dreams come to reality and shit. They get this big, beautiful house, or they have this Lambo, or they have like a LLC going on, and it's a very successful business.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a perfect example. I didn't tell anybody that I was going to start a podcast.
Right.
I didn't tell anybody. I was just, I've just been on other people's panels, learning the ins and outs of it, and I liked it. And I didn't want to be sitting around waiting for other people to have me on their panel. So I was like, you know what? I got a pretty good amount of experience, and I know how to carry myself on the camera and all that other type of stuff. And I have things that I want to talk about too. So why not just start my own instead of just relying on jumping on other people's panels all the time? And here we are.
Right.
I didn't tell nobody I was doing it. I just got everything set up, went through the ins and outs, made sure I learned how to do the controls and stuff like that, and then said, "Hey, I'm gonna do a show."
Hey, it's me. I do filming, but I'm also doing this coming soon. Oh, what? You're not capable of doing that. Watch.
Yeah, and you and Mark were on the very first episode.
Mm-hmm.
And see, and I didn't know Mark, but I knew you and a couple other people. So I extend the olive branch to people that I know, just to see who's open to participate and support and stuff like that. And I didn't know Mark. But he took up the opportunity. He was like, "Hey, cool, I'll do it," and the rest is history.
Hell yeah! So, I ain't gonna lie. He was and still is very outspoken, but
yeah, but I wouldn't expect or want Mark to change that. He overtalks sometimes, but he'll be in the heat of the moment, and he'll be passionate about the things he's saying during the conversation. But I would not want Mark to change that. Nope, because I think, in my honest opinion, I think we need more people like that, because we got too many people that stay silent and just want to go along to get along, and that's not always good.
True.
I like the people that are unapologetic. They're not afraid to speak their mind. They don't care if you agree. They don't care if you disagree. They don't care if you're happy about what they say. They don't care if you're mad about what they say. They're just gonna say it and they're gonna stand on it. And that's exactly how Mark is.
Yeah.
I agree. Exactly how he is. And I like that.
I agree with all that what you said, except for the word sometimes. It's all the time he's over talking.
Well, no, not well. We can't say all the time. I would say about
most of the
80%. I'll give him 80%.
I give him 85.
Okay, that's fair. No, because there's times where he'll take a step back because the exchange is so good, to where he's like, man, you know what? Let me just sit back and pay attention. I'm not gonna really say much. I'm just gonna watch this, because he's genuinely interested to see how the conversation is gonna go and where it's gonna go. Like when me and Triz go back and forth, oh, he eats it up. He loves it because he's listening. Because he's listening to both sides.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it helps him get a better understanding of how I communicate and how Triz communicates, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm learning more about these guys now.
But yeah, like loud dreamers. Those are the ones I stay away from, because those are the ones that'll sit here and say, "Oh, prime example. We had me and a friend of mine ran into a loud dreamer last year around about this time. We're gonna do we're gonna do a filming and this, that, and the other, and we're gonna take this filming to like this state and that state, and like the big finale of the year, we're gonna take it to like Japan and this, that, and the other, blah 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 blah.
And then it didn't happen.
None of that shit happened. Actually, that was only one thing that happened. And they so-called hired me as a filmographer or whatever. They're supposed to be playing. They're supposed to be paying for my flight round trip to Florida or whatever. But that shit never happened. Matter of fact, that whole ordeal didn't even happen. So it was like, okay, well, yeah, we already know how that goes. Versus a person who will break out of that group, and one person did break out of that group and was like, hey, you still interested in doing this stuff? Yeah, okay. Just stand by for my calls or texts or whatever, and they stay silent, limited communication, and they made the shit happen. You know what I'm saying? That's how a silent mover / king does, and those are the ones I'm gonna stick close to, because because those are the ones that are gonna lead you to victory and want to root for you and see you win, see you eat at the table too. Feel me?
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Triz, why do silent movers achieve more than loud dreamers? I know you can speak extensively on this.
Well, a lot of the silent movers leech off of loud dreamers. So you have the loud dreamers who conceptualize things, and silent movers implement what loud dreamers
Yeah,
conceptualize.
that's true.
That's how the world works. You know, you have people who have all the ideas in the world, but for whatever reason, can't implement them. Maybe they don't. Maybe they lack the faculties to implement them. Maybe the resources needed to implement them, the motivation, or the self confidence. There's a lot of components needed to actually implement a plan of action.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
You adding up them terabytes.
Yeah.
I was saying that there's a lot of components to actually implementing a plan of action into tangible outcomes, and I think that's often overlooked. There's compromises and sacrifices that need to be made. You're looking at devoting resources. You're looking at devoting time, which could be allocated to other things that have a more immediate outcome, as opposed to a plan that may take years and years. Like you look at for instance, Microsoft and Amazon, Anthropic, right? Nvidia, right? There was a point prior to introduction to the general public that these massive multinational, trillion-dollar companies were conceptualized, right? And at that stage, the individuals in those rooms may not be the individuals that are associated with the company today. You made that example earlier where people in Apple, their shares are bought out. For all we know, some of those people that bought their shares or bought out could have been the initial inspiration for the company that we know today.
Yeah, that's true.
Or it could be somebody behind the scenes that might have said, because think about this, right? Let's say for instance you're a software engineer, or you're like maybe you're a project manager or something, like, right? Maybe as a project manager, you're conceptualizing, you're saying, listen, let's say the Amazon app, we're looking at the Amazon app. We want to more effectively implement micro ads onto our app to actually, generate additional revenue, right? And this is not something the company does. And like you introduced, like, hey, we can make more money if we put more ads. And I want I want to be able to seamlessly, implement these things into the app. And as a project manager, you're telling this to the board meeting, or your little meeting, right? And then the lead marketing director is having a meeting with Jeff Bezos himself and says, hey, I got this amazing idea. We can make more money. And he's presenting it like he's the one that came up with it.
Right.
But because he's the degree of separation between you and Jeff Bezos, right? He's going to get all the credit for it.
Yep.
He's going to get all the accolades. He's probably going to get a promotion. He's probably going to get a big bonus. Maybe even like, some stock options. There's going to be all this stuff, right? Then you go back, you say, look, I want you to make this happen. This time I want you to make it happen. And then you do all the work. You dreamed and but because you're working under the umbrella of a large multinational company, you'll never get the individual accolades you truly deserve, nor will you get the financial compensation, right? But the compromise is that you're working under that structure, because as an individual, you didn't have the resources to bring that idea into fruition. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, what do you do in that situation but be a loud dreamer? That's all you can be. And it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. You got a lot of rappers. They got the whole image down packed. They got the lyrics, right? But they got to be under a structure. This is the whole thing with Jay Prince and You know, not Jay Prince. Who's the guy I'm talking about? The rapper that wanted to get free from his country.
Pooh Shiesty?
Pooh Shiesty. Pooh Shiesty. Right? You got Pooh Shiesty, right? He got this, he's young, he got the swag, got the drip on point, he got everything, he's ready, but he's under the umbrella because by himself, I guess he didn't feel like he had the motion or the momentum to really push his project.
Right.
And so you got somebody above you, because this is what I hear was happening. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what's been going on the internet, right? So you got Oskino. You remember Oskino from State Property?
Yeah. You got Oskino and Sparks.
Yeah, Oskino and Sparks. So Oskino was the taller one, right?
Okay.
Like I ran into Sparks. I ran into Sparks and Jay-Z years ago. I saw them at the shoe store, and Jay-Z came.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Jay-Z, I was going up in there, and Jay-Z.
Thug nigga to the end, tell a friend, bitch.
Yeah, he was like, what you about to buy? I was telling him, I'm about to compare these shoes, me and my cousin, whatever, right? He's like, oh yeah? He's like, well, I'm getting all these shoes. Like, he basically bought like damn near every shoe in the fucking store. Like, he was just trying to show off with it, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that so Oskino is saying that what Jay-Z would do, he would like the people that's trying to up and coming, like the State Property, like, well, let me hear something. Every time Jay-Z would see somebody, he would be like, let me hear something. And so everybody's like so enamored by Jay-Z, like, yeah, they'll rap for him, right?
That they start dreaming out loud.
Right? And so what Oskino says is that
I knew exactly where you were going when you said that.
Jay-Z, he said Jay-Z could literally hear you rap one time and memorize your entire rap just by hearing it one time.
Yep.
He said that was his talent. He said people would rap. Oskino, he said he would rap, and he would say Jay-Z would literally bar for bar take his whole rap and put it in a song. But obviously Jay-Z has his own cadence and delivery, so you could never tell it came from somebody else.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And so, but again, he's the bigger fish. He already had the momentum. He already had the position. So even if he wouldn't have took his rap, let's say you would have rapped the rap that he rapped, right? You're not Jay-Z. You would have never made the money off the rap that Jay-Z made the money off your own rap.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? It's funny you say that, because I'm a big Jay head. People give me crap about it all the time. Oh, I don't know why you like Jay-Z so much. Jay-Z is really Jay-Z, Eminem, and Wu-Tang. Some Big Pun too. That really shaped my understanding of hip hop growing up. Yeah. I was real big on Jay-Z. I was real big on Eminem. I was real big on Wu-Tang, and I was real big on Big Pun. And I'm a East Coast baby anyway.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. It's interesting that you say that about Jay-Z, because if I'm not mistaken, there's a very specific track on the Hard Knock Life album, and I want to say it's that track Ride or Die, where I think there was a line on there where he said, I make more money off of your album than you do.
That's correct.
I could be wrong about the track, but I know for a fact that it's on that Hard Knock Life album. I think it's track 4. It's track 4.
I remember that particular line you said. That's why I remember saying that.
Now, if Coley wants to fact check that and pull up the lyrics to see if it matches, he can. But I'm pretty sure it was that song.
Well, he also said, "You made it a hot line. I made it a hot song."
That was on Takeover. That was on the Takeover. That was track 2 on the Blueprint that came out in 2001. on September 11th. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm a J head, bro.
Now the context on those two different tracks.
Now, when he said you made it a hot line, I made it a hot song, he was dissing Nas when he said that I'm here for presidents to represent me.
Yeah. So yeah, the context was different, but
Yeah.
the underlying concept is the same. That Jay-Z is just a larger than life personality. So anything he touches goes a certain direction.
Absolutely.
Looks to somebody else, just like Drake. Drake had ghostwriters, Quentin Miller, right?
Yep.
We know who his ghostwriter was. You think Quentin Miller could come out and drop an album that's going to go further than Drake?
Nope, absolutely not.
Right?
It ain't happening.
We heard of Sci-Hi the Prince. Sci-Hi the Prince is a big time ghostwriter for several people. But Sci-Hi the Prince albums didn't do, even though he had some pretty amazing albums. He had a couple albums that were pretty outstanding, but Sci-Hi the Prince doesn't have the aesthetic, he doesn't have the presence that other rappers have. Like you can have somebody like for instance Milli Vanilli. Milli Vanilli didn't, not only did they not write their stuff, they didn't even sing their own stuff.
They didn't even perform it. Yeah,
right. But because they had a certain aesthetic, right? They got a basically almost like the same.
So they're more so they more so sold the image more. That's really what they were selling. They were selling the image.
They were crisscross before crisscross. Think about it. You got a light-skinned dude, a dark-skinned dude with braids. Crisscross. Light-skinned dude, dark-skinned dude with braids. They're the same thing. And same thing, crisscross. Apparently, Jermaine Dupri, and then later on, DeBrat wrote most of their stuff.
Yeah. That's how it was with Lil Bow Wow, too.
Yep. Jermaine Dupri wrote his early stuff, and then DeBrat kind of took over.
That's true. That's true.
But the thing about it is, Bow Wow, even now, Bow Wow as an adult, he still performs those songs. He goes on tour. He has sold out crowds. Nobody really cares that he didn't write his own shit, that he's not a real rapper. Nobody cares. I mean, I care. I wouldn't listen to Bow Wow shit, you know. But I mean, his fan base doesn't care. Just like Drake's fan base doesn't care.
No, you're right. And see, and I come from an era and a place where if you're rapping something, it better have come from your pen. Your pen better be the one that wrote it.
That's the era I come from.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, it gets tricky because when you start going from hip hop and rap to more pop, well, the idea of somebody else writing your song is perceived differently, right? You're not expected to be the one that pens your own that pens all your own songs.
Well, because when you start talking about pop, it kind of intertwines with R&B a little bit, and R&B artists aren't expected. Nobody even cares who writes R&B stuff because it's about the performance.
That's what I'm saying.
Pop is more, because think about pop have dancers on stage. They got all kind of fireworks when they do their concerts. It's more about the performance anyway.
Yeah.
A fact check complete. Excuse me. Says here, always got to be the weakest nigga out the crew. I probably make more money off your album than you do.
Yep, Jay-Z.
And what track was that from?
That was track 4 from Hard Knock Life song.
Told you.
Ride or Die.
Told you. I told you. I told you.
Yeah, you said it. You called it.
No, I said the album, the track name, and the track number.
Yeah, you called it. You called it.
And that album came out in 1998. I'm telling you, I'm a J head, bro. I'm a J head, bro.
Okay, but let me ask you this.
In the private chat where I found
it. And as a matter of fact, fun fact, when I play this sound,
Jay-Z.
Yeah, that's actually Jay-Z.
Yeah.
And I can tell you where that came from too. No, I can tell you where it came from because a lot of people don't know this.
Wait.
All right.
Wait. Was that from Reasonable Doubt or Street Dreams? Not Street Dreams. Streets is Watching or something like that.
Nope.
In my lifetime.
But it was no, dude. You're right. It was on a Reasonable Doubt.
Okay, I knew it was one of his earlier things. It was one of his earlier things. Yeah.
Yep, I know it. I can tell you exactly what song it's from. You want me to tell you?
Yeah. What song is it? I'm listening.
It's from Can't Knock the Hustle.
Oh, okay.
It's from Can't Knock the Hustle. It's the very first track on Reasonable Doubt, and that track has Mary J. Blige, and he says, Godfather Flow, Don Juan DeMarco.
Oh shit!
And that's towards the end of the first verse on Can't Knock the Hustle by Jay-Z. And it's funny because for the longest time I didn't know that until I had it playing on my phone because I have quite a few of the albums on here, and I just put them on and just be listening to them, and then I didn't catch it at first, and then I'm just listening to it, and then I heard him say it, and I'm like, wait a minute. So then I had to rewind it a few times. I'm like, so that Don DeMarco thing that DJ Don DeMarco uses, it came from this. So I figured it out by accident. Because this
Don DeMarco.
that comes from DJ Don DeMarco. That was the DJ for those rap battles.
Yeah.
So whenever the rappers would say a crazy punchline, he would play that sound effect.
Yep.
But that Don DeMarco part came from the Jay-Z song.
Yeah.
But the DJ's name is DJ Don DeMarco, and he got that name from I forget the name of it, but because it's from a movie. That Don Juan DeMarco is from a movie with Johnny Depp. I can't remember the name of the movie, but I know it's from a movie. And it looks like Coley's in the background looking it up to confirm.
Look at something else.
Oh, to confirm.
Well, let me present this.
Go ahead.
Right? Because we're talking about silent movers.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about loud dreamers. But what about a loud mover? Right? Because you got some people that are they're loud movers. Loud than a motherfucker. 50 Cent.
Now that's true.
50 Cent, loud mover. Rick Ross, loud mover. Cameron, loud mover. Dame Dash. Now, Dame Dash was a little bit too loud. He was a loud mover, but he was a little bit too loud. It bit him in the ass.
Yeah.
But you could be a loud mover too. I think we can't remember that. I think the key is just moving. Loud. Silent,
Mike Tyson was a loud mover.
Yeah. But you gotta move.
Suge Knight was a loud mover. P. Diddy is a loud mover.
Yeah.
So you definitely are not lying about that. A lot of these people are loud movers.
But you gotta move.
Jay-Z on the other hand, Jay-Z's a silent mover.
I wouldn't say silent. He's a quiet mover. You can't be a rapper and be a silent mover. You got to be. He's a quiet mover. He's a quiet mover.
Quiet and silent are the same.
No, some people. No, silent is like Slim from Cash Money.
Okay. I can see. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see that.
That's a silent mover.
But Birdman's not though.
Birdman is a loud mover.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Birdman absolutely is a loud mover. But I could say that Jay-Z's a silent mover because he's not really out there like that. The only time you really see him is when he's doing interviews. If he's not performing, the only time you really hear him is if he's doing an interview.
Well, I'm gonna say this: he's a silent mover now, but when he was rapping, you can't be a rapper and be a silent mover. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now he stepped back from the rap. So now he moves in silence.
But you know what though? I can make the argument that Jay-Z's a silent mover.
While he was rapping?
Yeah, because Dame Dash was the loud one. Damon Dash was the loud one.
No.
Yeah, he was.
Biggs was the silent mover. Dame Dash was the loud mover. Jay-Z was the quiet mover. So
but he wasn't really broadcasting his moves.
What?
Jay-Z wasn't really broadcasting his moves when he was like in the early stages of his career. He really wasn't. He really wasn't, bro. It was Damon Dash. Because Damon Dash cared more about the celebrity than Jay-Z did. I'll give you a perfect example. Perfect example. Any one of you could pull this up. There's a video from like the early 2000s when they did the Summer Jam tour. It was Jay-Z, it was Damon Dash, it was Memphis Bleak, it was Beanie Siegel, and like a couple other people. They had just got done performing with Michael Jackson. And so they went backstage and somebody had some cameras and they were filming them and they were interviewing them. Jay-Z was quiet the entire time and everybody else was going crazy. So when they tried to give Jay-Z time to talk, he was like, nope. He pointed to the next person. You can pull this video up. I'm telling you. You can look it up. Damon Dash and Memphis Bleak were the loud movers. Jay-Z was just like this the whole time. And everybody else was overhyped because they had just got done performing on stage with Michael Jackson. Don't take my word for it. You can pull it up.
Give you.
As a matter of fact, I might just pull it up.
New sound effect.
All right. Okay, cool. All right. So I'll go ahead and pull this up and show y'all. Okay, here we go.
Good.
All right. So can y'all see?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm about to play the video.
Can you make it bigger?
You know what? Yeah, I can. Actually.
Bigger, not smaller.
I did make it bigger.
It looked like you made it smaller.
Well, I didn't play it yet.
Oh.
All right. All right, here we go.
Oh wait, what the?
Now that's the aftermath of them performing on stage. Fair use. Fair use.
Tell me about Summer Jam 2001.
Crazy. It's live. We the champions. You heard
Michael
it.
Jackson.
We live.
King of rap, the king of pop. Holla.
Turned out crazy. Big event, 20,000.
It's the Rock, you bastards.
As always, you heard? Holla.
Beanie.
We don't do much.
Summer Jam 2001, man. How was it for you, man?
We don't do much.
We right here. Big celebration as always, man.
We don't do much.
That's it. It's a wrap. We out here. Sugar Man. Brooklyn. Oh, yeah. Zab. Okay. Right here.
All day. It's just the beginning. It's about to be crazy.
Jay-Z standing there like,
I told y'all. I told you.
Jay-Z look hot.
That's what I'm saying. So even when it's time to do an interview, Jay-Z was just he was just silent the whole time. Everybody else was the ones being loud. So that's an example to prove what I was saying earlier about Damon Dash was the loud. It was everybody else because the rest of them cared. I don't know about Beanie Siegel, but I know for a fact that Damon Dash and Memphis Bleak cared more about the celebrity than actually putting in the work. Because in my opinion, I think Dame Dash kind of wanted to be like Suge Knight in a sense, not to the same degree, but in a sense. Because he wanted to be viewed the same way Suge Knight was viewed, but then they both think and operate differently.
Well, I mean, you gotta remember though, Dame Dash is a Harlem cat. So it's like, you know, Harlem niggas always been flashy and extra out. You know, Cameron, Jim Jones. It's Harlem shit. Max B.
Yeah.
True. Very true.
I mean, yeah, that's right. But see, because me and my mom's side of the family, we're from Brooklyn. So it's like Harlem, I don't know. Harlem dudes are different because Dame Dash is from Harlem too. So it's like Harlem dudes are just different. They're different in a weird way. Cause and if you want me to paint the picture, think of Big L wasn't weird because Big L was from Harlem, but Diddy's from Harlem, ASAP Rocky's from Harlem, like everybody from the ASAP mob, they're Harlem dudes. So if you think about them and how they carry themselves, they're all weird, bro. Like Diddy's from Harlem. And and we all know Diddy's weird.
Like that's no question about that one. No question.
That's what I'm saying. At all. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know. It's just weird.
I think for me, I just say that they real extra. Like if you look at Mace.
No, you're right. Well, Mace is cool. Mace is cool.
But Mace is still extra. Like if you look at I remember. I still go back to this. When Mace, because a lot of people they remember Mace from his Harlem wrote his first album. They know he had a second album called Double Up.
Okay.
I had that. I remember I bought that album because that's what I was playing when I went to my senior trip. I took my dad's Cadillac and Cadillac Eldorado and went to senior trip at.
Oh man.
Nigga was not very fun when I was playing.
Not the Cadillac Eldorado. I like those.
Yeah, I was playing the Double Up album on my way there. Me and my homie Allen. We was riding in the car. And so the album cover, this is back when the album used to have a little booklet in it. You can like look at all the pictures and stuff. And I remember seeing Mace in that album booklet for Double Up. Was extra the fuck out. Like he had a hat. Like, he had the hat. He used to wear his hat, but he had a hat forward where he had bent the hat the other way. I wish I could find that picture. Like he ain't
doing too much.
He had bent the hat like the hat normally curves around your head.
Yeah,
like the brim of the hat.
Yeah.
So he had made the brim flat and then bent it into a V the other way. And he had his hat turned sideways with a V. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is he doing? Right,
I'm telling you, bro. The Harlem dudes are weird, bro.
And then he had like, now I ain't gonna lie though, he had some fucking his jury to this day. The jury was fucking crazy. Mace always, all these fucking Harlem niggas, they fucking extra out on their jewelry and stuff like that. But this was before people had like 10 chains on. It was still more neat back then. Back in the day, jewelry used to be neat. Like you had like your one chain, like a heavy chain with a pendant. You had your bracelet, your ring on a ring on each finger, and then you had the freaking your wristwatch. It was like the jewelry used to be neat back in the day. Now it's kind of sloppy. Niggas got on 30 chains, ring on every finger, and it just crazy now. But
so what do you think about Mr. T?
Yeah, Mr. T, Big Daddy, not Big Daddy Kane. Not Slick Rick, Mr. T and Slick Rick extra out.
Yeah, that motherfucker just had chains upon chains around his neck. Most people, including myself, was thinking, is his neck gonna break?
Mm-hmm.
It was so, his jewelry is just so heavy. Like I always wonder how much that motherfucker costs. It's a mess. But anywho, freaking.
Oh no, it wasn't. You know, I stand corrected. It was welcome back. Look at here we go. Here we go. Welcome back. Look at the brim of his hat.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Instead of the usual.
Yeah.
The usual crease like that. It's like
a reverse V crease. Like what the fuck was he doing?
I mean, we could say Mr. T was with the chains and everything, but Mr. T he ain't from New York though. Yeah, Mr. T is from Chicago. He's from the rack. He's from over there with he's from over there where Tizzle's from.
Yeah, I was thinking about it in general, like if people like overdoing it with their jewelry and stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's the first person I think about. Shoot, that's another person I thought about, but he's definitely not from New York though.
Who?
But in fashion in general, I love him to death, but that damn Cam Newton.
Cam Newton be extra out too with them crazy. He be wearing like fucking Jurassic Park safari hats and fucking his hair popped out the top, and Nick Cannon too. Nick Cannon he be wearing all kind of weird stuff too. Him like Andre 3000.
Well, they have more of like eclectic styles. So their whole thing is to not be in the box.
Hold on. How you gonna call? You said ASAP Rocky.
Look, here you go.
Hold
on. You know, but I'm saying you calling ASAP Rocky weird, but when it comes to them, they eclectic. How they get a pass and he don't get a pass?
Because I was specifically speaking to Harlem dudes. The Harlem dudes are weird, bro.
Oh, you hate. Oh, so you hating on Harlem? Ah, now I get it.
I was speaking to Harlem, and you bringing up Mason showing that picture where he had that hat bent the opposite way is proving my point. Like nobody, I'm telling you, like nobody else is doing that, bro.
Okay, but nobody else is wearing the shit that Andre 3000 wear either. That's not eclectic. That's weird too.
Yeah, but he's not. But
we can't give Andre 3 Stacks no pass. Period.
Yeah, we can.
No, well, why?
Because the dynamic that Andre and Big Boy had is polar opposites.
Listen, they didn't listen. Andre 3000 didn't start dressing like a freaking Arabian genie until he got with Erykah Badu.
Which was when in the 90s.
Yeah, but before that, he wasn't doing all that extra shit. He started doing that extra shit when he got with Erykah Badu,
which was in the 90s. But they were early in their career still too.
Common from the rack. When he got with Erykah Badu, Common started doing some weird shit, and then when he left Erykah Badu, he started kind of slowly getting back to normal. But
yeah, that's because he got with Serena Williams.
Andre 3000 was permanently scarred.
Well, yeah, because Erykah Badu's a witch.
No, because Andre 3000 was in Atlanta. So once you go weird, you gonna stay there if you live in Atlanta.
Well, yeah, that kind of plays a part too, because Atlanta's weird too. Atlanta got a bunch of weirdos too.
I'm trying to figure out how the hell.
Yeah, but so we're not gonna call him eclectic. Wait, hold on. So we're not gonna call him eclectic. Then we gonna call it what it is. It's weird. Just like we're not gonna call Young Thug eclectic.
But you want to know the difference?
What's the difference?
It's because with Outkast, they never really promoted themselves as like street dudes. Andre, like you don't look at Andre 3000 and think he's from he on the block.
Listen,
like he don't rap like that, but Young Thug did.
I saw Andre 3000 in a blouse before. I saw Andre 3000. Listen, I saw Andre 3000, and I saw him one time. It looked like Darren.
You seen Prince in a blouse too. You seen Rick James in a blouse.
Yeah, Rick James weird too. Rick James. What's that other guy named?
But watch it. But watch this though. Rick James is from New York too, but he's from Buffalo.
That's upstate. That ain't Harlem.
That's what I'm saying. He ain't even from the city.
That ain't Harlem.
Well, no, it's not Harlem. No, Harlem.
Yeah.
Harlem dudes is something different, bro.
Craziest people in America comes from the Bronx and all of Florida. Dash Charlemagne the God.
Yeah, that is true because a lot of crazy stuff be happening in the Bronx too, but it's mostly Latinos over there.
Mm-hmm.
It's mostly Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. Like Cardi B. Cardi B is from the Bronx. But she's kind of weird too.
Kind of.
But yeah, but as far as why do silent movers achieve more than loud dreamers, I think the answers that y'all gave kind of hit it on the head. I think y'all's answers kind of hit it on the head. But I can add an extra layer to this and say that silent movers achieve more than loud dreamers because they don't need they're not looking to have a support system. Like they don't need people to rally behind them to believe in them. But with the loud dreamers, they'll go around talking about what they want to do because they want you to they're looking for you to pat them on the back and say, "Oh, okay, yeah, bro, that's what's up." They want you to believe in them in order for them to do it.
Yeah.
But the silent movers, they don't need you to believe in them in order to do it. If they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it, regardless of if you support them or not.
Yep.
So I think that's an extra layer that adds into what you guys said because y'all gave some good takes, but that extra layer is I think silent movers achieve a lot more because they're not waiting on people to support them and have their back and believe in them and cheer them on. Like they don't need a bunch of cheerleaders. They just go and get it done.
I think that's important because what if you have a good idea, but people just don't believe in you, or maybe you're surrounded by people who maybe they're just too small-minded. Like let's say you live in a hood, right?
Okay.
You live in a hood, but you have an idea for, let's just say, you have an idea to integrate artificial intelligence into let's say your car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have this idea that will make self-driving cars safer, whatever, right?
Okay.
But people in the hood, they still ride around in box Chevys, no technology in their cars. They want old school with big rims. And then they think to themselves, like, nobody's gonna want a self-driving car. We want to be clean. We want to be behind the wheel. So they'll never be able to appreciate your idea. So the fact that you're a loud dreamer, you communicate your dreams in the wrong environment to communicate it in, and your dreams are shot down.
Yeah, but with that example, look at who you're talking to. You're talking to niggas, bro.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah,
that's the difference because a lot of times with that frame of thinking, even with their own family members, they don't be believing in them.
Yeah.
Like if it ain't about hustling and being on the block, they don't want to hear it. Or hitting a lick on somebody, they ain't talking about it. Cause think about it. If you're the kid that doesn't want to be in the streets, you want to be educated and you want to make something of yourself and be a productive member of society, they look down on that anyway.
Yeah.
Man, what you mean you going to college? Man, why are you doing that? They'll try to talk you out of it.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to do it. If they don't see the value in it, they'll try to talk you out of it. They'll start talking about the white man and all this other type of stuff to try to trick you out of wanting to better yourself. That's why I don't have a whole lot of black friends. And it's because of that. It's because of that mindset. Now, do all black people think like that? Obviously not. But the majority of them that ain't trying to better themselves, that's how they think, bro. They're stuck. And if you say anything that goes outside of that being stuck mentality, it's something wrong with you. Mm-hmm. Oh, you trying to be like them white people, huh? Oh, you think you gonna do this and that, and oh, you think you different, huh? And God forbid you have a different political view than them, then they really gonna jump on you. So yeah, that's the perfect example of the type of people to not be a loud dreamer around. Now, I'm pretty sure every group has their version of ghetto people that are ignorant and dumb, but speaking more specifically to our crowd, yeah, that's a perfect example. With them, you got to move in silence. You can't tell them nothing. You can't tell them nothing.
Anything you say around them, guarantee they're gonna steal your idea.
No, they're gonna shoot it down and tell you that it ain't gonna work. Because again, because you're thinking outside, right? You're thinking outside of what they care to understand. So it's something wrong with you. Like for me, I get looked at completely different by most black people because I don't walk around sagging my pants and I wear clothes that fit me. Right? I'm not out here smoking weed. I'm not doing drugs. I'm not drinking. I'm not hanging out in the streets. I'm not on the block. Now, do I know people and I have homeboys that come from that life? Yeah, but then they respect me for not going that route. I could have, but I chose not to. So they respect me for actually using my mind to stay away from certain things. And we think the same. That's the difference. We think the same. But with most people that live that certain lifestyle, they don't think the same way as you. That's why you can't relate to them, and that's why you're always at odds with them. It's because of that mentality, bro. It's a poisonous mentality. But I know street guys that don't have that poisonous mentality. They just chose to participate in their environment, due to whatever circumstances. Do I knock them for it? No, I don't. But I respect them for making changes and deciding to do better with their lives. And it's because of the way they think. They think the same way I do. It's just I didn't go that route. That's the difference. So with those people, I can be a loud dreamer if I want to. But most of what I do is going to be silent moves anyway. Right? I'm not going to take Coley's idea and be like, oh, okay, he said this. Yeah, let me go ahead and do it first. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
That's why if Coley decides he wants to share something that he's working on with me, I'm going to support him and I'm going to cheer him on. I'm not going to backdoor him and try to take his idea and do something with it. Just like if Triz ever decided he wanted to share something on the panel or whatever, we're not going to take his idea and be like, oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, let me try to do this before him. Because we don't operate with that crabs in a bucket mentality like most other ignorant people. You come up with something that they didn't think of, and they're like, oh, well, you know what? Let me try to do it first so I can outshine him. I can't let him be better than me. Can't do that, bro. I just, for the life of me, I can't think like that, and I can't do that to people, bro. That's why with the people that think and move like that, I stay far away from them.
But this is the reason why we are the way we are. We operate under certain principles. And
yeah, that's a fact.
But to be perfectly honest, that kind of inhibits our growth. I'm okay with not being underhanded and not excelling in certain areas where other people have excelled because they use unscrupulous tactics to get ahead. That's just not me. I'm not stealing somebody else's. I got too much pride to steal something from somebody else and then claim it as my own. You understand what I'm saying? Some people have no problem. Like a lot of YouTubers do this. A lot of YouTubers don't give credit where credit is due. And I don't even want to start shitting on people, but there's people, that are held.
Hey, go ahead and pull up, Mark. I sent you the link, bro. Go ahead and pull up.
There are people that are held in high regard, who a lot of what they've espoused in social media such as YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter has been basically a compilation or aggregation of thoughts and opinions from people in their circles, both virtual and in real life. They've taken information from other people, which is perfectly fine as long as you give credit where credit is due. But
I was just about to say that. Just give them their credit.
But they'll act as though if it's something that they come up with on their own, and won't give credit where credit is due. And that's the basis of a lot of people's social media careers. It's just still in the, I hear there's a lot of comedians that do that. You know, there's a lot of comedians that basically take jokes from lesser known comedians, but because they have the bigger platform, they present it to the world as though they're the first. And so people will then go to the people who originated, you know, the material and say, hey, you copied off a, you know, such and such comedian. And they're like, what? They're like, I've been saying this for, you know, this has been part of my bit for 10 years. And they're like, well, you don't have the, you know, the proof. Not filming, you know, you don't have a film crew following you. And so nobody knows, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, like, I mean, there's been some things that I've said, and I've heard other people saying, like, wait a minute, I said that years ago. I know you got it from me because you used to be around in them circles. You know, and so, but you know, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not really a YouTuber, so I'm not a YouTuber at all. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. But I think it's just disingenuous because we see a lot of stuff, like, for instance, I don't even want to say her name because I'm not trying to start no beef, but there's a female YouTuber in particular, and
oh, here we go.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed, because I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Oh, and look at who pulled up on the panel. Shout out to Mark, man. All right, go ahead and finish what you were saying, Tris.
Knew he couldn't stay.
I was saying that some people, you know, there's a you know, female YouTuber. I haven't really seen her. She hasn't really popped on my algorithm like that. But she used to pop up, but she occupied kind of like the red pill space. But you know, a lot of what she said is stuff that she's aggregated from other male content creators, and basically she just re-espouses it. But because it comes from a female, it sounds different, right? Because you're used to hearing certain things from a guy, right? When you hear from a female, for a lot of guys, that's validation. So a female saying the exact same thing that a man says will be able to grow her audience larger and faster than any male can.
Oh yeah. There's a few people that come to mind when it comes to that.
Yeah.
And two of them are doing like OnlyFans type stuff now.
Oh, who's that?
One of them is Roma. You heard of Roma Army? She built a platform off of being a men's rights advocate and saying all the talking points, and then she started selling pictures and stuff on Patreon.
That's funny. That's funny. That's actually quite funny.
Yeah, she got called out.
I'll tell you why that's funny, because you're all speaking in in such a way that I think, bro, I think a lot of people have to realize that the nature of the beast is what it is. Yeah, right, yeah. Mr. Triz, bro. Mr. Triz, okay, I don't know if you can hear me. But I've had to mute my TV to hear. But
we can hear you.
I understand. I understand the premise of what you're trying to say. I absolutely do. But the problem is, right? I think you have to. I think you need to. Let's say, just I don't know. Just relax, man. Relax. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Does that make sense? It is what it is. Right, let's go.
Well, I mean, no, we're talking about silent movers versus loud dreamers. As I said, I'm not a YouTuber, so it doesn't really matter to me either way. But what I'm saying is that, you know, I'm basically trying to bring into the fact that we also have loud movers who are not necessarily silent, but they're loud. But you know, they definitely don't have the dream. They're not conceptualists. They can't conceptualize an idea. They have to rely on other people to conceptualize something, and then they just regurgitate what they heard somebody else say. and I think and I kind of bridge the gap by mentioning YouTubers.
Sure, because we live in a tribalistic world now, where it's everybody wants to be tribalistic, and we live in echo chambers, and it's great to have this kind of dialogue here in this podcast. Big up Oxide Station podcast, man. I love this podcast, I really do. So what I'm saying is of course, right? We live in echo chambers, and I think that's the problem. The younger generations now are being sucked into these tiny little echo chambers of division, tribalism, this, that, and the other, and people can't find a reason to see eye to eye. Us older people, right? We sit here sometimes and we go, and we laugh. Why are we laughing? We're laughing not at you. We're laughing with you and trying to be, let's say, empathetic. And we're trying to, show a sign of actual empathy. And we're trying to show that actually we're not all bad. We're not all bad, right? Not everybody in the world is a bad person, mate. And men and women can be pitted against each other. Blacks and whites can be pitted against each other. Yeah. But what we've got is a responsibility, right? A responsibility. Yeah. You and me and everybody here has a responsibility, right? And you can either take on your responsibility or you can push it to one side, right? So you're either with us or not. Do you get what I'm saying?
Hold on. No. Don't you dare give him a dime. Hold on. Now, I want to be clear. I'm actually in agreement with Mark, but Anonymous, you were the one that said earlier that people don't have a responsibility. When I mentioned certain men who are in this category or the echelon of high value,
I never said that.
They're letting us down, and then you said, "Oh no, people could do whatever they want to do. They don't.
I never said they don't have a responsibility.
Oh, I know you not.
I never said that. What I said was that just because they're high value guys and they make stupid decisions, it doesn't take their value away, because even men in the Bible were making stupid decisions when it came to women.
Yeah,
and
it said that too. Hold on, Mark.
It didn't diminish their value. And also what I said is that these people aren't gonna change the rules until things that are going on happen to them, until it hits their doorstep.
Mark, have you been listening the whole time? I don't know if Marcus can hear. Mark, were you listening the whole time?
Yeah, I think he was here the whole time.
Because Coley stepped away when we were talking about that, so Coley wasn't here. But I think Mark, were you listening in the background? Were you listening the whole time?
Man, yeah. I'm here. Can you see me?
You can see you, but were you listening the whole time?
Yo.
But I think Mark, were you listening in the background? Were you listening the whole time?
Yeah.
He got the YouTube.
Yeah,
he got the YouTube playing in the background.
Can you see me?
Were you listening the whole time? Mark, you got he got a delay going on.
See if I go over here. If I can see them.
Hey, you got a super delay, bro.
This dude got a studio. That's what the heck's going on.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It's like he got a
it's all delayed.
Hey, Mark, can you hear us?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can hear.
Okay. So, Mark, have you been listening to the stream the entire time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember earlier when Coley had stepped away? It was me and Anonymous, and we were talking about high value men. And I said high value men have let us down. They have a responsibility. And I mentioned role models as an example, that sometimes role models don't accept their position as a role model, but they're still a role model nonetheless. And so I said high value men have a responsibility. Just like what you just said now, you said we have a responsibility. Now, Anonymous all of a sudden is saying that, yeah, I agree with that. But earlier, he was saying that we didn't. Do you remember earlier our exchange?
Well, I understand. I kind of understand. Look, I'm in agreement. The problem is I hate doing this, right? I hate being the mediator. Yeah, I hate being the mediator. The problem is, at the end of the day, right, you have to understand, I suppose there is a bit of truth in both of what you're saying. You know, you're fighting, you're struggling to, like, I'm saying, look, at the end of the day, we've all got a responsibility. We all take on responsibilities. Yes, males take on a role, yeah, a protective type role, yeah. And look, we can't deny that, you know. And I think you're conflating things. That's the problem. It's just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, because earlier I said that there's no movement telling men to walk away from their traditional gender roles, which is leading, providing, and protecting. So I never said that men don't have a responsibility. I never said that.
Exactly.
What I was speaking to earlier with the high value man example with Paul Pierce is that you were saying that what he was saying was hypocritical.
Well, have you seen that thing with what do you call him, Russell Brand? Russell Brand. He's having an argument with.
Yeah. I saw that. I saw that.
Oh shit! I think I've got bad internet.
Oh
no, we can hear you.
Hold on.
Wait. Hold on.
MGTOW, Men Going Their Own Way, is an online movement in which men withdraw from romantic relationships and social structures they believe are influenced by feminism.
Now, what part of that says to walk away from your traditional gender roles of leading, providing, and protecting?
Well, if you disengage, as it says here, disengage from relationships with women, how then can you provide and protect from them?
You're providing and protecting for yourself, which is what Adam was doing before Eve came.
Okay, but after Eve came, his role changed. Now he was responsible for Eve too.
Yeah, until she chose not to listen to him.
But even after they left the Garden of Eden, he was still responsible for Eve.
Yeah, because what other woman was there? There wasn't really a choice at that time. But now we have the freedom of choice. We have free will just like they did. Because not every man in the Bible was married and had kids. Because if I'm struggling.
I've got to go. I thought I'd just pop in for 5 minutes. I really can't stay, man. I really can't stay.
No, go ahead and handle your business, brother. We got you. Yeah. But even all the men in the Bible that God used weren't all married, bro.
Mark, make sure you strap up tonight too.
Yes, sir. No, because the majority of the New Testament was written by Paul, who was not married and didn't have kids. And him not being married and not having kids had nothing to do with MGTOW. It had everything to do with him focusing on his mission.
Yeah, well, he had a broader mission. He had a broader mission but his mission was taking the souls of everybody into consideration. He was taking the responsibility of a large number of souls.
Yeah, he was leading, and he was providing for them, and he was protecting them as well.
Yeah.
So you can't. So the argument about MGTOW taken away from the gender roles in a relationship doesn't apply here, because the Bible says that the Bible calls for us to be leaders and providers and protectors for the members of our household.
But MGTOW isn't just about the action itself, but it's about the motivation of
Okay.
behind it, right?
No, that's cool.
So in MGTOW, you're intentionally avoiding relationships with women. But for Paul, it was more or less his mission was so vitally important. He had such a limited time to accomplish this mission.
But he chose not to get married and have kids though.
Yeah, because he was focused.
As a matter of fact, in one of his letters, I forget which book it is, but he encouraged the men to not get married.
Yeah, I remember. I think.
Yeah, he said if you don't want to get married, then it's best for you not to. So that's what I'm saying.
No. I think it was a little bit different. I think that he said that if you can't, basically saying that it's better to be married than to be basically out there just intermingling with women unmarried, to that effect, something to that effect. Because basically, I think he was trying to communicate that it's not essential to be married, but because most men have carnal desires,
yeah, I get it.
That they would be better suited being married as opposed to, submitting to your carnal desires outside the confines of marriage. Which is
I get that. I get that.
Yeah,
but my overall point was that just because men decide to go their own way, that's not a movement telling them to not practice their gender roles.
No. Hold on for a second, because
if it's encouraging men to step away from romantic relationships, that's not a gender role.
Well, no, not only romantic relationships, it's also asking men not to avoid interactions with women. Listen, I was there. They were saying, don't talk to women at work. Avoid women in public. Don't hold doors for them. You act as though they don't even exist.
Well, sometimes you gotta do that.
Yeah, but they were saying to do it permanently. Then you had a specific, you had a movement within the.
Oh, shout out to Triz.
Have you ever heard of MGTOW Monk?
I think so.
Yeah. So you had MGTOWs, you had.
It's like you're abstaining from sex too.
Yeah, well, yeah. MGTOW Monk is like where you're like MGTOW Monk mode. So you have the MGTOWs who will say, well, it's okay to get a prostitute or some type of casual relationship, but even then, but you had guys in MGTOW that were saying even a casual relationship was dangerous because you can get sued, or she can say that she can go back years later and all that type of stuff. And so, but basically, if you don't have an interaction with women, then your traditional role as head of household is impossible, because you don't have a relationship with women, or even the guys that had a relationship with women, the scope of the relationship was so limited. Basically, it was a transaction where you just had basically, intercourse with a woman, but beyond that, she wasn't under your leadership. So she's not under your leadership. You're no longer performing a traditional role of the man of the house with the women and children underneath your leadership. So
yeah, but the interesting thing about that though is that the Bible speaks to all those different dynamics, whether you're married or not.
Yeah, except for men who quote unquote MGTOWs who are still having intercourse with women, because that's against God's plan in the Bible.
Not really.
That's fornication.
Not really. No, not really, because if that was the case, then David, Samson, Solomon, and all the guys that had multiple women, they would have been condemned by God, but they weren't.
But remember, now you got to remember, you had the Old Testament and the New Testament. In the Old Testament, it was reclarified. See, that's where you got Hebrew Israelites come into play, because Hebrew Israelites are using the Old Testament as a justification for having multiple wives. But when you see in the New Testament, it clarifies, and it basically says that even then, like you mentioned Solomon, you mentioned David, that was not part of God's plan.
So then why were they still highly favored by God then?
because they were in the Old Testament. So they were not living by grace.
So then by that logic, since Paul never got married and had kids, then he wasn't living by grace either. Because by your logic, you're saying that if you're not married with kids, then you can't perform your gender role. So then by that logic, that means that Paul wasn't performing his gender role either, but yet he was highly favored by God, even after persecuting Christians and becoming a believer.
But see, Paul.
So you can't really reconcile that.
Because Paul had a calling, and even though Paul was not married, he wasn't fornicating either. You understand what I'm saying? So that was the difference. Because you have guys who are not married, but they're still engaged in intercourse, which is fornication.
Okay.
So that's where the problem comes into play.
But you know what's funny about that is that the Old Testament and the New Testament are not independent of each other.
But the New Testament,
they're intertwined with one another.
Yes, but the New Testament is the new covenant. That's what the New Testament is. So when you look at in Moses' time, right?
Okay.
Moses had the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
But then when you look in the New Testament, there's a part in the Bible where there's a young, wealthy, like a nobleman, right? A young, wealthy nobleman. He comes to Christ and he says to Christ, "What must I do to be saved?"
Yeah, he said, "Leave everything behind and follow me." And he got sad because he thought he could buy his way into it, and he realized it doesn't work like that.
But if you read the passage further, Christ also laid out maybe like six or eight commandments.
Okay.
So it was basically like the 10 Commandments minus a couple. So at that point, he revised the commandments, and he listed because remember back in the Old Testament, you had to give burnt offerings, but then when Christ came, he is the offering.
Okay.
So now the Testament, now your covenant, now in that he, the things that were listed were different. No, it was listed.
Oh, shout out to Trish
again.
basically he said those things that were. I can tell when I go out because it makes this little spinning thing on the screen. But,
okay.
Yeah. So I know when I'm going out. But
oh, you got a Mac?
No, I got a actual PC 9950X 3D and a 5080.
Oh, okay. Because when you said spinning thing, I'm thinking a Mac.
No, I got a fucking whole rig here, man. Okay.
I
got a laptop over there, but yeah. So sometimes I'm on a laptop though. But yeah. So basically, there was a revisement of the commandments. And he kind of tunnel vision focused on what we needed to do as far as the new covenant. It's like in the Old Testament, you could eat pork, and you could eat pork, but in the New Testament, or even before the New Testament, you could eat pork. So things are revised as times change. Not necessarily times change, but as the relationship with God reveals more of Himself to people. He revises expectations. He gave His Son as a sacrifice. This is the Christian theology. He gives his son as a sacrifice, not his son in the literal sense, like a father and a son, but like it's a different spiritual relationship between the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. But anyways, he gives them as a sacrifice, and so now there's certain things that we no longer need to do to atone for our sins.
Yeah, I get it.
We need to just repent our sins, and in our heart, So
I get that. I get that. But see, the interesting thing about it though. Is that a lot of people think that because we have a New Testament that the Old Testament can't be referenced anymore. That it's completely in the past and you're not supposed to follow any of it anymore. And that's not true.
This is true. Yeah.
So we're supposed to be what we're supposed to be doing is we're supposed to be looking at this because basically what it is the Old Testament is a compilation of stories of how people were functioning before Christ came. Because God couldn't force His will on people, right? But then the New Testament is showing you what happened after Christ came and is leading up to present day.
Yeah.
So the premises are still the same. It's just in one instance, you had an old way of offering sacrifices and atoning for your sins to God through, burnt offerings and stuff like that. Whereas the New Testament is completely different. God wanted to make it simpler for us, which is why he went about it a completely different way. It's to make things easier, because back in the day, there were so many commandments that they couldn't be followed. It was way more than 10, and it had to get narrowed down.
Well, then
so things started off hard, and they gradually got easier. That's why we have it today, where all you really have to do is accept Christ as your Lord and Savior and repent from your sins. And you got to change. You got to change your behaviors. It's not like how it was back in the day. That's why it was a lot harder then than it is now. That's why the people back then, they got way more grace.
Well, back then you had threats of instant damnation. Like, for instance, if back then, just merely touching the Ark of the Covenant.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like, that was it. You're finished. You're dead. You're going to hell. Like, versus like now you have a little bit of grace. Like, you have opportunity to ask for forgiveness. And things like that. So yeah, it was significantly harder.
It was significantly harder, in terms of Christ wasn't here yet, and so everybody was doing the work of trying to preach about God to people and let people know that there's a God, like there's a real living God, and that these wizards, like whatever these wizards and warlocks are doing, is not the real thing. So you have plenty of examples of God letting himself be known through the acts of people. Right. But with the New Testament, God is letting himself be known through sending Christ down, and we get to see God's existence through the acts of Christ. That's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference. So when it comes to a lot of the stuff that was happening before versus the stuff that's happening now, God already knew that it was going to be like that. That's why the word says that there's nothing new under the sun. So a lot of the stuff that's taking place now was going on back then. So it's not really that much different. They were doing all kind of sacrifices and all kind of crazy stuff, kind of like how it is now. You see what I'm saying? So the difference when it comes to the multiple women thing and the fornication thing, there was a lot of that stuff going on back then, and there's a lot of that stuff going on now. But here's the common denominator in all of it. The reason that men struggle is because they're disobeying one specific commandment that says, "Thou shalt not have no other gods before me." So when you start to allow women to take more of a foothold in your life and distract you from what you're supposed to be doing, they become your God.
Yeah.
That's why in the Bible it said, that's why in Proverbs it says you're not supposed to chase women.
Well, I mean, if you're a hotep,
because whatever you're chasing, when you're chasing women, they're your God.
Well, if you're a hotep, you literally say black woman is God,
and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why no one respects them.
Like Coley D. Coley D is a firm believer that the black woman is God, right, Coley D?
I'm a firm believer that black woman is God.
I don't think he's. I don't think he believes that. I don't think he. Yeah, you tried to trip him up, but nah, that didn't work.
Oh hell
no! But that's what I'm saying. That's why the black population is the way it is now. That's why it's flipped upside down. So to take it back, the reason why men were falling in the Bible and the reason men still fall to this day is because they let women in their life, whether it's one or multiple, and they allow those women to have enough influence and a foothold in their life to where it turns them away from God.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if it's multiple women or just one, because there's plenty of examples where you have multiple and they eventually turn your heart and your mind and spirit away from God. And then you had guys that had one woman and it allowed them to turn them from God. Perfect example, King Ahab and Jezebel. Jezebel came in and took over, and she started implementing her will and her beliefs onto the people, and it turned the people away from God. So it's not so the problem isn't about how many women you have. It's about you allowing them to have enough of a foothold and influence to where you don't focus on God anymore. And that's what happened. That's what happened with Adam and Eve.
Well, specifically in the New
And that was one man, one woman.
Well, it was specifically in the New Testament. It specifically states there's explicit instructions about you being with one woman, a man being with one woman only. Because trust me. I was looking in the Bible for confirmation that as a man you could have multiple wives. Trust me, I was looking for it. I was trying to find
there's nothing that says you can't.
No, it specifically says basically how it outlines marriage is that is one man and one woman.
Yeah. So watch this. So if I have multiple women, it's still one man. Each of those relationships aren't the same. It's still one man, one woman. It's one man, one woman here, and it's one man, one woman here. It's not two. It's not 2 in 1.
Hey, listen, trust. It sounds good, and I wish that were the case, but I don't think that is the case. Just trust me.
Well, if I'm wrong, then why didn't Solomon and all the men in the Bible that had multiple? Why didn't they get condemned?
No, this stuff came after Solomon. It's in the New Testament.
Okay.
I read it myself. Like, it's not just like I'm hearing it from somebody else, because I did the research because I was trying to find it for myself, because I've encountered Hebrew Israelites.
Okay.
And I was like, this just sounds too good to be true, because I'm of the firm opinion that what happens is that you'll have a lot of the impetus for what you consider cults. You'll find a persistent theme amongst cults, especially cults.
Oh, shout out to Triz again.
You have a lot of, like I said, the recurrent theme amongst cults, particularly cults that derive their theology from the Bible, is that the man is able to have multiple wives. And we see that in Mormonism, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and you see that in Islam. You see that in Hebrew Israelites. You see that in Nuwapianism, and various other cults throughout. And so my opinion was that I think that a lot of what happens is that the motivation is to have multiple women, so you kind of contort theology to support and substantiate your claim that as a man you can have multiple wives, and that's a strong motivation, because even I will admit that, man, it would be nice to be able to justify in the Bible of having multiple women, but because it sounded too good to be true, especially when I had encounters with Hebrew Israelites. I did independent research myself and actually looked in the Bible and looked for passages and found the passages that kind of burst in my bubble. I was optimistic that I would find support for having multiple wives, but honestly, I looked in the Bible, kind of a recurrent theme is that as a man you have one wife, particularly in the New Testament. That's kind of a resounding theme. You'll find several passages that support that. So it is. I think I used to have the passages written down, as a matter of fact. Maybe I got it written down somewhere still, but yeah, I did do that research at one point.
Yeah, but does anybody else have anything else on the whole silent movers and loud dreamers? No,
I don't actually. Oh,
okay.
And before you go on to the next topic, normally
go ahead.
I'll be there.
Go ahead.
Normally I'll be there for the next topic, but you may have to throw me out for the very first time ever, because I have to jump in another show that's going to start in 10 minutes. So I have to start getting prepared.
Oh, okay, cool. I got you. Hey, just let me know, and I got you. But we gonna go ahead and move on.
Oh, most definitely. But hey, I'm not gonna leave without saying this, folks. I can find me on YouTube, at Coley D Studios. I will be celebrating my 20th anniversary on YouTube in June, so be looking out for that. Please do. I'll be coming out with a lot of content on there as well. So please stay tuned for all of that. All right. Other than that, keep watching the Oxide Station podcast. I believe that is one of the best podcasts in the world, in my opinion. I promise you, it can't be beat. So,
yes, sir. I appreciate, appreciate that, brother. So, if you're just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole time, make sure you get the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all the social media sites. And if you want to get in on the conversation, click the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. So, gonna go ahead and get this question. Is privacy the new superpower? Say it one more time. Is privacy the new superpower? What you got, bro?
Well, I think now, especially with AI, the concern is a police state. The concern is the emplacement of dictatorships. We have existing countries that already have dictatorships. We mentioned earlier North Korea, and I believe Turkmenistan has some semblance of a supreme leader. Then Iran.
Oh, I didn't know that Turkmenistan had it. I didn't know that.
I think Turkmenistan has a supreme leader. I want to say there's another Asian country like near Thailand. And that I believe has, like something like a virtual, virtual dictatorship, not necessarily a supreme leader, but there's some type of what is it called? Myanmar. Yeah, Burma. Yeah, that Myanmar is Burma. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Myanmar. It used to be called Burma, but it's called Myanmar now. So I think Myanmar has some type of functional kind of dictatorship or some persistent power that isn't necessarily elected by the people. And so, with situations like that, once you implement, enhance surveillance through AI, you can kind of quell uprisings before they get started. Because if you got some type of listening device,
yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, that does make sense.
So people trying to get together now, you can say, okay, look, we noticed that every night, like you can have AI monitor certain things, right, and look for patterns. You can say, okay, AI picked up some concerning surveillance. It noticed that these cell phones, they ping on these specific towers, right? And we see a spread out. We look on the map, these cell phone pings are all spread out. But every Wednesday night, all of these specific cell phones, they congregate in this specific area, right? This specific area we notice that every week the camera gets shot out, or somebody spray paints over this camera like they don't want this area to be seen. So the AI will kind of be able to notice certain patterns to give you an alert, like, hey, we think this is some type of movement that's starting, and then probably it's anti-government, right? And so then you can deploy drones to that location. So even though the camera's knocked out, we got some drones that we deployed to that area, and now we can get footage, video footage, and audio of these congregations. And now we've confirmed that yes, they are in fact a dissident group that's planning to overthrow the existing government. So now we can quell that before it gets started. Or even if they're not necessarily planning to overthrow the government, they're saying, okay, listen, this particular leader has been in position for 15 years, right? I think that we should have an election. We should have a democratic election. It should be, use due process. We have, proof of concepts, with other countries, and we can kind of use their models and kind of superimpose it on our particular country. And so because, we don't feel like, we feel like resources are being concentrated, in the hands of a few instead of dispersed amongst the many. And so this is where the privacy is a new superpower, because like even some of the I don't want to get specifics, but some of the stuff that I do, a lot of the people that are doing some of the things that I'm doing, they're looking towards VPNs. They want stronger VPNs, and their concern is. I saw it broke up again. They saw ISPs will internet service providers will be compelled to monitor internet activity, and so they will have quantum computing based algorithms that will be able to decipher your VPN. So basically, they'll be able to trace that signal back to its origin and figure out, okay, this signal, you done bounce the signal off all these servers, but no, we know exactly where the origin of this signal is, right? So we'll be able to find you even if you use a VPN. And this is coming with quantum computing. That's what they're talking about right now. They're talking about quantum computing. Number one, VPNs is going to be gone unless you have a quantum computing based VPN. If you have a binary computing based VPN, you won't have any privacy. You have to have a quantum computing based VPN. And initially, quantum computing won't be available to the general public because it'd be too cost prohibitive, right?
Right.
So not only the equipment, but the conditions under which the equipment must be kept, because the equipment has to be kept very, very cold, like near absolute zero, in order to retain the integrity of the qubit, because the functional unit of a quantum computing is a qubit versus a bit with a binary computer. And this qubit is unstable because it uses quantum physics. And so the stability is contingent on its proximity to absolute zero. So as the temperature rises, which computers usually have increases in temperature with processing, right? So you have to be able to combat that. And so that's going to be an enormous energy cost, which is going to be cost prohibitive to the general consumer, to be able to not only buy the computing equipment, but then to keep it cold enough while you're using the computer, right? And so that's the issue. And so now we're looking at quantum computing being deployed. And so now banking, VPN obviously compromised, banking compromised, right? This includes cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
It was because Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of these rely on Solana. All of these rely on complex algorithms, right, in order to retain the security of the cryptocurrency, right? And so if you then deploy quantum computing to decipher, so you'll have to upgrade, you have to transition these tokens into some type of quantum format in order to be able to elude and circumvent decryption by quantum computing. So it's the privacy. If you have privacy, if you can have true privacy where you can be invisible. Imagine being able to go. Let's just say you can get on a flight, go from here to say Colombia in private. Like you have an identity that's somebody else's identity, and so you come to the country. Now you shed the identity that you used to travel, so you're invisible in that country. Complete privacy. Whatever you do in that country is not going to be traced back to you, because you've completely shed that identity once you touch down. Once you get off the plane, once you get on the plane, you go past that. You go past when you get on the plane. They're asking to see your ticket. They don't even care about your ID anymore. All they want to see is your ticket. So now you've already shed your identity. Now you get on that plane. Now you're invisible. People can see you. I mean, but
I get what you're saying. You're not on the radar, is what you're saying.
So whatever you want to do, like you may be going to Colombia because you want to establish a connection with the plug. You want to go to Bolivia. Who goes to Bolivia? You only go to Bolivia for one reason. Most Americans, unless you're from Bolivia, There's only now Colombia. You could argue I'm going there for sex tourism or something like that, right?
Right.
But you go to Bolivia for one reason and one reason only: is Bolivian booger sugar. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you're able to go there anonymously, or if you maybe you want to go to Epstein Island. Hey, this is what I'm saying. So yeah, privacy is not a new super. Privacy been a superpower. That's been a superpower. Because think about it, right? How many people on that Epstein list, right? Wish they wasn't on that Epstein list.
All of them.
All of them.
Every single one of them.
If you know, in hindsight, if they knew that there was a way they could have went to Epstein Island and not been on that list or been invisible, they will do it all over again. Despite the enormous risk, even
no, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. They'll do it again.
They'll do it again. Yeah. So yeah, privacy is definitely a superpower, man. Privacy is it's that's man. A lot of what businesses do is based on privacy. Why do you think people get Wyoming LLCs?
Yeah,
they get Wyoming LLCs because they want to be invisible.
Yeah,
like you got people you live in Massachusetts, but you got a Wyoming LLC and you never been to Wyoming.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, because because the country or the state or jurisdiction that you're in,
because the taxes and all that stuff is different too.
Yeah, and they allow the veil to be pierced. That's what it's called, piercing the veil.
Mm-hmm.
So when somebody you don't took out a business line of credit and you don't use this country, you don't use the money from this line of credit funneled into this other company, and so now the company that you got credit for has no legal recourse. They want to pierce the veil because they want to see where that money went, right? But they can't pierce the veil because you got a Wyoming LLC. So now they just ass out on that money. It's going to dissolve your company, but you don't care because that company was a dummy company anyway, just to get that line of credit.
Mm-hmm.
Then you ain't got to pay that line of credit back, or you bought another company. You bought another company as a Wyoming LLC. You bought an existing company that already had matured lines of credit, and now you fucking ran up all this. You done got $250,000 in credit line and that you knew you had no intention of paying back because you got the privacy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Telegram is. Telegram is some element of privacy. That's why Telegram is so popular now, because people get on Telegram and they go on Instagram. They make a bot account on Instagram. They say, "Look, I know if you want to make $2,000, look at you give me $100. I'll give you $1,000 by tomorrow. You give me $700, I'll give you $7,000." And like all this stuff, like for normal people, that sounds crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, for a certain demographic, that's like too good. This like a dream come true. So they go for it, and then they get to the bank with this fake check. You go online and see these videos is a never ending supply of these videos.
Yeah, you definitely ain't lying about that. Definitely are not lying, bro.
These cops go into the bank, and you got some goofball sitting in a bank chair, thinking he about to get paid, and he gets, here go the cop. He gets surprised, and like, "Sir, I'm Officer such and such, and you know I was gonna go." This person, he met somebody on Instagram, and he got the check, and he tries to call the guy. I got his number. He calls the guy. The phone
number don't work. Yeah, the number don't work.
And he's like, "Well, I got him on Instagram. Let me go on Instagram. Instagram is disabled."
Yep.
You got him on Telegram.
Deleted the account.
He got him on Telegram. The guy on Telegram is like, well, it's a fake name, fake email. The cops couldn't trace it even if they tried.
Mm-hmm.
That's privacy. And so I guess the question then becomes is privacy even legal? Because we understand the implications of true privacy. Imagine you as a business entity. You're trying to do business, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're dealing with people who have privacy. And so now you have no recourse when they defraud you. As a business owner, that's a problem for you.
Yeah.
So we got to ask ourselves. I mean, like, even though we want privacy as individuals, do you think that it's feasible for a nation to allow everybody to have true privacy?
No,
because true privacy means no accountability.
Now, in the bigger scheme of things, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the bigger scheme of things, no, because even they'll understand that they can't get caught up for the things they do. Because then who's going to hold them accountable? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to hold them accountable when they're doing stuff behind the scenes and defrauding us? So I can make the case that it is a superpower for good reasons and for bad reasons. Right? So I could make a case to say that privacy is a new superpower when it comes to things that you want to do, ideas that you have, and things that you want to put together. Right? You don't want everybody knowing what you got going on. Right? You don't want everybody knowing what your plans are, and you don't want everybody to know how you're moving. Right?
Yeah.
But then there's a good side to that, and there's also a bad side to that. So when you're looking at it from both sides, it is a superpower, right? Because it can be used to produce good outcomes, and at the same time, it can be used to produce bad outcomes, right? So for the bad outcomes, we're looking to hold people accountable, right? But then for the good outcomes, it gets celebrated a lot more because no one knew it, and no one seen it coming. That's why there's something called an element of surprise. Because if you think about it, there's artists that are so big that they could drop an album out of nowhere and it'll still blow up. No promo, no nothing. They're moving in privacy. They got the album done, didn't say anything about it. They picked a date and everything, got everything ready, and then just boom, dropped a surprise album. And people go crazy. If you're big enough, you can do that. Right? If you're big enough, you can drop a surprise album and boom, it hits everybody.
You're private, but you're still visible. What do I mean by that? Right?
I got you on that.
Because as a very large, let's say you're Drake, right? Very large audience, very large artist, very large audience, right? And so even when he's not doing anything, people are still following his every step. They're following him on social media. They're following him. Let's say even on Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon Prime Music, and whatever other streaming platforms, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're following him. He's going to be in their algorithm, their recommendations. So if he drops an album, when they log into their homepage, it's going to be right there in the front. You know, Drake, whatever album it is going to be, right? So that's the issue of being private. So you got private and then also being obscure.
Okay.
So you can be private and be more conspicuous, but you can be private and be obscure. So somebody like, say, for instance, somebody like, let's say, I don't know, like say Jay-Z, right?
Okay.
Jay-Z, you know, he's on and off Instagram, right? And so if he drops off, let's say he drops off Instagram for an extended period of time, because he's never off Instagram too long. It may be like a couple months, 6 months, and he's back on, whatever, right?
I've never seen him on Instagram.
He's been on there a couple of times, yeah. And he'll come on, and then people will just start adding him. Then his numbers will jump up. He'll have like 4 million followers, and he'll just drop off. He'll just delete his Instagram for whatever reason.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And well, you'll know because Beyonce will be following. Because Beyonce don't follow hardly anybody. That's how that's part of the celebrity mystique. This is why I said, a lot of men got to start men got to stand on business. There's no reason for you to be following somebody that doesn't follow you back. And a lot of them, they use that as a way to kind of substantiate their mystique. So like an artist like Beyonce, right? She'll have 250 million followers, right? when you look at the people she's following, she maybe follow like 4 people. Follow Solange. She follow her mama. She'll follow Jay-Z. Right? That's it. And so it's like,
you ain't lying, bro. I literally pulled up Jay-Z's Instagram. He got 1 post.
And how many followers he got?
1 million.
And when was that post? Look what is the date on that post?
August 29, 2023.
Okay, now that Jay-Z
and the one person he's following is Beyonce. Like you said.
Go to her and see who she's following. Go to Beyonce's post, see who she's following.
She's only following him.
See, that's what I'm talking about. See?
And she has 307 million followers, and she only follows Jay-Z.
This is what I'm saying. And so everybody, listen, I'm gonna tell you straight up. If you following Beyonce, you a dummy.
Yeah, because she ain't gonna follow you back.
Because here's my thing.
She only follows Jay-Z.
Here's my thing. Well, look, I don't want. Let me clarify. If you're a man and you're following somebody like that, right? And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you why there's a difference, right? Because, see, you know what? And this was my thing. I specifically made a YouTube video about this years ago. I specifically talked about this very concept. I used my own Instagram as an example.
Mm-hmm.
I pulled up my Instagram on YouTube and I showed it. I have, because I got this dongle where I can plug in my phone and I can screen share my phone. And so I screen shared my phone and I showed. I said, look, here go who I'm following and who's following me back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not following anybody. I don't care who you are unless you're following me back. Period. That's just how I get down.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so what I was encouraged, I was saying, listen, guys, a lot of us are complaining about dating dynamics and how it's unfair, right? And we understand that part of your allure as a man is your social standing. Mm-hmm. So if you can create the optic of social standing, that will enhance your dating prospects. So I said, we as men, we have all these people that are subscribed to my channel, right? Right. Each one of us should be following each other on Instagram. There's no reason why anybody here shouldn't have less than 1,000 followers on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
That was my argument. Do you think anybody took my advice?
Probably not.
No, they didn't. They didn't. And I had a couple people that followed me and I followed them back. But for the most part, people didn't take my advice. They were still following people that didn't follow them back.
Yeah, of course.
You're making them look like the celebrity. They're the celebrity because they got 250 million people following them and they're only following 10 people.
Yeah.
That's part of the celebrity mystique. You've created it for them. And so when girls go to the Chris Brown concert and they want to pay $1,000 to take a picture with Chris Brown, it's your fault as a man. You did that. You created that Chris Brown. But see, nobody wants, there's a certain, listen, we can't control, at least in this American westernized civilization contextual framework, we can't control the actions of women.
Right.
We can definitely control our own actions.
Yeah.
So why not focus on what we can control instead of worry about what we can't control?
Yeah.
We can control our social media presence.
Yeah, you just got to play the game different. Instead of complaining about the rules of the game, just study the game and figure out how to adapt to it and just play the game different.
And this is what I was telling this guy, this African guy, when I was younger, we would go to the club. I have a crew of my friends, and we would take turns. Who gonna be the celebrity tonight? Right? And so the person, it was their turn, say it was my turn. I'm walking in front. Y'all gonna act like y'all just my entourage, and like it's gonna be like a big crowd behind me, and it worked like clockwork. Mm-hmm. Everybody got action because they just wanted to be part of that crowd.
Right.
Right.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
And listen, we would just like get a table. we would act like we're laughing, like we'll laugh super loud, like we're just having so much fun. Like, right? We glasses, we making toast for no fucking reason. I didn't even drink. I would have water. I'm toasting sparkling water. Toast, you know, like, but it was the optic. It created a scene. And so you had women just coming to the table, just, you know, and you know, and so I was telling them, like, yo, this is what we should be doing. You think they take my advice? I got proof. I got proof of concept. I've seen it work. I know it works. But
you want to know how I know you're not lying? I know for a fact that you're not lying because I've seen videos that went viral because a regular person decided that they wanted to pretend they were a celebrity and they hired camera people to follow them around, right? And they went out and had a camera crew and they hired paparazzi, like fake paparazzi, to treat them like a celebrity and take pictures of them. And when I tell you that crowds and hordes of random people just showed up wanting to take pictures with them, it worked. This was a fake person that's not even a real celebrity, and you had people crowding and surrounding them saying, "Oh my God, I love your music. Oh, I love all your movies. Oh, I love this and that," and they're not even a real celebrity. That's the power of that social standing, like you said, bro.
I was with a girl, and I'm gonna tell you a couple instances. I was with a girl, and they thought I was Michael Jai White. Right?
That's kind of funny.
They swore up and down. I'm like, I got a little gap tooth in the front and whatever. They swore out. They swore. So look, I just played along with it, right? Do you know people start look? So she wanted to take a picture or whatever. She's taking pictures, whatever, with me. People start crowding around and start thinking I was Michael Jai White. From one person that thought I was Michael Jai White. And it'll take pictures. You know, I'm playing along with, but eventually I was like, I'm not Michael Jai White. I had to just tell him because it was like he was start getting stupid with it, right? Like no, and it's like, oh
yeah, they start going overboard.
Yeah, I was like, look, pull a picture up. I have to make them pull a picture up of them. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, so I had people. One girl thought it was Nelly. I'm like, I'm dark skinned. I'm like, I don't even look like Nelly. Like, what the fuck? And then when I was in Germany, people thought I was Puff Daddy. Like, it was all kind of like Germany. They don't really see stars like that, so they think, especially if you black, you know, you're an American, they think, okay, you must be such and such because you over here, you got a crowd of people with you, you know. And because I used to do that in Germany. I used to have a crowd of people with me. We take turns, whatever. People would think I was somebody. And I remember one time I was at the was it Six Flags? It was some water park. I think it was Six Flags. This guy came in, right? These girls thought he was Rick Ross. And he was like, no, I'm not Rick Ross. I was like, niggas, you crazy? Just go with the flow, man. I'm telling him, like, yo, look like, watch. I'm like, I'm gassing him up with that, right? And so he's like, yeah, like, I was like, just go with it. And I was like, because he had, I you know, I asked him sunglasses. So I said, here, put these sunglasses on. So I gave him my sunglasses, whatever, right? And so he walked around. We had some people believing he was Rick Ross. No, some people knew he wasn't Rick Ross. You know, Rick Ross got like a weird body where he got like really skinny legs. You know what I'm saying? This guy was big, but he had like big, like he played football in the past. So he had like a more like kind of muscular physique, but he had the big beard. You know what I'm saying? He had the facial features. He looked like Rick Ross. You know what I'm saying? And so like I had him like, I'm like, man, let's just go with the flow. So we end up meeting some girls that didn't know any better, and we was just playing off. Like I didn't even know this guy, like, you know, but you know, we formed an alliance on that day for the sake of women, you know. But I'm saying, like, you know, yeah, you know, you can kind of play it off with a celebrity, but that's my thing is, you know, celebrity is about optics. And if you can alter your optics, you can give the impression of importance. You know, people like, well, I don't know who he is, but he must be somebody. Like there's a video online. It's this guy. I don't even know if he's Mexican. I don't even know if he's Arabic. He might be Hispanic. But he looks Arabic. He has like an Arabic type nose. So he dressed up like a Dubai sheik. And he was like, I want to say he was either in Colombia or Dominican Republic. And so you know, you go to Colombia, you can hire a security guard guy, you know, a shotgun guy to walk around with you for like $100 a day. Right. And so he had two guys with him. They were armed, and they had on like the police outfits. And he was walking, you know, like that, you walk with your arms behind your back, like you're like some type of like a wise man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I've definitely seen that before.
He had the whole Middle Eastern outfit on, with the turban.
Right? I know what you're talking about.
Like the red and white turban, whatever, checkered turban, whatever it is.
I know what you're talking about. He was walking around with a keffiyeh because I have one.
And he had like his little, you know, like the Middle Eastern, like the little flip flops they normally wear, like the little leather.
Yeah, because you have on a linen robe.
Yep, linen. Yep.
Yeah, you got your scarf on, and then the braid that they put on to keep it in place is separate.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
So he was like, I want to say he was in DR Columbia. So he's walking around with the security guard, and so he walked into like a mall or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had like a guy with a camera, like not right behind him, but like away from him, so people couldn't see the camera that he had a camera on him. But he had a camera because he's like basically somebody was filming him while he was doing it. Like everybody was looking, they were like whispering, like, "Oh, who is that?" You know, it was like, you know, people like, you know, because
who is that? Yep, like who is that?
And they think like they're like, okay. Number one, he got the security with him. He looked like he's from Dubai or something like that. He's probably a billionaire. That's what they were saying. Oh, this is a billionaire. So imagine, like, listen, think about this, right? We can get a Mexican guy, a Mexican homie that look like he's Arab. Like, listen, look, just throw this on. Have him throw that shit on. We walk around. We go to like a country like Colombia, Dominican Republic. Hire some security with us. We walk around, man. You clean up so crazy. Because for them, they like, oh my gosh, this is my dream come true. This is my opportunity of a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Just like when people see Chris Brown, right? It's like they know, Chris Brown is not gonna marry you. But when you see Chris Brown, like you'll see like clips of video of Chris Brown, not clips that he makes himself, but like people like paparazzi clips, and you'll see him. He'll have his little crew with him.
Maybe he be minding his business.
Yep. And he have like 8-9 guys with him. And it'd be like 100 women following him.
Yep. I've seen them clips, bro. It's crazy.
And it's like they'll do what they'll literally like, listen, Chris Brown could be like, listen, like I want you to chill with my homie tonight. And she gonna do whatever. Listen, that's how it is.
Yep.
That's how it is. But see, guys, I'm telling you, like if men, listen, this is the hand we've been dealt, right? Especially as black men, right? We represent a very small percentage of the population in the United States, right? We have no power and influence over politics. We have no power and influence over legislature. We have no power and influence even at the local level over laws and statutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we can't change the dynamics other than the optics themselves.
Yep.
And so why are guys not doing that? Because, you have to make compromises. So like for instance, like when we would play the celebrity game, I couldn't be the celebrity every night. I have to pass the torch. That's how it works. Some days I'm the celebrity, some days I'm just like the entourage guy, whatever. But at the end of the day, we all ate. Every day we ate, no matter what position you played. Trust me, you was gonna eat.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's what it was, man. But see, a lot of guys, they don't want to play their position. And that's what fucks it up. It's like, okay, well, now you just got to accept, what comes with it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, that was a good conversation, man. I like your takes, man. Shout out to you. All right. So with that being said, if you just now tuning in, make sure you give the stream a like. Make sure you share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And we are getting ready to start wrapping up the show. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce next week's topic. And this is going to be next week's topic. It's actually another psychology episode. And we are going to be getting into the dark side of ambition. So it's kind of funny that we're talking about all this stuff with celebrities and making money and being billionaires and stuff like that. But we're going to be diving into the dark side of ambition. Because, you know, we can hype each other up and talk about, you know, success and being ambitious and being driven and all that type of stuff. But at the same time, no one really talks about the dark side of that, right? Because one of my favorite superheroes is Batman, right? So people like Batman because, you know, he's rich and all this other type of stuff. But there's a lot of dark side that comes with that, right? Because he has a lot of weight on his shoulders. And it's like the dynamic that he has with, you know, the villains and stuff like that. It's not typical of your regular superheroes. When it comes to your regular superheroes, they're just about, I'm going to fight them, beat them up, we going to lock them up, and then we keep it pushing. But with Batman, there's a lot more to it than that. There's a lot more nuance and a lot more elaborate details when it comes to Batman than it is with any other superhero. But that's just my opinion. But anyway, yeah, next week's show is going to be the dark side of ambition. And we're going to be tuning in next Saturday. I can't think of the date off the top of my head, but next Saturday around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So make sure y'all tune in to watch next week's episode. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and do last thoughts, final shout outs, and we're going to go ahead and close it out. So Mr. Triz, last thoughts on the show, brother. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you?
Man, this was actually a pretty good topic, man. It's I don't think I caught you when you introduced this topic last week, so I didn't really know. I didn't really know that this was going to be a topic at some point. But yeah, it was definitely a good topic, and it's a great segue into next week's topic as well.
Okay. So what was your favorite part of the show as far as the conversation goes?
Well, I think actually the healthy disagreement we had about the alpha female stuff.
Okay.
I think that's an interesting concept to think about too, because like as I said before, I mean, I've had this conversation before, but it's more or less about alpha males and how the alpha male is relational as well. Whereas you can't be an alpha male and be solitary. You have to have others around you to invoke a certain dynamic that you.
Yeah, that I agree with you. That I agree with you on.
Yeah.
That I agree with you on, because when it comes to dynamics and mindsets like that, I think more of the lone wolf type will be more like the Sigma, because they don't necessarily operate like the alpha or the beta. They're kind of just doing their own thing, and it doesn't really matter if you rock with them or not. Like, they're just gonna do what they're gonna do.
But then even
it kind of ties into what you said about the rugged individual.
Well, yeah, but so you have a rugged individualist. I think that's a true Sigma. But then you have people who are consider themselves. They'll try to say, "Oh, well, I'm a Sigma," because basically they're just a loner.
Yeah, but that doesn't automatically mean that that's what you are.
Exactly, because some people
doesn't automatically, because there's other attributes that play into that.
Well, because some people consider themselves to be a Sigma, but in actuality, they're really a beta at heart. Because anytime they interface with other people, they assume a beta role.
They take a back seat. Okay, I get what you're saying. Because I know for a fact, for me personally, there's instances where I understand I need to step up and take a lead role and kind of set things straight, but at the same time, I understand in certain environments where I'm not leading anything and I'm not in control of things. I know how to play the background too. I know I can play both.
Or sometimes when it's necessary. Sometimes you're not interested in leading something because you don't really see.
Yes, you don't see the benefit to it.
Yeah, you're like, I don't care about that. Like,
Yeah, because I've had jobs where they offered me a promotion or they tried to offer me certain things and I turned it down.
Yeah.
Where other people, they're chomping at the bit. Like they want the accolades, they want to be seen, they want the titles and all that. They want to put themselves out there. And it's like, for me, I look at things for what they are too much to just be accepting everything that comes my way. Like, you got to be strategic about how you move. But like what you were saying, most people aren't going to understand those characteristics that tie into it. And so, like you said, they'll think that just because they chill by themselves all the time, like, oh, I'm a Sigma male. It's like, no, that's not really true. It's not really true.
Well, because there's like they need a title. They can't just be who they like whatever your name is. Like I can't just be Triz. I gotta be a Sigma male. I gotta be a alpha male. And I gotta be able to put some sauce on it. And it's like, well, no, it is what it is, man. Like, and it even like even as a beta, because being an alpha male. Like an alpha male means, like, for instance, there's a video going around. It's a perfect example of an alpha male. There's I believe they're mandrills. Mandrills are.
The baboons. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a mandrill. It might be a mandrill. I'm not sure. It's either a mandrill or a baboon. They're a little bit different. Baboons, I believe, are a little bit smarter. Mandrills a little bit more feral. They got longer fangs and things like that. But
yeah, the mandrills are the ones with the red in the face.
Yeah.
The red and the blue in the face
and white. There's almost like a clown face.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Those are the ones that are way more aggressive.
Yeah, vicious clown. Yeah, and so, but anyways, it was like a big, like maybe it's baboons, but they have extremely large groups. Like their groups be like 40 and 50. As opposed to like gorillas be like maybe like 10 at the most, right? So there's like a big group of these freaking I think they're mandrills. And so as they're walking along, a leopard comes, right? It's like stalking. And so the alpha male, he's far away, right? But as an alpha male, he's constantly scanning, looking around. Everybody's just like lackadaisical, walking around.
Yeah, but he's the one that's making sure that everything's safe.
He's always on alert. He's looking around, whatever, and he sees the leopard. He's like, I don't even know how he even noticed this motherfucker. It was crazy, right? And he just instantly sprung into action. Like the crew was walking like one direction. The leopard was kind of coming up behind him. He turns around and he runs opposite of everybody, and he runs directly towards the leopard. Grave danger. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm sacrificing myself for the group. He runs towards the leopard and immediately jumps on him. The leopard is bigger. It starts to overpower him, and then
you're gonna have to repeat that, bro.
And so the other subordinate males come to his aid, and they beat the hell out of this leopard. The leopard runs off, got his ass whooped with it, right? And so, but understanding that particular tangent of being an alpha male, most people don't understand that. Like, you're talking about grave danger, you run towards it as an alpha male. You don't run from it. You're not trying to call the police. You're trying to address it because the police.
Yeah, you're confronting the threat.
The police is at least 12 minutes out. You can't wait for no. You call the police while I run over here and handle this.
Right.
You don't stop and call the police and hide behind a barricade. No, you gotta get to it. That's what being an alpha male is. So a lot of people they want to call themselves alpha male. They want this title. It's like, what, you don't understand what that means. Let me give you another example, right? In a troop of gorillas, right? Let's say you got a troop of gorillas, right? The dominant male, he's an A silverback. He just dies. He's not even ousted. He dies, right? The crew is wandering around, and then it's like a male that's coming to adulthood. He eventually comes across a crew that there's no male present. So instinctually, he steps in and becomes the alpha male, right? The silverback gorilla, right? What gorillas, when female gorillas get past the age of consistently producing viable offspring, whatever, right? The females no longer have an interest in mating at all. Something biological, I don't know what it is, but something biological, it clicks in them, and they no longer have an interest in mating. That alpha male still provides the same level of protection for that female that he has no ability to mate with. as he does all the rest of the ones that he can mate with.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is. If you're married and you growing old with somebody and they can't have kids no more.
Well, even beyond that,
you don't just leave them.
Well, I mean, but we're not talking about not having kids. We're talking about he can't even enjoy intercourse with that woman. So imagine. So let's take it a step further. Let's say.
Yeah, you got some marriages where the couples grow old together, and it gets past the point of them having sex with each other.
I'm talking about. Let's say you as an alpha male. You imagine you get into a group and like, okay, you meet a woman. She has a sister, a older sister, and she has an aging mother.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And she says, well, you know, my older sister, she's a single baby mama. And my elderly mother, we're all a package deal. So if you want me, you got to take them in too. So imagine as a male having to take on that responsibility, like, okay, now I gotta bring them in the house too. I gotta get a house big enough for them to have their own room, and you know, and so now it's like a big responsibility. So most men don't have the mindset to do that. Because like we're talking about, you got to take them in, and they say, look, they make it clear, like nigga, you ain't gonna never hit this. We're gonna respect you. We're gonna follow your leadership. But one thing the line we can't cross is we can't sleep with you.
I'm not gonna do that.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
I'm not doing that. And with a situation like that, it has nothing to do with being alpha. It's just like that's not wise. That's not a wise decision.
I'm not saying that that's a requirement to be an alpha male, but if you consider yourself an alpha male and you want that woman, that specific woman, right? That's what comes with it. And there's men that do that. No,
they do it all the time. They do it every day.
Yeah, there's men that have those dynamics where they got the girl living with them, the girl's sister, she done moved.
They look at it like this. They look at it like this woman is too good to pass up.
Well, and also some men want to.
They look at it like that's the best deal that they can get.
Well, but then some men like the idea of having a crew of people with them. Like, say, for instance, Shorty Low.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Shorty Low's an example too, right? He had baby mamas that no longer allowed him access, but he still, like, he go out, he have all of them with him, and you know, he paying for everything, you know, and you know, and he took pride in that because that was just him. So I'm not saying like you know, there's different levels to being an alpha male, but what the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of guys that we consider to be simps, yeah, they might be simps, but they're actually alpha males. You can be a simp and be an alpha male for sure. Yeah. And we have to make that clear because a lot of people don't realize that. They think, you know, like they look at alpha male, they think alpha male, they think of some, you know, they think, you know, Andrew Tate. You know, a guy, you know, he claims to be alpha male, he talks crazy to women, and that's being alpha male. Versus the guy that's a simp, you know, he got his wife's sister, his wife's mother, you know, all their kids, and you know, and matter of fact, somebody.
Yeah, there's guys out there that are like that.
Or even a guy. Let's say, for instance, you're a guy, right? Mm-hmm. You marry a woman that already got 4 kids, and she's saying she ain't having no more kids. So and you never even had no kids yourself.
Yeah,
right?
I ain't doing that.
No, listen, I'm never doing that shit, right?
I'm not doing that. No, but there's guys out there that do.
Yeah, but and they're alpha males. Right? So
yeah, I get what you're saying in that regard.
So listen. Listen, if you're not an alpha male, it's not the end of the world. Not being an alpha male is okay. Why present yourself as something you're not? If you're not an alpha male, just be okay with not being an alpha male. Because think about it, you could be alpha male and be in a situation like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's like, come on, man.
Because my thing is this: I'd rather not be an alpha male, but make smarter decisions.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, there's guys out here I'll give you a perfect example of somebody who I guess he carries himself like an alpha male, but he's a simp. That Yada Awakening dude. He's he's a perfect example. Because all he does, he makes content flexing and this and that, and he's a short dude. I didn't realize how short he was until I seen a video that he had posted on Facebook talking about, yeah, you know, yo, he was basically talking down on the tall dudes. He made a video dissing the tall guys, saying, oh, yeah, yeah, you need to get you a short king because his height ain't gonna love you, his height ain't gonna pay your bills, and his height ain't gonna do this and that. And
that
then the camera pans out and he's like super short, and the chick he's married to is taller than him.
That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, he married a single mom, bro, and he didn't have no kids.
I mean, now, mind you. I'm not saying that as a short individual you can't have some dating success. Now you could and there's plenty.
Oh yeah, that's not the argument. Yeah,
there's plenty of short guys that have dated taller women. That's not the issue either. But what I'm saying is that this message that you can't convince women that you have a higher value in the dating marketplace
because you're
a shorter man than the guy.
Exactly. That ain't gonna work. But that's what he was trying to do.
Not gonna work.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what he was trying to do.
Yeah. Good luck. Yeah, I'll be laughing because a lot of guys will say, you hear guys will say, or they'll try to convince a woman that the thuggish guy or they call it Pookie and the Ray Ray, whatever the case may be, and they're trying to convince women that that's not their best dating option. Listen, you're never gonna convince a woman just by words alone. You have to be able to impose consequences. You have to remove the subsidy, right?
Yeah,
because as a society, bad decisions are subsidized. We've already talked about that, right?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
You got that safety net. So as long as that safety net's there, your words will fall on deaf ears.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. That is a 100% fact. But you got any last thoughts, brother?
I think that pretty much wraps it up, man. It's always, man, listen, salute to you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because, I usually have people shout out where the people can find you, but we already know how you rocking. You said don't come looking for me. If you see me, I'm gonna be over here.
If you see me in the streets, you better act like you don't know me.
Oh, that's a different type of scenario.
Listen, don't look for me nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to talk to you, I'll find you.
Yep, there we go. And we gonna leave that right there and leave it at that. So real quick, you know what? Let me look at this calendar so I can make sure I double check. Okay, so make sure again, y'all tune in to next week's show. It's actually gonna be on May 2nd. May 2nd, 2026 at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, I didn't know the date off the top of my head, so I had to pull up my calendar. But once again, next week's show, The Dark Side of Ambition. Make sure you tune in because we're going to be going live on May 2nd around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time.
That's next Saturday.
Yes, sir. Next Saturday. So, I mean, if you don't have anything else, bro, we're going to go ahead and close it out.
Salute.
All right. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and close the show out. We're going to be seeing y'all next week. All right. Peace.